Come on, Ultra. Big up yourself, man. Come on, Jungle Jesus. Big up yourself. You get it. You did an early one today. Get me? Big up Sniper Brown. Done now. Cheers. Man says Ultra Vocal. Yay. Bright and early. Bright and early. Big up everybody up in the place. FTK is session. They said it was Black History Month. Bullshit. You get it? Come on, mate. It's World History Month, mate. The missing bits, the missing link, everything. There. Big up yourselves. Voila. Let me do some works. Let's start with the link. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, man, we gotta have some fun today, man. You know how we do. Bright and early. Let's see what I got.
So how are M&M Directs so cheap?
Shut up, YouTube. Get it. Don't start off early, man. I'm gonna play something for my brother who did the other night. Boom, boom, boom. Let me share my screen. Big up man like Freddie. Jeez.
Yes, my elder man. Just doing up some motorway early in the morning, man. So I'm glad you're on.
Good. Right, Nelly, bro.
Yeah, you know how that goes.
Yeah, boy. Jokes. Hey, last night was jokes as well, man. Got some jokes. That was fun.
I'm pissed, you know, because I had to move furniture with my missus over. Because we're getting the floorboards done, innit?
Okay.
So fucking hell, yeah, man. I was moving bare furniture. I was trying to rap to her. She's like, shut the fuck up.
Oh, mate.
You know what it was?
Yeah.
So it was a lot, man. Yeah. If I had more free time, I would have been in it, though, man, because I felt like rapping yesterday.
Come on. Big up my brother 95 Crit. Get me. Go and play his works, man. Come on. We support each other, man. Make sure you like and subscribe to his channel. Get it. Here we go. Let me show you. Boom. See it there? 95 Crit. Yeah. Make sure you like, subscribe. You get me? Hit the notification button and the like button. You get me? Come on. Boom. Let's go.
Put down in that bad word and that the demand is now, you get me? It's a nice thing, you get me? So obviously now his brethren are running up and down, you get me, telling me the story, so I'm saying, right, and I know these youths personally, yeah? And I know that these youths ain't no bad youths that want to go out killing no one or want to go out doing nothing to no one, you know? But the facts of the matter is they're scared on the roadside, isn't it? For their life, they got passer going on, they're carrying their knife and that, and look now, that's, you know what, it's come to my attention as well. That's why a lot of men are in jail for knives now. They're not even just walking around getting bite with the knives because they're scared for their fucking environment. That's why we've got to change the community. We've got to change the environment they're living in. Our bare men are just going in jail and getting sentenced. It's just like being scared with their own life. You get me? Because they're carrying a knife now. And certain men ain't killing. Yeah, you've got the little percentage that really want to go out there and bun a man with a knife, yeah. But you've got the man them that don't really want to do that, but they're defending against them other 5% that want to go out and do this thing. So like, Yeah, and I've seen this one personally like a few days ago, and it just hit my attention now, and I'm like, right, I have to really think about it. And it hit me. I thought, right, you know what? It's crazy. You have to do more. Oh no, my people, all gone. It's 95. You get me? Max there, yeah. North to south connection right now, you know. UPP business are going right now. All you niggas, you got fucking nowhere on right now. Big moves, big link ups, man. Done no, my brother.
Big up, come on, man. Big up, everybody. You know this is the real thing. You get me, General Sniper.
Done no.
AKA New Orleans Sniper, whatever you want to say. You know what I'm saying? But we're really here. You get me? We're in the bits. We're making moves. You get me? Don't worry about it.
Trust
You
me.
get me? But know that the love is there. You get me? We're trying to unify north, south, east, west, and get on this thing. Any real G's who's out there, you know what we're on. You get me? It doesn't need to be said.
You get me? Man, come down all the way. You get me? South, you get me? That's it. Man, nice in the bits. Man, are really talking like they're nice in the bits. Man, really comes down to the bits. Man's really nice in the bits, yeah? That's the realness we're dealing with right now. You get me? That's what we're going to say about all this nice crime and all this crime with the young youths and that. You lot just need to stop being cowards and that and start doing the thing properly. You ain't moving like no real gangsters, you understand? There's certain crimes you lot are doing out there right now. Stupidity. I like my brother.
You know, not on that West Side Story thing. You know, man out. You get me? One guy's got a flip knife, another guy's got a flip knife. Yeah, let's do this. No. You're not doing it. You're juking man with zombie knife from behind, being in tight pants and all of these type of things there. Shameful death. Shameful. Get me? I don't want shameful death. Get me?
This is how the niggas are supposed to be moving. The oldest, you know, from every area is linking up, you know, trying to make the united thing so the youths them are better on the roadside. You see, things real men to come together and link up like what we're doing right now. You get me? And making this thing better. Certain men are just talkers. Certain men ain't ready to make them steps. Real niggas make them real steps. I like my brother.
What I'm saying to man is that my main philosophy, if anyone knows me, you get me, is about put up your feet. You get me?
Facts.
Don't let no one take advantage of you.
Facts.
But listen, when you fight a man, you get me, you have a different type of respect for that person. You get me? You both get to walk away. Sometimes you're supposed to pick up the other person. You get it? And then brush each other down and move on. You get what I'm saying? Because you live to fight another day, right? You get me? So get your fighting game on, get your skills on. Rather than
and you build confidence as well.
Right.
Well, you don't want to punch up and build confidence and know how to better yourself as youths and that. Come on, man, build up the confidence and start living like with some sort of morals and order again, man. That's what we're dealing with. We're showing you lot, as the young bucks, as the elders getting together now, and doing this thing properly from Totty to fucking Tekken. You understand? That's how we're moving right now. Generals in both ends. You understand? That's how we got to be moving. And uniting the people. Then you get me? Doing what real oldest should do. You don't know anyway, 95, Max, Big up all the man them in Totty as well, Big up all my techie niggas, You don't know what time it is. All the man them and that watching our thing, You're gonna see more of the thing anyway. You know we cook. Say now.
Cheese.
I boarded close to my.
Cheese. Big up everyone. Get me. Big up my mum, brother 95 kick raps.
Big footage, fam. Big footage. Trust me, the kick. The man them need to hear that, man. Everyone needs to hear these things, man. Real fucking talk, bruv. If we don't stop and we don't sort out our community and get these youths to understand, look, the knife thing's long. Like, if we offer these defense classes and all of that, you know what I'm saying, fam? The knife defense classes. The youth them will be a bit more confident walking around, thinking, man, I don't need a knife. If my man comes up to me, I'll smash him up. Same way. You know what I'm saying, fam?
Yeah. You know what we say, bro. We just out here doing the thing, bro. It's easy to talk, but you have to be up in the banda with the man them. You get me? The man them was great hospitality, fed man, all sorts. You get me? We chilled out, bust two jokes, bust two bars. You get it? And got cracking with the business. You know what I mean? That's the only way things are gonna work out here. While people are talking and what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Nah, some of us are out here really making moves. You get me? We got my UPP members and that. You get me? Come on, United People's Party. That's what I'm working with. You get it? So the secret's out. The secret's out, man. Yeah.
Well, dig them up, man. Dig them up same way, blood. You don't know how the thing goes, Max, man. Any train that's moving towards black liberation, I'm jumping on it, innit?
Facts. That's why we rate certain movements and shit. Man are doing their thing, innit? Like, Depends how serious you are, innit? But come on, man. Big up Jeds, man. You done now, bro. You get it? Yeah, man. Man, I plan to go studio. You get me? With Jeds and all sorts, bro. So don't worry, man. Everything is everything, fam. You know. You get me? The OG never gets left out. The young G's never get left out. They're all one family, bro. You get me? If it wasn't for Jeds, I wouldn't even know my man. So you get it? It's one of them ones there. That's how we roll. Family ties is strong. Yeah, family ties is strong. Yeah, I had a little video, yeah. It's a little bit of DeLeo for my family, American family and UK family. Always got DeLeo, yeah. Always scouring around the internet for information. And, you know, not to corroborate anything I'm saying, but just to bring light to what's really going on. You know what I mean? Why they say Black History, not for all that, like, fall back on. You know what I mean? You want to know what's really going on. You're dodging, lying, making up new histories and that. Get it? But I saw one. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe I should start with this. Let me start with this.
The African royalty, as he was the son of a princess from the...
Right. Just YouTube, man. Needs to sort this life up. I have to do this premium thing again. No ads free for a month because this is getting ridiculous. Ridiculous. Right. Share my screen. Boom. Come on. Yeah, man. Big up the man, them. Come on. Big up everybody inside, man. We about to get cooking. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Again, disclaimer, this is only for educational purposes. The channel I'm using is Home Team History. Get it? If you like it, like, comment, and subscribe. Get it. Get that knowledge. So let's go. This is just a small one. 5 royals taken in the transatlantic slave trade. Woo! 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 Where's Born Rich? Where's Born Rich at? What's going on? Let's talk to me. Talk to me, family. Let's go.
Event that most certainly stunted the development and growth of West and Central Africa due to the unequal exchange. Stunted the development and growth of West and Central Africa due to the unequal exchange of goods for human life. We speak frequently about the horrors of slavery, but sometimes we miss just how chaotic it was for West and Central African kingdoms. At one moment, you can be the enslaver, and the next, become enslaved. Even the very elite could fall victim. And so today, we're not going to tell a story from rags to riches. Today's topic is going to tell the unfortunate story of 5 African royals who went from riches to rags. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and I'm back at it with another video of African history, culture, and worldview. And as always, if you want to support the Home Team, you can do so on patreon.com. I have some new rewards for you guys, so be sure to check that out. Also, go to afrographics.com, a website where you can find unique illustrative infographics summarizing African history. All links to Patreon, Afrographics, and Home Team merchandise are in the description box below. The Congo Empire gives us direct insight into just how chaotic the Atlantic slave trade was. One king named Mbemba Nzinga, in his dealings with the Portuguese, sought to put an end to the slave trade altogether because he realized that they weren't just enslaving African enemies of Congo, they were enslaving his own ethnic group, and to his horror, his own royal family members. Mbemba Nzinga had this to say in a letter to a Portuguese king: "Each day the traitors are kidnapping our people, children of this country, sons of our nobles and vassals, even people of our own family. This corruption and depravity are so widespread that our land is entirely depopulated. We need in this kingdom only priests and school teachers, and no merchandise, unless it is wine and flour for mass. It is our wish that this kingdom not be a place for the trade or transport of slaves. Many of our subjects eagerly lust after Portuguese merchandise that your subjects have brought into our domains. To satisfy this inordinate appetite, they seize many of our black free subjects. They sell them, after having taken these prisoners secretly or at night. As soon as the captives are in the hands of white men, they are branded with a red hot iron. The enslavement of African royalty not only happened in the Congo Empire, but all over West and Central Africa. So let's tell the stories of 5 African royals who were taken in the Atlantic slave trade. Our first African royal is Prince Abdurrahman Ibrahim Ibn Sori. Abdurrahman Sori was a Fulani prince from the Futo Jalon region of modern-day Guinea, West Africa. His father, Almami Ibrahim Sori, was a ruler of the Futo Jalon in 1776, where his son lived and studied. Abdurrahman was very intelligent and a well-learned African who spoke 4 different languages and could read and write in Arabic. After he finished his studies at Timbuktu, he joined his father's army, his father making him the head of a 2,000-man army whose mission was to protect the coast and strengthen their economic interests in the region. It was during one of Abdurrahman's military campaigns that he was captured and sold into slavery. He was sold to the British, who brought him to Mississippi, where he labored on the cotton plantation of Thomas Foster for about 40 years. Abdurrahman used his knowledge to write a letter to his relatives in Africa. A Dutch man named Andrew Marshall was kind enough to send the letter to the U.S. Senator at the time, Thomas Reed of Mississippi. Thomas Reed gave the letter to the U.S. consulate in Morocco because the U.S. government assumed Abdurrahman was a Moor. After the Sultan of Morocco read the letter, he asked President Adams and Secretary of State Henry Clay to release Abdurrahman. And a few years later, Prince Abdurrahman was released. Unfortunately, Prince Abdurrahman could not return immediately to Africa, as he had made a family in America and he fought to free his children. As he could not free all of his children, he instead decided to return to Africa, going to Liberia. Our next African royal is Princess Anta Madugune Ndaye. Anta was a princess of the Wolof people in modern-day Senegal. At the tender age of 13, she was captured and sent to Cuba, where she was unfortunately purchased by Zephaniah Kingsley, a slave trader and plantation owner of the Spanish colony of Florida. During this time, her region was in constant warfare, and slave raids were a great threat to everyone in the region. Her life is interesting because she went from princess to slave owner, and eventually a central figure in a free Black community. At the age of 18, she was officially freed, apparently, but that did not stop her from having responsibilities on the plantation in East Florida. Over time, she managed a large plantation and became the personal owner of 12 slaves herself. Her new family defended their territory from invading Americans and was awarded a land grant by the Spanish government. She later died in Jacksonville, Florida at 77 years of age. Our next African royal is William Ansa Sesarako. William Ansa Sesarako was the son of Fante chief John Karanti, who was the leader of the Anambo government in southern Ghana. Ironically, his father was a chief official in supplying enslaved Africans to Europeans. Over time, European powers became interested in gaining access to the wealth of Anambo. William Ansa's father wanted his son to get educated in England and, more importantly, build relationships. The man entrusted to send William Ansa to England instead betrayed John Karanti and sent his son, William, to Barbados as a slave.
Jeez, listen. How many times has your boy Sniper said to man, the mans who were involved in the slave trade ended up getting slaved, ended up getting taken to the various places around the world? How many times have I said that? Because I'm sounding like a parrot up in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Sniper, you're always thinking, oh, here we go. You come in with your stories, you come in with the thing. I always speak the facts, but other people speak them as well. Like, if you don't study and you don't get information, this is why you're way behind. Sure.
Years later, a Fante trader happened to see Anza in Barbados and quickly alerted John Caranti of his son's fate. Caranti petitioned the British to free Ansa, and the Royal African Company and the English Joint Stock Company operating the slave trade.
Hey, I ain't even lying. That's a patent. I lie. That's a patent. Man went in. Proper things, you know. Yeah, let that sink in, as Ultra would say.
Yeah, it looked like he liked the life a bit too much, cousin.
Yeah, fully Ghanaian, you know. Anyway, no cap. I'm just saying. You ain't had no Nigerian here yet. Let's go.
Trade liberated Ansa and transported him to England. In England, Ansa was received as a prince and gained the respect of London's high society.
My team. I don't know why I'm going for YouTube. I told you, man. Advert life.
African royal is King Taki of Ghana. King Taki was a ruler or chief of the Fante people in central Ghana. He can be considered a sort of warrior king as he had frequent military encounters with his enemies, the Ashanti. He himself sold some of his rivals, the Ashanti and others, into slavery as war captives to the British. Like others on this list, ironically, he himself became enslaved once he lost the battle. King Taki was taken to Jamaica, where he conspired with Queen Nanny of Jamaica to take over the island in a war with the British. In 1760, Chief Taki and his men started a revolt at their local plantation, killing the owners.
Hold on. Let that sink in. Let that image sink in. Yeah? That's what we're doing, man. Black History Month, yeah? You're gonna get that work today, man. Yeah. Let that image sink in. Yeah, because images shape our reality.
Right, Max, that's the image of freedom right there. You get what I'm saying, bro?
I'm telling you, not having. Yeah, half of it is because he ain't got a belt, but he's got that string around his waist. Like, how dare you? Fucked up fashion statements. Yeah, let that sink in, man. Nice. Absorbed? Yeah, come on.
And finding a lot of early success. Many slaves joined in King Taki's rebellion. However, King Taki was later hunted and killed, and the rebellion was eventually put down. And finally, our last African royal is Ganga Zumba. Ganga Zumba was the first leader of a massive runaway slave settlement in Brazil. Zumba was an enslaved African who escaped bondage on a sugar plantation and eventually rose to the position of highest authority, literally creating his own kingdom in Brazil. This tremendous achievement gave him the title Ganga Zuma, meaning Great Lord. Ganga was said to be African royalty as he was the son of a princess from the Congo Empire. During warfare with the Portuguese, reportedly the Battle of Anguilla, he was captured as a prisoner of war and sent off to Brazil. Ganga helped to form maroon communities of former enslaved Africans in Brazil, which later formed into a well-organized kingdom in which he became king. By the 1670s, Ganga Zumba had a palace, 3 wives, guards, ministers, and devoted subjects at his royal compound called Macaco. The compound consisted of 1,500 houses, which housed
Macaco, you know. Macaco. Yeah. Come on, man. Mike.
Was his family, guards, and officials, all of which were considered royalty. It's so fitting that a royal of the Congo Empire would continue his elevated lineage by literally creating an empire of his own under the worst conditions possible. That is indeed legendary. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help out in its continued production, you can do so on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace.
Jeez. Just a warm up, you know? Big up everybody up inside, man. What's going on? You get me? Jump on, man. Jump on. Let me send the link out. Jump on. You get it? What the hell's going on? What's been going on out here? People been going ham here. We lot arguing about. Oh no. But yeah, big up yourselves, man. Come on, you jumping on, you jumping on, you jumping on. Don't be scared, man. Don't be scared. Get me? Might be some runaway slaves around here. Might be some princes. You get me? You might be thinking you're a runaway slave and you're a prince. I'm princess. You get it? This is what I'm trying to say to people. Like,
Max. They might even be like that Ghanaian brother, all in the pompous clothes and that.
Right.
Come on. Hair slick back and all that.
You get it? Talk about Lord such and such of England. You know what I mean? Lord such and such. Big up Nanifa. Come on. Jump on, sis. You get it? It's our time now. It's our time.
Yeah, jump on, sis, man. We need the female energy, man. Come on, man.
You get me? Don't talk about Black history. Get all that, man. We're going to give you the real. We going to give you the real. Sure. Now. I'm going to give it about 10 minutes before we go into, what European think of themselves. You get it? While we're doing all these things, we're making major achievements, we're going over to other lands and becoming kings and making up kingdoms. We've been doing it for time. That's even just during slavery. They don't want to tell about the life before slavery, obviously. Yeah. It's fairy tales, isn't it? Yeah, that's the missing bit. Come on. Matt Savage, big up yourself, man. Western Goddess, Rodney K. You get me? Everybody up in the place. That's what we're doing, man. Early out, man. Keep it real. Bring the delil. No, man. Get me? You can see I'm showing off, bro. Since I got my laptop back, bro, I've just been going in. Yeah. Share my screen. Yeah. Share my screen, please. You get me? You can't stop me right now. Yeah. Like, yeah. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. But share my screen. You get me? Come Nanifa, man. Get me? All you godless people. Get me? We're gonna show you why you got a good point. But if you ain't gonna fear God. You get me? Fear your ancestors, bro, because they fear God. You get me? There's no atheism in Africa. Mad thing.
And there was no Sky Daddy either, bro. Man just got on with it. You know what I'm saying, fam?
Yeah. Well, there's a concept of a Sky Daddy. You got to understand, there's got to be a concept of a Sky Daddy because you're here. A Sky Daddy and a Sky Daddy. Because you're here. And no one can't prove how you got here, when you got here, how you came about. Can't prove it yet.
But Max, the reason why I say there weren't no Sky Daddy yet because the religious concepts didn't really come into fruition as yet. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the Christianity, Muslim, and all this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's not the basis of religion. Our culture
right.
Could be religion because these are where the concepts are coming from. And our ancestors was never imaginary. Our ancestors were people who actually lived, who reached that high status of becoming royal or something. You know what I mean? And then later on, by other people, became deified. You get it? We put reverence and respect on our ancestors' name, and other people worship our ancestors. Now it's become a thing. That's what religion is. Yeah, it's ancestral worship. No one's gonna get away with that. Like, yeah, no, it's not. 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 Okay. You get me? Reincarnation around, all sorts of things around. Yeah. But when you go back, yeah, man, it's all based on our culture, man. You know what I mean? Because my thing, my understanding is that, yeah, there's a universal energy, creator, source, whatever you want to call it. You get me? We say El Kaloum, the all. You get it? You can't beat that. You know what I mean? Because everything is within the all. So, you know, us Africans had that concept of already, the unseen.
And that's why trust me, brother, I love that concept more than, do you get what I'm saying, the divisional concepts we got now. Because all it is a pointing finger concept we got now. Do you know what I'm saying? My thing's better than your thing's swag. You're not doing this right, I live better than you. That's, bruv, the unseen is a good vibes. Do you know what I'm saying? Just respect for the unseen and the unknown. You get me? I know obviously it might sound simplistic, but trust me, bro. Sometimes simplicity is the best way to live.
You know? All right. Ooh. I've got a nice one for you. Nice one for you. Before I hit you with the big itch. My thing is we everywhere, B. Everywhere, B. Ultra funky. Big up yourself. You saying, G? Yeah,
Big up the Ultra one.
Yo, big up for this. Big up for this. Come on, man. I still need to go work, anyways. So,
you know?
fuck it. No, listen, Max, I jumped on because I heard something that I kind of agreed with, and I thought, like, let's kind of discuss it, yeah? Because, like, I always say, obviously, I got my little dirty opinion, but I always say I could be wrong. So, like, if I need to be corrected, that it is what it is, yeah?
Right.
But I'm saying for as long as these Abrahamics has been about, my ancestry, your ancestry, Freddie's ancestry, I use your because you're on the panel.
Yeah.
We've been getting treated fuckery with no mercy from all sides. You see, from my understanding of history, there was internal conflicts and but we were subjected to what I believe the majority of the globe would agree is the biggest crime against humanity. And not just for like, a couple decades or, a couple centuries, but like millennia. And I think to myself, well, right, so it's my ancestry that had to suffer through all the fuckery so that yourself, myself, Freddie, can stand here today. Now, if you ask me, that is worthy of worship, right? If you have even the slightest inkling or understanding of what our ancestry went through for us to be standing here today with internet and 70-inch TVs and, driverless cars.
Right.
It's so mad, bro. It's mad. And then for someone to, I'll be honest with you, Maku, it kind of makes me angry when I hear people say to me, "Oh, well, God," and I'll be like, "Well, that same God you believed in had no mercy on my ancestry for thousands of years. Oh, but now it's okay because, you know, they're going to get to go to heaven. And I thought, well, hang on a second. Hang on. No. This is, I'll be honest with you, Matthew, that for me is a big thorn in my side, and it makes me uncomfortable. It disappoints me. It's actually, in some level, sickening to sort of like just, you know, pray all away. And
wait. Let's deal with your first point, right? You say Abrahamics for us has caused us nothing but grief.
No, not nothing but, because I will concede that the Abrahamics had their part to play in the emancipation of certain people, which again is one of the reasons why we're here. Obviously, there's no point flinging out the big names. We all know who we're talking about, whether it be Christian, Muslim, whatever. Yeah. I personally understand the part that the Abrahamics played in the emancipation of said people. And again, that's part of the reason why we are here today and can enjoy the luxuries that we enjoy. However, for me, it's still not enough. It's still not enough. Like, yeah, and like I said, that concept there just makes me uncomfortable, which is why I would say ancestral worship or reverence over a god, to me personally, makes sense. Because
can you see how ancestral worship became deified and people started worship other people's ancestors?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Yes, I can, sir. Yes, sir.
And that's what it is. 100%. So there's a clear distinction, but not a clear distinction when we get down to the crux of it. So when I'm saying like the Abrahamics, now we're dealing with the Abrahamics, and we're saying, oh yeah, they're bad and no. The origins of how we got to be these things are various and different. Do you get it? The New Age version, people coming in with the Bible, do you get it? Or coming in as a Arabic raiders, it's very recent. So we've been Muslims or we've been Christians or whatever a lot longer than people actually realize. Do you get it? Because we were taught by maybe Franciscan monks came to that region and brought that idea. Do you get it? Maybe a couple 100 years before we even interact with any of these Europeans. You know what I mean? So the concepts is there already. Do you get what I'm saying? And some kings took these concepts on board. You know what I mean? So it would be reflected in their community, in their religion, in their even mystery systems and all of that. You know, like things get added as people go on. You know what I mean? Like Haile Selassie got added on the Ethiopian side, but Ethiopia has a long, rich history. Do you get what I'm saying? Of kings and blah 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 and all of that. You know what I mean? So look now, if in a sense you say that some people deify Haile Selassie, you can see the exact same system playing out. How one of our people, you know what I mean? People from far and wide of the same people, in some cases, deify or revere, our ancestors. The problem is that we don't necessarily see it in that way. Do you get it? No, that's someone else's ancestor. Like, why are you worshiping him? But people do it all the time in religion. You understand? They do the same thing. Some worship, some revere and respect their ancestors or the prophets, or you know what I mean? Because I see it in a particular way that, look, this is a bloodline of black people.
I'm going to go on mute, but I'm still listening.
Hey, Max, you know why I know that's true, fam? Because when you was growing up as a youth and you was the toughest one was always called Shaka.
Yeah, innit?
Do you know what I'm trying to show you, fam? We don't know why we done it, bro. But the toughest one was, we always used to refer back to the Zulu thing, innit?
Yeah, true. True,
And
true.
I like true, fam.
You get me? Hannibal, whoever. You get it? Like, we draw for it. Like, yeah, man, that's me. But in reality, that is you. You feel the essence of that. And you should be able to draw on it. That's what that's about. Do you get it? Ancestral reverement, you get me, is about drawing sometimes the energy or the thinking process of that individual, you get me, for your current situation. If I'm a king and I'm about to go to war, let me call on the spirit of a warrior king, you get me, man who has been through this already, you get it, who's my ancestor. I don't have to go far. I don't have to go to Europe. I don't have to go and pick up a book and start talking about, peer review and all of this type of stuff. No, that's not how it works for us. You get it? So now they mix ancestral worship or ancestral reverement into ancestral worship, and then the other practices into voodoo. You get it? So like they've separated our thing. Like where it was one in Kemet, yeah, it was cool. But when you leave Kemet and you separate and you know the ideas get split. Because I'm saying Kemet is a university. But hold on, let me play something for you. Get me? Because we're in some myth of disillusion that we weren't all around the planet. You know what I mean?
But Max, though, I can definitely appreciate that. And the Abrahamic faith regurgitated old time stories and old time deities that we used to have. Like, you know, the Jesus story's been regurgitated 8 times, 9 times before it got to actual Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if you ask us, we'll say, in ancient times, we'd say, we know that Haru story. You get me? And then when it got to Greek time, we say, we know that Horus story. You get it? And then the Greeks took it, and then all of a sudden it became Jesus or Christ Serapis. You get me? Christos Serapis. Like, don't play games with us, man. We know what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. Big up to kings and generals. Get me? No, we just intellectualizing. Brother, put this out there. Get it? Like, if you like his channel, like, comment, and subscribe, and all of that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you're right. It's a short one, but a good one.
Everyone loves a good underdog story, whether it be the tale of a small country's struggle against a great empire, or the tale of a boy shackled into slavery and left to fend for himself in a strange land. Welcome to our video on the life of Malik Ambar, the remarkable story of a child of African herdsmen who defied the odds and rose to kingship, fighting a defiant war against the expansion of the mighty Mughal emperors in the heart of central India. Big thank you to Vikings War of Clans for sponsoring this video. The devs have asked us to try out the game, and the members of the Kings and Generals team are now hooked. Vikings War of Clans is free to play, and the game is inspired by the famous strategy games of the 90s, like the Command & Conquer series that we all loved and played.
Shut up, man.
The man who would become Malik Ambar was born in 1548 in central Ethiopia, with the birth name of Chapu. His people, the Oromo, were relative newcomers in the region, taking advantage of the instability caused by an ongoing war to migrate into the country. Chapu's childhood was a traditional Oromo peaceful pastoralist life. 16th century Ethiopia was a land defined by slavery. While it impacted all communities, Solomonic Christians and Adal Muslims in particular targeted the largely spiritualist Oromos. By 1555, over 12,000 slaves per year were captured and sold in Ethiopia, stripped of their freedom and shipped out to serve elites from Cairo to the heart of Persia. Sure enough, at only 12 years old, Chapu was captured by Arabic traders, becoming a statistic in an epidemic slave trade that spanned across the Indian Ocean. The young boy was put on auction in a slave market in a port on the coast of Yemen. Young, scared, and alone, the boy likely wondered if he would ever see his home or family again, while auctioneers peddled him as if he was no different to the coffee beans, musk, ivory, and silk on sale in the bazaar. Chapu was quickly sold, eventually ending up in the hands of a merchant named Mir Qasim, who took him to the restored cultural center of Baghdad. Qasim gave his slave a new Arabic name, Ambar. He also taught him how to read, write, and manage the finances of his master's business. After a decade in the heart of the Islamic world, Ambar was taken on a journey with Mir Qasim, who sought greater business ventures in more exotic lands. In 1571, the master and slave reached the west coast of India, a region known as the Deccan. As a young man in his early 20s, Ambar had finally arrived in the place where he would make his mark on history. Much like Ethiopia, the Deccan was a land defined by war, intrigue, and a delicate balance between its various peoples and religions. Politically, the plateau was divided into 5 sultanates, which typically were comprised of a ruling class of Muslim elites presiding over a mainly Hindu Marathi majority. Indo-Turks, Persians, and a smattering of European merchants also added to the land's social fabric. The rulers of this land walked along a dangerous edge. Violent coups were the norm, as sultans often found themselves slain at the hands of their own soldiers or via the work of rival sultanates. To compound matters, a new player had recently emerged in the game, the Mughal Empire. Founded by one Zahir-ud-Din Muhammad Babur, the Turkic dynasty had swept into the subcontinent, destroying the declining Delhi Sultanate in 1526. The Mughals established themselves as an imperial juggernaut in northern India and licked their chops at the prospect of expanding into the small and divided sultanates to the south. Upon arrival in India, Ambar was once more sold. In the Deccan, Africans were known as Habshis and were commonplace as slave soldiers or free mercenaries. Ambar's new master was the chief minister to the Sultan of Ahmednagar, a man known as Chengiz Khan, a name invoking the conqueror of old. Chengiz had much in common with Ambar. He too was of African origin and had once been enslaved. Since then, he had earned his freedom and now commanded an army in the name of his lord, Murtaza of the Nizam Shahi dynasty. In meeting Chengiz, Ambar quickly learned that upwards mobility was possible for anyone in the Deccan, even a slave. Ambar began this new chapter of servitude as a soldier in training under his Habshi master. He was resolved to earn himself a higher position in life through determination and grit. He soon distinguished himself from the pack, catching Chengiz's eye with his impressive brawn, quick wit, and thorough education. Chengiz soon decided to make him his personal aide, grooming him for leadership. 3 years later, Ambar's sense of security was shattered once more. Courtiers jealous of Chengiz Khan's power had framed the minister for working against Ahmednagar, inducing the Sultan to have him executed. It was a harsh wake-up call to the reality of Deccanese politics. However, there was a silver lining. Following Chengiz's death, Ambar was legally a free man. After nearly 2 decades, the Oromo was in control of his own destiny. He traveled south to the neighboring Sultanate of Bijapur and enlisted in the local army. It was during this time that he met Karima, a fellow Habshi. Eventually, Ambar would marry Karima and have 4 children with her. As the Bijapur...
We gave people.
Cheese. We got the Oromo. Come on. Cheese. Accent Queen in them. Yeah. Cheese. We got that's a whole nother subject. He's Oromo. And I'm sure some people share that. They share that. Some Oromo is gonna be Ethiopian. Some Oromo is gonna be Somali. Boom.
Puri ruler passed away, leaving an underage son as his heir. Responsibility for the guardianship of the realm fell to the Queen Mother, a woman known as Chand Bibi. This regent proved to be incredibly competent. Well aware of the cutthroat nature of Deccanese politics, she introduced the concept of fidelity to the Salt, which espoused loyalty to the land itself rather than any one dynasty. The Sultana, as she was called, had many admirers. Chief among them was Ambar, who saw her as a role model. In time, Ambar had risen up in the Bijapuri ranks and built a small but dedicated following of mounted warriors, with whom he had likely distinguished himself in various small-scale border skirmishes. His loyalty to Regent Sultana and his effectiveness in battle led to Chand Bibi's young son bestowing upon him the symbolic title of Malik, an Arabic word for chieftain or king. The year was now 1595, and the Mughal Empire had finally turned their attention back to the Deccan after suppressing rebellions in the east. For Emperor Akbar, it was a good time to invade. Ahmednagar was racked by internal strife. The most recent Nizam Shah had died in a border war with neighboring Bijapur. In the ensuing power vacuum, none other than Chand Bibi laid claim to the throne through her nephew's Nizam Shahi blood. This caused the reigning Ahmednagari chief minister to make the fatal mistake of inviting the Mughals into his realm to protect his power. Sure enough, a mighty imperial host, led by Prince Murad Mirza, son of Akbar, descended down on Ahmednagar. Realizing he'd made a deal with the devil, the minister fled the country, and the warrior Sultana seized the mantle of resistance. At Fort Ahmednagar, Chand Bibi met the Mughal army with her own. Donned in full armor and an Islamic veil, she flung herself into battle alongside her men. Ambar had not been idle either. He had long since left Bijapur with his contingent of cavalrymen and joined forces with his sultan.
Hold on. By the way, yeah, this is India, you know. India we're talking about. Yeah, we're talking about India, you know. And I ain't heard nothing from no Indians yet. They ain't talked about no Indians yet. They're just all these other people, you know what I mean? Turks, all that. You know what I mean? What's going on? Moguls. Where's the Indians at?
He and his fighters harassed the Mughal army during the battle, destroying provisions and disrupting supply lines. Exhausted and demoralized after a fruitless siege, the imperial forces soon withdrew. For a scant few years, there was peace in Ahmednagar, with Chand Bibi as regent, but in a climate thick with paranoia, it was not to last. In 599, Bibi met her end in typical Deccani fashion, slain by her own soldiers, who were fueled by a false accusation that she was selling Ahmednagar out to the Mughals. Without the leadership of this iron-willed woman, the Imperials fell upon Ahmednagar once more the next year, easily taking it and capturing Bibi's young puppet nephew, thereby decapitating the country's government. It was now time for Malik Ambar to take to the main stage. In honor of his sultana, he pledged his fidelity to the Sult. The Deccan was his home, and he would not let it fall. With Ahmednagar's rightful heir in captivity and its army in disarray, Ambar took up the Herculean task of piecing together the tattered scraps of a nation while fending off Mughal expansionism. Fortunately, he had never stopped preparing for war. By 1596, his relentless raids on Mughal territory had brought 3,000 soldiers to his side. By 1600, this number had swelled to 7,000. Persians, Turks, Habshis, and Marathi Hindus all joined the Abyssinian commander for plunder and freedom. The Mughals' conquest of Fort Ahmednagar granted them a tenuous hold on the Sultanate's capital city. Nevertheless, they found further ingress into Ahmednagari lands consistently foiled. Realizing he could never take the empire head-on, Ambar employed the tactic he called Bagi Giri. The native Marathis in Ambar's army were legendary for their deadliness as light cavalry. Once his scouts had informed him of a Mughal position, he deployed the mounted Hindu warriors to strike like lightning, destroying food and water supplies and harassing Mughal soldiers. The imperial forces, over-encumbered with their heavy cannons and lumbering war elephants, simply could not keep up, and without provisions were forced to retreat. Ambar had turned the Mughal army's greatest strength, its size, into its greatest weakness. Even while fighting a guerrilla war, Ambar still had a government to rebuild. Decani nobles could never accept an African as their king, but Malik did not need a crown to rule. From neighboring Bijapur, he fished out a young heir of the Nizam Shahi family and installed him as Sultan Murtaza Nizam Shah II. Ambar offered the new sultan his daughter in marriage, tying himself closer to the royal line. As expected, the Oromo was appointed as Ahmednagar's regent minister by the puppet king he had installed, making him the de facto ruler of the revived sultanate. From 1600 to 1610, Ambar walked on a tightrope, balancing war with the Mughals with the inherent perfidiousness of Decani politics. In 1603, he put down a rebellion launched by 3 of his officers, all while feigning a treaty with the Mughals so that they would not take advantage of the situation. 1605 saw the death of Emperor Akbar, who was replaced by his son Jahangir. The new Mughal sovereign launched campaigns into the Deccan with renewed vigor, but the effectiveness of Ambar's Baghi-giri kept him at bay. Jahangir would struggle fruitlessly against the Abyssinian for decades, eventually growing so infuriated that he ordered an imperial portrait of himself shooting a decapitated Ambar in the head. This painting remained forever a fantasy, for the emperor would never capture his cunning foe.
We got Uncle, man. Get me? Getting in right now. Getting in. Get me? Pure Somali warriors coming. What's going on? You get me? Or should I say Ethiopian or African or Abyssinian? You get it? These men are haters, bro. I'm telling you. Want to lie about history. We just going around the world as slaves and then getting freed from slavery or getting trained. Yeah, just one of us. And it's taking over the ends. That's what we do. You get me? Not in a horrible way, in a nice way. You get me? You try to look after home and your expedition is good as well.
Hey, Max, it's the culture, man. You can't fight the culture, bro. It's prevalent from then till now. Our culture's dominant.
Right.
Up until then, the puppet on Ahmednagar's throne had been a compliant stooge. Ambar's daughter was but one of Sultan Murtaza's many wives, and one of them, a Persian woman, had since turned him against the regent minister with hushed words of sedition. Once he caught wind of this, Ambar had both the wife and the sultan swiftly assassinated, installing the 5-year-old Burhan Nizam Shah III to the throne. No one would threaten the Malik's control, especially not the sultans whose power came only by his accomplishments. Later that year, Malik's forces stormed and occupied Fort Ahmednagar, seizing it from the Mughal garrison. Galvanized by the string of victories that followed, Ambar moved Ahmednagar's capital closer to the Mughal border. In 1612, a treaty was secured with the empire, and the Abyssinian potentate was afforded time to build up his new city and secure stability in his realm. Over the next decade, commerce flowed into the new capital, which today is known as the city of Aurangabad. Ambar worked tirelessly to improve the infrastructure of his realm, overseeing the construction of an aqueduct system that fed clean water to his capital and its surrounding suburbs, while actively maintaining and repairing the over 40 forts in his territory, ensuring he had touch points to spot the next Mughal invasion. Under his patronage, both Hindu and Muslim arts flourished, and palaces and mosques were erected to increase the prestige of Ahmednagar. Over the next few years, the truce with the Mughals was predictably broken, and fighting continued once more. In 1616, Ambar suffered his first major defeat against the imperial host, who used a system of trenches to entrap the Ahmednagari cavalry and devastate them with artillery. This loss gave the Mughals a stable foothold in Ahmednagar once more, and from there the situation continued to snowball. The Bijapur Sultan smelled blood in the water. Previously he had been an ally to Ambar in the war against imperial aggression, but by 1618 it became clear the Adil Shah intended to collaborate with the Mughals. Seeing their conquest of the Deccan as an inevitability, he conspired to destroy Ahmednagar for the preservation of his own realm. The noose was tightening around Malik's neck, and he knew he had to act swiftly, lest he be wiped from the pages of history. A spree of Bagigiri raiding in Bijapuri territory forced an allied Mughal Bijapuri army to meet Ambar on his own terms. On September 10, 1624, Ambar chose to make his stand in a fort within the village of Batwadi. The village stood on a hilly bluff overlooking the western shore of Lake Kalindi. It was the rainy season, so as the enemy's massive army approached, Ambar ordered the lake's dams struck and the lowlands flooded, turning the ground at the Mughals' feet into a thick, muddy bog. As he had done his whole career, Ambar turned his enemy's superior numbers and heavier units against themselves. Artillery, war elephants, and infantry were wholly immobile in the wet hellscape that the Malik had created for them. Night after night, his Marathi cavalry sallied down the hillside while shrouded in darkness, destroying provisions and picking off the enemy. For the Mughal soldiers, the effect was thoroughly demoralizing. Gripped by terror and starvation, large chunks of the army defected to Ambar, who welcomed them warmly. With his army swelling and the Mughals shrinking, Ambar adjusted his doctrine and began attacking with wholesale cavalry assaults by day, devastating a foe that remained stuck in the mire and psychologically broken. Thoroughly beaten and incredibly humiliated, the Mughals were forced to retreat after sustaining heavy losses. Not only had Ambar once more humbled the mighty empire, he had foiled the attempts of his fellow Deccani Sultanate to collaborate in his destruction and ensured the independence of his realm. The Battle of Batwadi would be his greatest and last achievement. 2 years later, Malik Ambar passed away at the ripe old age of 80. Unfortunately, Ahmednagar's rebel spirit died with him. Ambar's son succeeded him as regent minister, but lacked his father's military mind. In 1636, the forces of Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan finally annexed Ahmednagar, ending over 30 years of war. Nevertheless, the legacy of Malik Ambar is still one to be admired. A military leader of exceptional skill, he consistently outwitted an empire he was thoroughly outnumbered and outgunned by for decades. No Mughal overlord, no matter how many dark fantasy paintings he commissioned, would ever get the best of Ambar. His physical footprint still remains in the Deccan today. The modern city of Aurangabad is in and of itself a testament to this, where the aqueducts that he built during his reign still stand, as does the austere tomb that he was buried in. By and large, they are a reminder of a time when an African ruled the heart of India.
Jeez, let that sink in. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? When an African ruled the
A
heart.
so-called slave one at that.
Yeah,
Hey,
slave
Matthew,
one.
you're going to have to cool off, bro. You're triggering man in the chat, blood.
Huh?
Triggering man in the chat, blood. You're going to have to cool off of these facts here, you know.
Yeah. Come on. What we saying? Big up everybody up inside. Big up everybody in the comment section. I didn't see what was going on during the video. Because I'll put out the thing out there. Yeah, man, pressure, man. When you got the answers there and you got the timing and the times in history's good still. You get it? It's his story, but you know, there's truth in there. There's like, yeah, things you can
And also,
research.
as long as we're learning from it, innit, Matthew? As long as we're learning from the mistakes of the past, it's unlikely that we'll be able to repeat them.
You see what I'm saying? So when some people say like, oh, Islam is negative and all of that, religion didn't have a major part to play in it. It just gives you your character and your thing, and then you keep it moving, bros. Because war's coming. You know what I mean? Man who don't believe in what you believe in on the rise. You get me? Come on, man. Big up, big up, big up. Who's that? Sheffer. Big up Sheffer, man.
Well,
yeah.
man. You know, I've been watching that whole thing in the YouTube still.
Yeah, man. It's all right, innit?
Yeah, it was decent still. It was decent. I'll be honest, like, I've been saying this for the longest time, like, when people talk about Indians and everything there now, like, when they say Indian just means savage. You understand? That's what Indian actually means. So when we're talking about certain Indians, enough of these Indians are black. Don't ever get it twisted.
But we had rulers, man, are coming from the ends, like, yeah, all this. You know? Let's go.
So what's the subject for the day, Matt?
Huh?
What's the subject?
The subject is today's history, man. You know what I mean? How history's been said, and the way we've got it in our mind, slavery, all of these type of things. There, it's Black History Month, but no one ever wants to give facts. You get it?
Right, you got Ultra in the room. What Ultra? You dropping Black History as well, yeah?
Yeah,
That's
I kind of said to Matthew that, like, my thing is about history is we learn from it, and then we try not to repeat the mistakes of the past.
Right.
And then that's it. And then we figure out what works for us and what doesn't, and we keep it moving.
Yeah, but you know,
I won't lie to you. The one thing I won't do is I can't dwell on the past, right? Because I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're not careful, this type of thing, if you're not ready for it, it can radicalize you. It really, really can. And then, like, whilst I agree that certain times radicals have their place, and there's a particular time and place for radicals, but that's not when you need, like, clear thinking minds. That's not when you need a radical. Like, you need, like, once, like, warrior class, yeah, radical. But I'm saying, like, look, certain things have happened. You can never excuse them. You can't change it. Yeah, but I can't dwell on it. All we can do is recognize that we stand on the shoulders of giants. And if that doesn't inspire you, I don't know what can.
But hold on, wait. But what you see, like, there's little things, little sly things in there that people never picked up on, like, you know, the religious freedom that man offered. Like, man might have been one religion, but you get it. Like, to join my army, you're not gonna have to convert or nothing. You get it. You're just gonna have to be what you are. You get me? It's Hindus up in there, all sorts up in there. You know what I mean? And then when man's settling and doing his thing and building his kingdom, he's building mosques and all sorts of places, you know what I mean, for the religious people who have their religious views. So showing that religion in most sense is not what drives war. You get it? It doesn't drive war. Man don't go to war with religion. You understand? And then impose it on the new set of people. This is not what's being played out in any.
You know what? I think maybe back then that was correct. However, certain types of doctrine directly facilitate religious war. Actually, let me tell you why. If you got man saying my thing's the best, it's the last and final thing. Nothing else that comes after this. Everything that comes after this is fuck. Yeah. And then, so that means, well, hang on a second. The man over there is thinking, what? Who the fuck are you to tell me my thing is fuckery?
No, I think the problem comes when Europeans get into the fray.
To be honest, no one's really free from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No one's really on it until the Europeans. So when they start with the Crusades, you get it. That is a religious war. Do you get it? Like,
but it's a different religion, Mac, in the sense of, when you're talking about religion, you're talking about, like, religion as in books and teaching doctrines. When these men are dealing with religion in the Western world, they're dealing with money. Money is their religion. And if you think about it, Ultra, what facilitates more war? Finance. So that's the real reality, man. Let's get into it. They didn't have.
I won't lie to you. Obviously, a lot of the atrocities that have been enacted against us, humanity. To be honest, I'm trying to think of one that doesn't have economical origins. I'm trying to think of one, and I can't. I can't think of a conflict that doesn't have economic at its origins. However, remember, like, like, do you know what it is? Oh shit!
And
I
you
just
got to
missed my
remember
bus.
that the economics is like
I just missed
people.
my bus.
People is also a part of that economics. So the trade in human trafficking. Yeah, they
100%.
brought all this thing in, you know what I mean? Like in a certain way, you know what I mean? Like the way they did it, you're coming into something. Yeah. People are doing this around the world, they're trading, they're doing whatever from a long time. And then as soon as you lot come in, now it's a religious war. We have got to go and collect and take the places that we have all of a sudden started believing in. Yeah. We started believing in these religions and things. We've taken it on board now as Europeans. Now I'm fighting a crusade with the sword to get the holy relics.
Yeah, but Mac, when you say the holy relics, don't that mean that they was fighting for the relics? They ain't fighting for no religion. They're fighting for money, innit? Like when you
They're
look at these
fighting
big
for
crosses
right. But money
and
is
big gold,
relics. Money
come
is
on,
artifacts. Money
come on.
is locations. You know what I mean? Like churches and mosques and all of that. Man, want to take over all of that. Yeah. Because what the hell
Them
are
big
you man
paintings
doing?
and stuff. Come on, man. Them
What the
big
hell are
glass
you man
windows,
doing?
all of that.
What the hell are you man doing in Jerusalem? Stop it. Yeah. What's your Knights Templars and all of that doing from France? Them man there. Yeah. What are they doing in Jerusalem? It's not your land. But because now you believe in the Bible, you get me, in the Septuagint or whatever, do you get it? Man, on this thing now, yeah, now we need some things to confirm these religious relics, to confirm our authority, to confirm our.
And Max, sorry to cut you though, Elder. Remember, they equate knowledge to money, you know. So that's why they burnt all them books in Timbuktu and they mashed that everywhere they went. They killed all the people. All the people they couldn't take, they killed them, and they burned all the knowledge and tried to airbrush it and make them pretend it was them that
Now,
created it and started it. You know what I'm saying, fam?
Yeah, just like some of the oldest Arabic writing that's out there was found in Timbuktu. Do you get it? So we have to ask the question, like, bruv, who you teaching about Islam and all of that? Who you talking to? We have been doing this thing for centuries, fam. From when it founded and from when it began, we was on it. It's our thing, it's our people, it's our thing. So there's going to be elements, there's going to be other people taking it on. We hear about that. They go back to their yard and then come back. Boom, we're Ottomans. Cool. Yeah? Because you, man, rode with the Prophet. It's a simple story. Like, man made it complicated, fam. Yeah? They need to look into the history of the subject rather than, you know what I mean, the biblical or the Quranic, you know what I mean? That's not going to give you that information 100. We want to know where people went and what they did and all of that. And we can tell that because we've got different versions of different things, you know what I mean? So from the African point of view, like, yeah, as I said, Islam is part of our thing, bros. That's us. You're talking about us. Yeah, you're talking about us. Salam.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah,
I was going to say, yeah, I can't even stay long, yeah, because I'm literally going to visit my nan right now, yeah, so I'm going to jump off, but big up yourself.
Yeah,
like,
man.
I almost enjoyed that story as much as I enjoyed Harriet Tubman still, almost.
Almost. Yeah.
But big up yourself, Freddie. Big up Nanny, fam.
Man. Big up the East Coast, man.
Big up, man. Big up, fam.
That was the East Coast. Big up on that one. Now, who gets thrown under the bus? Jeez. Let's see what the Europeans was on. Jeez. Let's go. Boom. Timeline. World history. Documentaries. You get me if you like that. Like, comment, subscribe. We are only using this for educational purposes. Get it? To try and teach the masses about what you lot are putting out there. What's going on in the world. All right, cool. Let's go. Boom.
Is a hugely diverse religious society, but of all the faiths practiced here, only one is truly British: modern pagan witchcraft, otherwise known as Wicca.
What? Only one is truly British. What? Let's keep it moving. Sorry, my bad.
Wicca is one of the fastest growing religions in the world. Its followers call themselves witches, worship a goddess of nature, and believe in the power to cast spells.
Witches are among us. There's no doubt about it. A long-held presumption about us that we worship the devil. Oh no, we don't.
But the most extraordinary thing about Wicca is the story of how it was born. Because while it looks like an ancient folk religion, Wicca was actually developed in the 1940s by a middle-aged nudist from the New Forest called Gerald Gardner.
In one sense, he was highly devious. He wasn't a typical founder of a religion.
King of the witches. His hair goes this way, his beard goes that way.
He was witchcraft.
I'm Professor Ronald Hunt. As a historian of British paganism, I've been studying Wicca for over 20 years. In this film, I'm going in search of the truth about this secretive, magical faith. I want to find out how this extraordinary Englishman reinvented witchcraft, became Britain's first celebrity witch, and in the process created a new world religion.
Is it not a fact that these meetings are really very largely sexual orgies?
They're not. Not in the least.
You might not realize it, but in modern Britain you are never far from a witch. They don't wear pointy hats, and they don't ride on broomsticks, but they do cast spells, and they definitely believe in magic. And unless we're talking about Harry Potter, a lot of people find that problematic. To the public, Wicca is often seen as mysterious, secretive, maybe even dangerous. But is this fair? I've been studying Wicca for 2 decades, and I have yet to be turned into a frog. But if I'm really going to understand Wicca, I need to get beyond the textbooks and get under the skin of this religion. But first, I need to find them. And as Wiccans are notoriously secretive, even that's a challenge. I've been invited to attend a ritual of a Wiccan group, which is quite an honor. Unlike other faiths, when Wiccans go to worship, they don't go to a church or a temple. They go somewhere altogether different. Modern witches are often urban creatures, but as a reverence for nature lies at the heart.
Oh shit, just up the road, fuckery, mad thing.
Of their faith. They conduct their rituals in parks and woods right in the heart of the city. But despite this, you would never know they were there. As an outsider, attending this ritual is a rare privilege. To talk me through it is one of Britain's highest-ranking Wiccan priestesses, Christina Oakley Harrington. This is a gorgeous-looking place. Why have you chosen it? What are we going to do here?
Well, we're in Queenswood, which has been used by pagans for ceremonies for decades and decades. And what we're here to do is to have a Wiccan-based ceremony to remember what's sacred about us and about our connection and our connection with the land and the place that we live. And it's customary in Wicca that there aren't observers, there are only participants. So I'd like to invite you to join us if you'd be willing to.
I'd be honored. I'm a bit nervous.
No, man, I feel like I'm uncomfortable with this, man. Let's talk about it, man. Yeah. This one, nah. Come on. So first, it's like the British thing, innit? The oldest British religion. Makes no sense. But yeah, I don't know how that man could have invented it. You get it? Because it was around a long time before him. You get me? They had the witch hunts of the 18th and 17th and all of that century. So man needs to fall back. You get me? John Wycliffe, started Wicca. You get it? He was commissioned to write a form of Bible. Yeah, and his people he was executed, burnt at the stake, you know what I mean, for his nonsense, and wrote a Bible, or his version of the Bible, and somehow ended up in some form of wickery, and that's where the Wicca thing starts, in a sense, because they carry it over to the Americas, and you got the witch trials and all of that, and, you know what I mean. Jeez, mad thing. Protestants. But what we saying, man, Britons, you gotta take this L. Get me? Who's British out here? Get me? You got Jupiter out here talking about she's a witch. Yeah, and I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, man. I'm scared. Talk to me. Hey, big up Beefy, man. Get me? Big up Tony Brown. Big up Sniper True. You get me? Come on. J True Sniper, should I say? What's it called? You get me? Yeah, man. Britain's Got Talent, yes. Hey, I want to know how many Europeans do this. Yeah? How many Europeans do this thing? You're not saying to me. You still there, Nines? Yeah. Let me send out the link still. Boom. Yeah, boy. That was some pagan thing. Boy. That's what I'm saying. The levels are different, innit? You see, the levels are different. While man was doing paganism, man was doing religion and all of these other things and cultural practices and Kemet and all of that on the other side. You get it? Good, healthy stuffs. You get it? Now over this side, they're doing Wicca. You get it? On some other stuffs. You know what I mean? We got the Burning Man, the Wicca Man festival and all of that they have sometimes in America or whatever. You know what I mean? I think it's every year still. Mad thing. Yeah. Go and look that up. That is a mess. That is a mess. You know what I mean? And I wonder sometimes if they really got a meal. There was a film called Wicker Man. And they burnt a man up in there. You get it? That's their old custom, bro. That's their old pagan stuff. Start doing it to Moloch and all sorts of madness. You know what I mean? And then wanted to come and say they're Christian. Then want to come and say they're Muslim. Yeah, mad thing. Yeah. So remember that they are pagans. Yeah. Man, them can't be pagans, man. We ain't pagans, bro. Yeah. We don't deal with paganism. Get me? Leave the paganism for the pagans. What do you say? You want to see some more? Do you want to see some more of that? Or are we leaving it alone? Get me? We can move on swiftly, you know. This is our time. Get me? We kind of know what they do anyway, but I'm just saying. Yeah. The biggest religion out there, these man, is paganism, is Wicca, is Amaza, is Drop Me Out. You get it? They started the thing, so yeah. That's the FTK right there. That's the FTK right there. But yet all the other religious people around the world weren't really using religion as a weapon. Yeah, these men are going to use this thing as a weapon. Casting spells. Can you imagine? Somewhere around you, some guy just who's usually goes to the forest like these guys. Let's go on, let's catch. Let's see, man. A little bit more. I'm scared though, I'm scared. Stuff all out. Yeah, that's it.
When doing a Wiccan ritual, one feels in connection with something very, very old and connected to the earth. And those things that we find deeply moving and beautiful, the moon, the sunsets, those parts of nature that we don't understand that give us a sense of mystery and awe.
May this place be blessed and sanctified.
We make a Wiccan ceremony by casting a circle, and that's done with a wand. What it's like to cast a circle is to make a space that is completely within nature in order that we can leave.
Ah, that's where Oz got it from. Scene. You get me? Scene. Get me? Trying to put it on the man them. Yeah, man them doing the G circle, bruv. Yeah, that's it. That's Wicca. No, this is Wicca. Yeah, there was no one with a stick walking around the circle. There's no with a stick walking around the circle to do that. Yeah, whatever. You get it? This is on the realms of Harry Potter. You get me? It's like, who do you take serious? These people are going to be the people who write books for you, who write peer review information. These are the people. They're going to be your scientists, historians. They're going to be your everyday people, and we trust in them. You get it? Now, some people trust in their information and say, yeah, listen, by James William Fortes, yeah, said in his article, and you're like, yeah, but what's the mentality of my man? Is he a God-fearing man, or is he on a pagan thing? Is he on a Wicca? Talk to me. This is looking hella booky, man.
Leave aside those things that we have to deal with every day, but this is a place of rest. There's a part of the ceremony in which we consecrate one another. And in that moment, we're doing the balancing act, which is remembering the divinity that dwells within. So when we consecrate each other with the salt and the water.
No, man, that was a half circle, man. Yeah, crescent moon or something, man. Yeah, like, what? You see, this is why knowledge is power. When you see people and you know things, symbols and signs, go look out for these things, people. You get me? You get me? But then you're going to go into church and someone's going to put water on your head with a cross. How different from this is it? Because these are some of the same people. We were doing Wicca in the daytime and doing church services on the Sunday. Altar boy. He's a proper altar boy. He does Wiccan festivals and all sorts. Get me? Mad too.
So we're remembering, you're a human being in front of me, but you too are divine.
Blessed be.
When doing a Wiccan ritual, one feels in connection with something very, very old and very beautiful and very connected to the earth. And all the tension of all the duties and all the things that we have to carry, I just feel it just draining away.
Blessed be. Now, I thought that was a lovely ritual. There's clearly more going on here than just a bunch of people having a good time in a wood. There's something quite deep. But does it bring me any closer to understanding what Wicca actually is?
Nah, you lot's weed's not good, man. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know what weed you're smoking. Yeah, but it just look boring. Boring. Wiccan is dead. It's God. Soulless. You get me? From some soulless thing. Oh, yes, the Wiccan ritual is more. It's deep. Ain't deep, bruh. Ain't deep swinging around in the forest. What's deep about that? And kissing soggy, ugly women. Mad thing. You get me? Corona, man, no social distancing. This must have been before social distancing because this doesn't even make no sense.
Rituals like this, with their reverence for nature, feel like the continuation of a very ancient tradition. But in fact, nothing could be further from the truth, because Wicca doesn't have its origins in the mists of time, but in 1930s Dorset.
Disrespect. They're not even rating the team. Get me?
In 1938, a 52-year-old ex-colonial gent called Gerald Gardner retired with his wife to the south coast of England. This is Highcliffe, an archetypal conservative English community with its village church, Rotary Club, and Tory MP. But hidden just beneath the surface, 75 years ago, was something
jump some of this. I'm not watching all of this.
Gerald Gardner was apparently initiated into witchcraft.
I was blindfolded, clasped from behind, and told, I give you the password.
I don't know. How can you get initiated into something and then be the father of it? It doesn't even make sense. Doesn't make sense. How can you get initiated? Who's initiating you? What's going on? Are you initiating yourself? Self-initiation? Mad. Where'd you get the knowledge from? What books was you reading? Books. Bro, this thing's been around time. What is this European lying stuff? You see what I'm saying? They don't even tell the truth about themselves. Chuck, bomber clapped.
Gerald claims that he was stripped naked, brought into a room full of witches, all similarly nude, and then given the secrets of an ancient magical religion.
I was then pushed through a doorway and into the circle.
Oxymoron. Hello? The man who made witchcraft. Well, no, obviously not. Get me? He was initiated by naked witches. Naked. Am I dumb or what? Somebody just talk to me because I just don't understand what's going on. This is fuckeries. Hold on, let me see if there's anyone trying to jump on this right now. I feel like this is a monologue. A watch along. Yeah. It's false advertising, man. We have to complain to YouTube, bro. You're telling me a man started the thing, and yet he's getting initiated by witches already and given the secrets. Then the secret, but then the thing already exists in it. In it. Doesn't even make sense. Yeah. Boom. Back to the thing. Oh, Mills to come on, my brother. Bam.
Say no more, my brother.
Come on, Mills.
Oh,
Yeah, getting that early morning FTK, man. What's going on?
you know the ones there, like Sniper Sport, FTK in his dream, like
Yeah.
somebody was the FTK. Somebody was the FTK.
Yeah. Right now, Wicca is getting thrown under the bus. I don't know what these men are dealing with.
Bruv, you know what? I was just thinking, how is this even a documentary and the guy is just a walking, talking contradiction? What he's saying don't even make sense. You know the ones? The guy is the founder, and then he gets initiated into it. It's like, come on, man. They can't think we're that silly.
No, it's crazy. Yeah, he gets initiated into something, and he's the founder, he's the daddy. No,
By naked witches.
Yeah, naked witches, man. Sounding very sound like a Zulu dream. Naked vampire witches. Yeah. Mad.
Oh man.
Naked vampire witches. God damn.
And then the word Wicca was mentioned. Wicca. Witch.
Wicca.
They're witches. Witches still exist.
From that night.
Wait. What kind of mushrooms is my man on? That's the basis of your religion. You see what I'm saying? They want to scoff at man. You've got religion, yeah, but your shit is more farcical. You trying to make bait profits and that. Yeah.
Initiations and shit.
Yeah. Naked ones. Yeah.
Naked ones.
Yeah. Well, we had religion around the world and that and thing and other customs to make us rigid and you get it. Know what's going on. They were doing this. They were doing this. Running around doing special stuff, naked thing. And then what? What are you gonna do after the nakedness? Hey?
It's the initiation process. Remember, they say don't talk about your initiation process.
In it. Yeah.
Life. He appeared in the papers and on TV. He wrote books. And, crucially, he initiated others into Wicca so it would not die with him. The question is, what kind of man in 1930s England decides to become a witch? For clues about Gerald's journey to becoming Britain's most famous witch, we need to delve into his earlier life.
Gerald Gardner came from a family that had made a fortune in the timber trade. He grew up in Lancashire, but at the age of 6, he was packed off abroad with his nanny because of ill health, and he never went to school.
Gerald Gardner was essentially an unwanted child, I think, really, because he was asthmatic and bronchitic and he was sent out to the Far East for his health. But the family never really reclaimed him.
Gerald was more or less sort of...
No, we don't care about Gerald, man. All this wicked stuff. We get to the hardcore, man.
Your mother. The thing that I was going to ask you, you see Wicca, obviously, this guy's saying that he's the most famous witch. But I swear the most famous alchemist was the Queen Elizabeth's thing.
What?
Give me 2
Alistair Crowley and him, man. Yeah?
That's the one.
Mighty. Alistair Crowley, yeah. Alistair Crowley's a bad one. Nah. He's got to something else. Because I'm not really pleased with this, man. This wicked thing.
They created the largest empire.
Jeez. Let's talk about the Assyrians. You get it? Yeah. You know the borders. Yeah. Northeast Africa. You call it Arabia. They call it Asia Minor.
The world had ever seen. The first professional standing army in history. And were the first true masters of siege warfare, grinding the walls of their enemies.
Jeez, look at the dates. BC, before Christ. Come on.
Is into dust, and displacing large populations at a whim. The fury of Assyria was the terror of their age. The city-state of Ashur, named for the warlike god of the same name, was founded nearly 2,000 years before the height of the Assyrian Empire. Originally a Sumerian settlement, the city then became dominated by the Akkadian Empire of Sargon of Akkad, whom the later Assyrians viewed as their direct ancestors. During the following Neo-Sumerian Empire, the Assyrians sporadically fell under their influence, although typically they managed to maintain independence. In the beginning of the period known as the Assyrian Old Empire, a stable line of independent kings allowed for Assyrian merchants to develop lucrative trade routes, particularly with Anatolia, where they built permanent colonies that operated for hundreds of years. In Ashur, as well as with other nearby city-states such as Nineveh, this newfound prosperity led to large-scale public building projects and relevance on the international stage, with the other major powers of the day, Mari, Yamhad, Babylon, and the other city-states of southern Mesopotamia. One by one, the ruling dynasties of these states were replaced by Amorite warlords who had migrated from near the plains and hill country of southeastern Syria. Originally described by the Sumerians as a vile people who ate raw meat and did not bury their dead, the Amorites would one day be regarded as the most culturally sophisticated people of Mesopotamia, especially at Babylon. Shamshi-Adad is believed to have been one of these warlords. His ancestors were later described as the kings who lived in tents. His father and then he had ruled over the city of Ekalatum on the Assyrian plain. He fled to Babylon when the king of Eshnunna conquered much of the Assyrian plain. When that king died, 7 years later, Shamshi-Adad returned and reconquered Ekalatum and Ashur from Eshnunna. It was during the reign of Shamshi-Adad that a coherent political unity was established between the Assyrian city-states, and a strong national identity rare for the time began to evolve between them. Shamshi-Adad conquered vast territories, going from fugitive to great king of an empire. Not a humble man, he granted himself the title, King of the Universe. Shamshi-Adad's kingdom of Upper Mesopotamia would not last long after his death, being eclipsed by the empire of Hammurabi of Babylon in the pages of history. However, his political unification of Assyria, as well as their memory of being the heartland of a vast empire, would have a profound impact for many centuries to come. Babylon's power declined after Hammurabi's death, although it remained the greatest power in Mesopotamia, as two new people groups, the Hurrians and the Kassites, migrated into the region. This largely peaceful time period went up in flames, as the Hittites, a people from central Anatolia, destroyed the kingdom of Yamhad, and sacked Babylon ending the Amorite dynasty of Hammurabi's descendants, in a campaign so rapid that no effective resistance was organized. This massive power vacuum that the Hittites left behind was filled by the Kassites, who rebuilt Babylon, and the Hurrians, who united their squabbling kingdoms together to form the Empire of Mitanni, which came to dominate Upper Mesopotamia and rule over Assyria for 200 years. The Mitanni were a warlike people, whom the Assyrians learned much from, in the art of warfare and the administration of a large empire. They succumbed to internal infighting, allowing Assyria to gain independence without a fight. Pro-Assyrian and Hittite puppet kingdoms formed. During the reign of Adad-nirari, the Mitanni puppet kingdom was annexed, while achieving major military victories against foes in nearly every direction, solidifying Assyria as one of the great states. Calling himself a great king, equal to the Pharaoh of Egypt, the ruler of Babylon, and the Hittite Empire, the older great powers did not acknowledge the upstart, viewing him as a rebellious vassal state that had achieved some temporary success. During the reign of his son Shalmaneser, everyone would acknowledge Assyria's ascendancy. After defeating a coalition of Mitanni rebels, Hittites, and nomadic desert kings, he blinded 14,400 captured prisoners of war in one eye, resettling them far from their homelands and
excuse me, everyone. Can you see the map? Can you see the map? Yeah. What does Egypt control? Ooh.
unfamiliar territory, making them less likely to
move away. Yeah. And in the old days, original, it would have been all of this. You get all of it. Yeah. And in the future, it's going to be all of this at a particular time. Yeah. Someone's going to come through and just take everything. Yeah. Let's get it right.
To rebel, which later became a standard Assyrian practice for dealing with rebellious populations, often utilizing this to move skilled labor where it was needed most. Shalmaneser's son, Tukulti-Ninurta, expanded the empire to its greatest extent yet, capturing Babylon and taking the ancient title King of Sumer and Akkad, the first native Mesopotamian to do so in many centuries. Seeking to ensure Babylon's secondary status, he demolished the walls of the city and relocated the statue of their chief god Marduk back to Assyria. Tukulti-Ninurta was as gifted a military strategist as he was ruthless. After campaigning down the Arabian coast, as far as modern-day Bahrain, he defeated the Elamites, who he believed planned to take Babylon. He then engaged in a brutal act of sacrilege after a failed Babylonian revolt, massacring much of the city's population while looting and defiling the city's temples. While Mesopotamia was in shock, Tukulti-Ninurta spent his time writing an epic poem about himself, as well as building a new capital city, also named after himself. His sons, with the backing of the Assyrian priesthood, besieged their father at his new capital city, where the unpopular king was murdered. Babylon regained its independence, while Assyria focused on consolidating its borders, as the old Bronze Age empires to the west contracted or fell while being subjected to waves of invading marauders, known as the Sea People. Babylon was conquered by the Elamites, followed by weak local dynasties, becoming a third-rate power. Only Egypt and Assyria would survive the Bronze Age collapse. Great cities lay abandoned, and international diplomacy and trade all but disappeared. Over the next 100 years, while most of the Near East was in a dark age, Assyria was the only major power able to capitalize on the collapsing world. Babylon regrouped under a native southern Mesopotamian dynasty, once again becoming a rival for Assyria. As Egypt devolved into squabbling city-states, several ruled by foreign warlords, Assyria further developed its warrior culture, making military service compulsory for all adult citizen males, and began introducing iron weapons into the rank and file during the late Middle Assyrian period. Assyria's fine-tuned war machine was not its only accomplishment during this time. The Assyrian king, Ashur-bel-kala, built the world's first known public botanical gardens and zoo, where he collected and bred many rare animals, including primates and crocodiles, many sent by the Egyptians, seeking to curry favor with Assyria. For the remainder of the Middle Period, Assyria was typically governed by competent but not exceptional kings, who were content to rule over the heavily militarized Assyrian heartland, while raiding their immediate neighbors to keep them weak. Egypt reunified, and two new peoples migrated into Mesopotamia. The Chaldeans took Babylon in the south, while pastoral Aramean-speaking tribes dominated the north. As they became dominant there, Assyrian refugees poured into the heartland, as many had been enslaved and had their land seized by the newcomers. In response, the Assyrian king Ashur-dan II embarked on the first campaigns of conquest in over 100 years, taking and resettling land with Assyrians while deporting Arameans. Ashur-dan spent the spoils of his conquests on infrastructure, building well-built roads allowing armies to move much quicker to the front, and aqueducts to increase farmable.
See. The problem here is, a lot of these names are biblical. You start looking through the Bible, you start seeing Elam. You know what I'm saying? You start finding Arameans. You get it? You find Assyrians. You get me? You're finding these things. This is all biblical. Like, you get it? This is where the biblical names are coming from certain events that happen time before time. Do you get it? But these were actually real life events. Later on, they're going to end up in your books. Mad thing, especially the Bible.
The land and population. After a brief civil war, Adad-nirari II took the throne. Following his father's lead, Adad-nirari II continued conquering and building aqueducts and roads. And perhaps more importantly, he began the practice of building massive fortified administrative centers and supply depots where large amounts of grain and weapons were stored near the frontier in every province. Adad-nirari II's yearly campaigns set the standard that all self-respecting Assyrian kings followed, maintaining it as their sacred duty to wage yearly war. His grandson, Ashurnasirpal II, greatly expanded the empire and built a new magnificent capital city named Kalhu, also called Nimrud. A significant development during his reign would be the unification of the Neri people into the kingdom of Urartu, which would be a longtime rival of Assyria. During the long reign of his son Shalmaneser III, Babylon was captured, as well as much of the Urartu heartland around Lake Van. Following Shalmaneser's death, his son defeated his brother in a 4-year-long civil war, as the empire contracted. He was succeeded by his wife, the only female regent in Assyrian history. Sa'am-Muramat reigned for 5 years until her son came of age. He conquered the Medes, a newly arrived people in the east. After his reign, nearly 40 years of internal stagnation and instability ensued, until the reign of Tiglath-Pileser III. Perhaps the greatest king in Assyria's history, he not only constantly campaigned effectively, he instituted numerous reforms. Instead of a few large provinces administered by powerful nobles, Tiglath-Pileser divided the empire up into over 80 small provinces, typically governed by a eunuch, with no descendants, solely loyal to him. He also realized that despite Assyria's large population, they lacked the manpower to match the monarch's imperial ambitions. To solve this, he created the first professional national standing army in history, allowing anyone within the empire's borders to join. Now, anyone could become Assyrian, as long as they were willing to adopt the culture, worship the god Ashur, and wage perpetual war. The ranks of the army swelled with the adventurous and ambitious in a new type of army that could wage war year-round. For the first time in history, siege engines and cavalry became an integral part of the army. Tiglath-Pileser III was followed by a century filled with exceptional kings, such as Sargon II, Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Ashurbanipal, who expanded the empire to its greatest extent, making it the largest empire in history at that time. Assyria's deserved reputation for brutality, extreme even by the standards of the time, made it many enemies, especially within its own borders. First, Egypt successfully rebelled, and then an allied army of Babylonians and Medes struck the Assyrian heartland without warning. Nineveh, the greatest city in the world at that time, went up in flames. And over the next 3 years, an empire seemingly at the height of its power succumbed to the vengeance of its subjects. And even though the empire was thoroughly destroyed, the Assyrians have survived to the present day as a distinct people. If you enjoyed this video, you will probably also like my other videos on the ancient Near East. Also leave a like and a comment, as that really helps me out. This has been Epimetheus. Thank you for making it to the end of the video.
Numbering around.
That was a lot. That was a lot, man.
That's mad. Because I thought they said Assyrians were originate from modern day Iraq.
Yeah. Boy. What I'm saying is them.
It's modern day. Is it modern day Iran? I may be wrong.
Yeah,
Because
Iran.
it looks like it's Iran.
When man's name's Badger Paul, you know that man came from India and that. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You know what I mean? Like we understand the region. You get me? That people have been coming in and out there for centuries. You get it? But yeah, how did most of these men end up in your books? You get it? They know when they was looking at some of the words they could see easily. You get me? They're talking about they worship Marduk. Marduk is one of the guys, the Sumerians. You get it? The Anunnaki and that. You know what I mean? So they're still doing the same thing. They're practicing the same practices. And then Asher and all of this. You know what I mean? Asher, Ashtaroth. You get me? Zoroaster. Come on, man. Like, don't play with us, man. This is what these men are dealing with. It's a mix and blend kind of thing. That's what's going on in that region, I'm telling you. And this is where you get a lot of the biblical and the different Quranic and every type of book. It's coming from that region. All that information. And you know it. Let me find something else. Yeah, that was all right.
Obviously, you said they weren't just in one region. They were moving around, coming up and down. So this is another thing. It's like even of today, you know, you got people traveling the world. So I don't see. All right, if we take away aeroplanes and we take away motor vehicles and we take away boats, well, motorboats anyway, people would still get around. I don't believe there was a time that people weren't moving about.
Exactly.
I think that has become a thing of this new age thing of trying to specifically tie someone down to a demographic. You understand? Tie someone down to a flag, tie someone down to a president, tie someone down to a party. Do you know what I mean? I can keep going. Do you know what I mean? Try and put you in a small box when back in the day it was just everything was just you were just free to do whatever the fuck you wanted.
Yeah, I got one for them to rook guys. You know what I mean? Because everybody wants to be everybody wants to be Native American and American Indian and that. Let's go.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom. Oh, come on.
Or should I say Unjani?
Unjani. You get me? Come on. Whatever is your choice, you get it. We respect that. You know what I mean? How going, Zili? Chilling.
What's up, brother? Just chilling, man. I was a bit bored, man. Can't go to church, can't do nothing, so I'm just sitting in my room, just had a bit of a gospel session in the morning, but now I'm just bored. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Sorry, Snapple. Go. I was gonna say to Zulu, how do you feel about that? Because I was talking to some of my Akis and I was like, how do you feel about the fact that you're not actually allowed to go to your place of worship to actually worship the Creator?
Nah, honestly, Mels, it feels like a part of my life has just been taken away. Because for me, it's an every week thing. Like, there's not one week I've missed church, and it's not like I was forced to go. Like, I wanted to go. You know what I mean? Especially
of course.
So it's like it genuinely felt like a vacuum. Like even now, sometimes I'm not
to call it a vacuum. I'll call it like a community feel. You know, going together, everyone on the same page, wanting the same thing, helping each other. I mean, how can that ever be a bad thing, bro? Do you know what I mean?
And the energies that are built up in the community spiritually, it's powerful. So to miss that, you know, sometimes they'll be doing Zoom services, and it's just not the same, man. It's just not the same. But this is the devil's plan. This
is exactly what they were saying. They were saying like, look, although we know we can still pray at home, and there's no difference from there, but at the same time, he goes, I miss my brothers. You know, we used to help out. There used to be certain people in the community that you'd go and check. Do you know what I mean? Make sure that they're doing all right. Some people that were struggling, some people that weren't struggling. Do you know what I mean? Some people that needed help.
And I feel sorry for the elderly as well, because a lot of the elderly, alone. Most of their community is church community, so they're alone without church.
Exactly, and the technology sense ain't as good, so it's not like they can just go on their phones and you know what I mean, start FaceTiming and things like this.
Yeah,
some of them ain't about that life. You know what I mean? We have
but
to remember.
I worry that if we go into a lockdown for too long, they may start tearing down some buildings, some churches to build hospitals or to build other things. You know what I'm trying to say? Because if no one's in the buildings, they might start making the argument that it's a waste of money.
Yeah. We need to use these. Yeah, we need to. Same. They done it with the hotels. You understand?
Yeah.
But it's mad. It's mad. It's funny that, isn't it? They've done it with the hotels. So the hotels get the money basically.
Exactly.
You ready?
Yo, bless up, family. Sorry about that, man. Bloody phone, but bless up. Pick up yourselves.
Bless up. This one. You like this one, Anifa. This is for Cocoon. You get me?
All right. I can come right time, boy. All right, I'm in.
Yeah. All those thinking the funk, thinking certain things and certain things. Let's go. Black Slave, Red Masters. Shall we go?
Jeez.
Come on.
The following is a new 7 Black History special, Black Slaves, Red Masters. Hello, everyone. I'm Sam Ford. Earlier this month in our 7 Inside Reports, I took a personal journey to look at a largely unknown chapter of Black history when my ancestors and thousands of other Blacks were slaves, not of the whites, but of the Indians. Well, a lot of people responded who missed some of the segments and who wanted to know more about the subject. So today you'll see it all and more, and get your pencils. At the end, we'll have not a test, but an address and phone number where you can get more information.
Many Native Americans had black slaves.
Every summer at Tahlequah, Oklahoma, the Cherokee Indians sponsor their Trail of Tears pageant, the story of how the U.S. government robbed the so-called 5 civilized tribes of their homelands in the South and moved them by force to Oklahoma. They don't tell about the thousands of Blacks the tribes brought with them, their slaves.
My mammy and pappy belonged to a part Cherokee named W.P. Thompson when I was born.
The woman reading is my sister, Elaine Ford Staten, but the words are those of our great-grandmother, Phyllis Thompson Pettit, whose Georgia-born parents were brought by the Cherokees over the trail. Johnson Thompson was Phyllis's brother.
Before that, Pappy had been owned by 3 different masters. One was the rich Joe Van, who lived down at Weber's Fall, and another was Chief Lowry of the Cherokees.
My cousin, Maurice Shepard, reading the words of his great-grandfather. The interviews were conducted 52 years ago here at Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, when both my great-grandmother, Phyllis Pettit, and her brother, Johnson Thompson, were in their 80s, part of a federal writers project. Now, both of them are buried in this cemetery. But after I read their words, I was set on a mission to find out how my family became slaves of the Indians. I learned that beginning with the administration of George Washington, it was the policy of the U.S. government to civilize the Indians by teaching them modern farming techniques.
To adopt agricultural practices that patterned after the whites. And one of those...
Hold on.
Civilized, you know.
Right, and teaching man modern farming. So we can take the cassava out of this. You get it? Like you didn't know about cassava. You didn't know about none of that rubbish. Right. Can we get that right? Yeah. Them man, they taught you modern farming techniques. Yeah, you lot was hunting rabbits and that.
These guys were hunting buffaloes and shit. They never even ate vegetables.
Like 50-man squad up. Get me? We're gonna get this buffalo. It's gonna feed us for a month.
In the South was slave trade.
I don't ever talk about it very much because I think it's a very shameful part of Cherokee history, and so
doesn't even look Cherokee. She looks white. What the hell?
Self in that whole issue.
Hold on, what was her name?
Chief may be
No.
This woman's not Cherokee, Maki. She's white, fam.
History and stuff.
Wilma.
Wilma what?
Man killer. What?
Are they playing with our emotions or something? What's going on?
Wilma man killer.
What tribe is that? The white tribe. This is the white tribe.
Yeah, that's the white tribe, man. She don't look no Indian, bro. Nah, man.
Game over, yeah, like you could have even had Goldberg or something.
She doesn't even look mixed.
Yeah, man killer.
Mad.
Well, Chief, you see, this is what I'm trying to say. These fake tribes, $5 Indian stuffs. You know what I mean? Man, I say, yeah, I'm sorry.
I got 5% Native American, 5% Cherokee.
5%, definitely. No more than 5. This what? Man killer. Let's see what man killer's gonna say.
Cherokee history, and so I've purposely avoided involving myself in that whole issue.
While the current chief may be ashamed, at the Cherokee Museum today are slave bills of sale, including one for 3 slaves bought in 1841 by then Principal Chief John Ross. The chief and his brother Lewis were among the biggest slaveholders in the tribe. Indeed,
Hold on. Is it me, Zulu? Yeah? Or did they just say these men were tribal leaders?
Wow.
Do you see what's going on?
You mean these Caucasians?
Right. These are native.
Many of my mother, Kathleen's ancestors, the Ross.
Nah. What's going on? What's going on?
What is that?
Yeah. People are buying people. So between these two men, they bought his ancestors. Yeah. But these men ain't Native American. No.
You know what this reminds me of, Max? It reminds me of Kaiser. The Afghanas, you get me? The identity theft thing.
What's going on? This is what with the $5 Indian and the subscription where people signed up and all these new tribes came out. But most of them was Europeans because Europeans had been there for a while. So they were like, yeah, I'm Cherokee, I'm Choctaw, I'm this one, I'm that one. Bruh. What about the native? The black ones, the African ones. What about them?
It's the same way how we think those people in the Middle East are the real. They steal people's identities from. That's what they do. They steal people's identities.
I'm an Arab. I'm an Assyrian. Get out of here, man.
I'm an Egyptian.
Yeah. Get out of here, man. Stop it. Look what you're doing in the Americas, man. Wrong.
Were owned by the chief's family.
They were Southerners. They adopted Southern institutions, Southern dress, Southern black slavery.
But one characteristic they did not like was Southern greed for their land. By 1830, through wars and treaties, the 5 tribes had lost most of it. They were all ordered to move west to Oklahoma. 4 of the tribes left, but the Cherokees took their case to the U.S. Supreme Court and won. At least they won the lawsuit. Then the man on the $20 bill stepped in.
And President Jackson essentially told the Supreme Court, you made your ruling in favor of the Cherokees. Now, try to enforce it.
As president, Andrew Jackson controlled the army. So 14,000 Cherokees and 1,600 slaves were herded to Oklahoma. Some groups in winter, with about a quarter of the
see that man on the horse
dying along the way.
You got plenty of Indians right today don't like Andrew Jackson in this area.
84-year-old Luther Scales, who describes himself as 1/4 black and 3/4 Indian, is president of the Coweta, Oklahoma Historical Society. He remembers stories his Creek Indian grandfather told him about the removal, which was devastating for the Creeks as well.
He said the roughest part of it was crossing the Mississippi River in a boat.
How so?
Well, man, the Mississippi River, do you know down there in Arkansas and in Mississippi, when you're talking about a mile or so across the river. And then in a boat, as soon as that water running, well, you got problems.
Once in Oklahoma, the slaves were put to work, raising cotton, building the new nations. The Merle home, which still stands outside Tahlequah, Oklahoma, was built by the Cherokees' black slaves. And should you think the Indians were much kinder masters than the whites, listen to Granny Phyllis's words in the interview about my great-grandfather.
My husband was George Pettit. He told me his mammy was sold away from him when he was a little boy. He looked down a long lane after her just as long as he could see her and cried after her. He went down to the big road and sat down by his mammy's barefoot tracks in the sand and sat there until it got dark, and then he'd come on back to the quarters.
Oklahomans reenacting the Civil War Battle of Honey Springs. When it actually occurred, this was the Creek Nation in Indian Territory, slave territory, in which all of the 5 civilized tribes had signed treaties supporting the South. And the battle actually looked much like something out of the movie Glory, except it wasn't the 54th Massachusetts, but the 1st Kansas Colored Regiment that saved the day. Because of fear of attacks from nearby Kansas, many Indian slave owners fled south.
I can just remember when Master John Harness took us to Texas. We went in a covered wagon with oxen and camped out all along the way.
My sister, Elaine Ford Staton, reading the words of our great-grandmother, Phyllis Pettit, a girl at the time of the war. In ex-slave interviews conducted by federal workers during the Depression, she told how her brother, Johnson Thompson, and her parents were sold from one Cherokee master to another and taken to Texas.
And Pappy done the driving of the oxen. I was set in a wagon and listened to him pop his whip and holler.
On the square of the old Cherokee capital in Tahlequah, Oklahoma, stands a monument to Cherokee Confederate war dead. But the war here was confusing. While Cherokee Chief John Ross was arrested by the Union Army and shipped to D.C., his mansion was burned to the ground by Cherokee Confederate General Stan Wadey, who just didn't like the chief. And while Creek Chief Samuel Chakotay fought for the South, Apataleahola, another Creek chief, fought for the Unions, his slaves at his side. In any event, when the war was over, the tribes who'd all signed Confederate treaties were in trouble.
The United States government informed the 5 civilized tribes that all previous treaties are null and void. And the first thing to be accomplished is to sign a peace treaty.
The new treaties meant the Indians lost more land. And since this wasn't legally considered the United States, Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation had not covered Indian slaves. So the treaty said they had to be free.
One of the things the federal government required in those treaties was that these tribes adopt the blacks as equal members of the tribe, their former slaves.
One day, old Master stayed after he ate breakfast, and when us Negroes come in to eat, he said, "After today, I ain't your master anymore. You all as free as I am. We just stand and look and don't know what to say about it."
The words of her brother, Johnson Thompson, read by his great-grandson, Maurice Shepard.
Pappy wanted to go back to his mother when the war was over and the slaves were freed. He made a deal with Dave Mounts, a white man who was moving into the Indian country, to drive for him.
Granny Phyllis described a harrowing trip in which they had to fight off wolves with fire from their camp, a wagon journey over land and water that lasted 5 weeks.
When we would come to a river, we would cross boats, but me and brother rode on a bed in the back of the wagon, and when we were crossing a river, father would make us lie down and wouldn't let us look out. He was afraid we would fall out in the river.
Finally, they arrived back to Fort Gibson in northeastern Oklahoma, where their father's mother was working as a cook for the U.S. soldiers.
My grandma, Phyllis Harness, was the mother of the Colored Baptist Church on 4 Mile Branch east of Fort Gibson. She organized the church and was head of it as long as she lived.
Since the Cherokee tribe owned all the land, as new Cherokee citizens, the family merely picked a spot. After Granny Phyllis Pettit married, her first child was my grandmother, Lutetia, whose 3rd child was my dad, Samuel. Pettits and Fords still own this land today. Our Black History special will continue in just a moment with more about black slaves, red masters.
Jeez.
Yeah, they're definitely red.
Yeah, red masters. Like, what? What's going on? You get me? Because I'm just finding these chiefs, these European chiefs, boy. You know what I mean?
These Esau chiefs, man. These reddy chiefs, man.
There's a hit and switch going on. I don't know what's going on, man. You need to sort it out.
Esau is enslaving Jacob.
Yeah, man. I got a part 2 to this. I swear the next part 2 is next. And then
The slaves were called freed men, and the freedmen of the Indians had reason to dance. No, they weren't rich, but since they were now citizens of the tribe, and the tribe owned all the land, there was no need to sharecrop. Just stake a claim, build a cabin, start a farm. And there was the black vote. Witness this Seminole election in which they counted one candidate's supporters on the left side of the street, the other candidates on the right. To gain control of the Cherokee capital in Tahlequah, chiefs like Lewis Downing campaigned heavily for the black vote, as did Chief Spaichi for control of the Creek capital in Okmulgee.
The Creeks appointed and elected blacks as judges, attorneys. They were private secretaries. They were members of the council. And of course, the 3 black towns in the Creek Nation had representatives in both the House of Kings and House of Warriors.
Silas Jefferson was even elected one of the Creek chiefs and was among the delegation any time that the Creeks had business in Washington. Since there was none of the lynchings or terror of the white South, Indian Territory became a mecca for blacks, even though many never gained citizenship. At least 25 black towns sprang up, some still around, like Taft, Redbird, and Tallahassee, where on a warm day they still bring out the kitchen table for a game of dominoes.
Somebody. What? How you get down? I'm out of here, man. You did.
There were black lawmen among the Creek Nation Light Horse Police, deputy U.S. Marshals like Bass Reeves, who killed 14 outlaws without ever being wounded. And there were outlaws, killers like Cherokee Bill, part black, part Cherokee, or the Buck Rufus gang of Creeks and Creek freedmen. And there were the rowdies.
If they got enough whiskey in them while they shoot town up.
You ever have to run from a shoot up?
I have crawled on bed.
My great-great-uncle Willis was among those rowdies. You may recall my great-grandmother Phyllis Pettit's story of how her husband's mother was sold by his Cherokee master.
He looked down a long lane after her just as long as he could see her and cried after her.
While George Pettit turned out okay, his brother Willis spent 1877 in the National Prison for shooting up the capital of Tahlequah. 5 years later, it was more serious. In March 1882, the Cherokee Advocate reported in both English and Cherokee murder trial in Tahlequah, the capital, the Cherokee Nation versus Willis Pettit. The transcript still exists today. It seems 2 weeks earlier, Willis was having an argument with his wife Julia when his mother-in-law, Margaret Bird, said something, so he shot her. It all happened in the home of a sick woman that the 2 women were visiting. Among the numerous witnesses was one Henry Bowe, who testified that the day of the murder, Willis had tried to sell him his house and his hogs for $65. He said his wife had quit him. I said to him, that won't make sense. Sell you. She'll come back again. He said to me, that's played out. And he cursed and said, I'm going to kill Margaret. While Willis did not take a stand, he had a witness, Maria Shepherd, support his defense that Margaret was trying to kill him. As I passed her along the road, testified Maria, she said she would have Willis put away in less time than 2 weeks. But the Cherokee transcripts say the prosecutor asked Maria, what relation are you to Pettit? Not any. Is Willis not in the habit of coming to your house often? He comes there sometimes. How come Margaret to tell you about this? She did not like Willis and did not like me. Why is it that Margaret Bird did not like Willis and you? I do not want to tell about that. I am not going to tell it. The Cherokee Advocate reported, the jury returned a verdict of murder, and Willis, that is his name, was sentenced to be hung until he was dead on the 5th of May next. At a hanging in those days, the public came to watch, and the condemned man was among those expected to make a speech to warn some young person against making the same mistake. The newspaper reported Willis went to the gallows laughing. Asked for his last words, he said he'd made a mistake. He meant to shoot his wife, Julia.
What?
The Oklahoma land rush was the beginning of the end for the 5 Indian republics. 1889, Congress had given to anybody fast enough to grab it much of the land confiscated from the tribes who'd supported the South in the Civil War. 9 years later, Congress made the Indian government irrelevant by taking title to the land they still held and sending in the Dawes Commission to split it up and allot it as private farms to the individual Indians and freedmen who were members of the tribes. At mass gatherings like this, they were interviewed to determine whether they were legitimate tribal members or squatters. In the Cherokee Nation, folks like my grandmother, Letitia Ford, had no trouble proving their legitimacy and received deeds to their land. She received 60 acres. My grandpa, John Ford, was a non-citizen, but had access to land through Letitia and their children. The Fords, John's parents, Harry and Zerilda, had migrated from Kentucky in the 1870s, but Zerilda had died, and Harry had remarried a Creek freedman woman, gaining access to land as well. But some of the blacks had no connections, had not married citizens, but had established farms on tribal lands. Now, somebody was about to receive an allotment that included their farms. In the Tallahassee community in the Creek Nation, many of them turned for help to great-grandpa Harry Ford, a Baptist minister, and, says his 85-year-old surviving son Andrew, a prominent farmer.
My dad had a big barn, load full of hay, corn. He once had sharecroppers.
But he didn't have gas lights, and that proved tragic when he came to Washington, D.C. that day, seeking someone in authority to help his neighbors keep their land. The October 19, 1906 Evening Star reported the story. It said he took a cab to a hotel called the Philadelphia House at 348 Pennsylvania Avenue, which is where the National Gallery of Art now is. It said he asked questions around the hotel. Quote, the visitor said he wanted to meet some Baptist ministers in this city as he thought they might assist him to transact some important business in which he was interested. Then he went to bed in a room which had a gas light. My Uncle John Ford picks up the story.
Instead of him turning it out, he blew it out, and he became asphyxiated. Then the rumors are that he was really on to something, you know, that was going to benefit blacks, and maybe it was foul play.
Somebody killed him.
Yes, now that was a rumor.
The D.C. death certificate said Harry Ford, age 70s. Cause of death, asphyxia.
He had $1,000 more when he left home. When he got it back, he didn't have a dime on him nowhere. Naturally wouldn't have. In the cheapest casket they could buy, and shipped him back to Oklahoma.
As for the blacks Harry was trying to help, they lost out. But all of his and his second wife's descendants received 160 acres of Creek land. They became targets for rip-offs by land speculators. And when oil was discovered on Harry's grandson Dan's land, he was essentially kidnapped.
Dan, they run him way out towards California trying to make him sell his place and all that. They called him land grafters.
Dan was no fool. He refused. Andrew said when oil was discovered on his allotment, he had no problem with land grafters, but later both he and Dan lost their work.
That Dan took her. The banks went busted and cleaned our ass out.
The end of Indian Territory meant the end of an era of 40 years of tribal citizenship for blacks, the end of centuries of self-rule for the proud tribes, the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Cherokees, Creeks, and Seminoles. The descendants of those black slaves and red masters after this.
Yeah, big up. Everybody in the house, man. That was a deep one, man. Those are for those Turukites, mate.
That was interesting for real, man. God damn.
You remember when I was, I'm Native American. You. The man who were saying they're Native American and they're Cherokee and all of this and Caribs and all sorts of some different type of man, bro. Yeah? He's taking us Africans and just enslaving us and doing all sorts and you get it? Come on, man. Big up Silverback. Big up Mr. Lee. Big up Sosa. Come on. Told you, man. They're going to get that work, man. I'll talk about history and all of them type of things there. Like, come on, stop it. Information's out there, man. You get it? Come on, Dash Lion. That's what I'm trying to say. Are you ready? Are you about this life? Boom. So jump on, man. Yeah. man, is always licking us with slavery, man. Okay, like we dumb. We know what's been happening, bro. Hit and switch, man. Been selling us all sorts of stories. Did see. Alright, let me go look at my archive and see what I got here. Make sure my camera.
Yeah, them videos are a bit sobering still. Matt can't even lie, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh dear. I don't know, man. But my theory, Snips, is that we're still too nice, brethren, and I see it, man. You know what I mean? We're still too nice, man.
Yeah,
You know
of course.
If you think about it, you know, really and truly, no one got a headshot, really and truly, now. If you really check the levels and even today. Anyway, let me know. We nice people, man. We're too fucking nice. That's why I know so we are God's people, you know. Don't talk.
We're the children of Israel, man. It's a fact. Simple.
But it seems like long parts of history, as you know, Israel was Kemet.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it was highlighted in green for long periods of this history before any Assyrians. Yeah, that was part of Kemet, man.
Yeah, they were Canaanites. Egyptians ruled Canaan, but not Israel.
They said Israelite tribes.
Israel came from the east. It didn't come from Africa.
No, I'm not saying it was governed. The area was
Oh,
governed.
yeah, of course. Yeah.
People came from various places, as you know. Yeah.
No, they had peace treaties and they had good relationships.
Yeah. But we looked at some of the ones close by, and they didn't get to infect the thing until later times. But we get it in the biblical about the Syrian kings coming in and ruling over.
But the way they depicted the Syrians, though, is nothing, though, because you know the Syrians are black.
I know.
They were over there looking like some
I'm not even buying it. Yeah, I'm not even buying it. Some Middle Eastern man. But yeah, all right, cool. You know what I mean? But the one that was thing for me was India. Like, it seems like for a long time, there's lots of other people been in there. Yeah, been in that one. Let's see. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm here still, Snips, yeah? But
Yes.
I'm on the phone and that. Busy. But I'm here.
Trying to find some of my old works. Play that. Yeah. Wow. Oh, my amazing. These days, the speaker's cool. Chase. And days that speaker's corner. These type of play. These type of discussions, really.
Black labeled.
Innit?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. Let's see.
I remember that one still.
Yeah. That's
It just makes you more easily more marginalized. Jake, please don't talk over me. I'm allowed to have an opinion. I'm talking to you, right? And as I said, I was there before
Big Shahid is in the chat.
No, it means everything.
Back chat.
Everything. Because you weren't there. It means everything. You can tell me about your experience and I can accept it. Yeah. But what's that? What that mean to what I'm saying, though? You say that, but you don't mean it. What do you mean? Because you tell me that you was called black this and black that. Yeah. Don't take on my everything. And you said, you know what? I'm going to take that and use that black and I'm saying, okay, cool. Yeah. How does it feel? What's that got to do with me? No, I'm asking a question. How does it feel? Bro, I forgot you weren't there. Bro, I weren't there when I was calling you. I'm not saying I was. Why do I need to be? No. What's that mean? What's that mean? What do you mean? What I'm trying to mean is that you can't empathize with me. That's not what empathy means. I don't have to be there to empathize with you. I understand what it means to be called a derogatory term or what you deem to be a racial slur, and for you to internalize it, yes, or whatever. Not what I termed. Bro, I've been called black everything, black this, black that. Yeah. So in a generation. Okay, cool. I'm not saying I was in a different generation. What is empathy, bro? No. Do you have to be there? No. Let's stick on what we're saying now, right? I said I'm trying to get through to you, right? You're telling me that I'm wrong. I never said you're wrong, bro. I never once said you're wrong. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you've got different views. But which is meaning you're saying that I'm wrong. Fam, you've got different views, fam. You're telling me. You're the one preaching about I wasn't there. Yes. So you must understand about different views and perspectives. I'm not allowed to preach. Hear me? You don't like when someone else preaching. I'm just saying. You're the one saying it. Right. So you're going to preach. Cool. 2 seconds. What you said to me is 2 seconds. Reason. You said to me that's the way that I took it. No, it's not a matter of attacking. You're attacking. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's content. It's teaching me. I'm trying.
Hey, big up tennis ball jets.
Why is this guy so angry?
I don't know what Uncle's problem was. Obviously I wasn't around.
Even Rambo's telling him to calm down, bro.
Yeah, you know there was that Elder. 1 minute. Continue.
Yeah, what I'm trying to explain to you is this, yeah? What you're saying is theory, a certain amount, yeah? What I'm saying is practice, all right? I live through it. What I'm saying is trying to change, yeah? Things are different now, right? We have, let's say, just my opinion, more strength now, or putting it another way, we're not as integrated now as we used to be. Yeah? I can't comment on that. I weren't there. I can't have an opinion on that one. Okay, fair enough. Get me? And then that goes for all history. I don't want to hear no one here talking about Egyptology, nothing. Yeah, because if you weren't there, you don't go back that far. You can't empathize. You don't know what I want. You can't. All right, cool. All right. Exactly, fam. You can maybe, well, maybe petulant now. You don't need to be petulant. You don't need to be going back there. Exactly. We go back to Egypt for. That's just being petulant. Right? You don't need that. If you're, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? If you're here to spread your word, I'm not.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it meant. That's exactly back in the days, yeah? Exactly. That's exactly. You learn something new every day. I can't comment on that. I weren't there. I don't know other people. It's my age, and if I'm wrong, I'm right. I hear you, Scott. But Elder, what it is? You are defending something. That's what we was on, bro. He should have been here. He was talking about labels, in fact. And the importance. So what I'm saying, is the label more important than the object? It was like an attack you, bro. Because so to what? That's how I so to what? But I've got to be saying, we're trying to get to this point. We was explaining about labels. Yeah. How labels attach.
Oh, my goodness, Omar. Put that one.
Sometimes, what it was, what was the difference?
Oh, you want to see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop it, DJ, man. What's wrong with you?
That one was a bit muzzer still.
Yeah, that was mad.
Nah, we're gonna get good because that was the first one where Shakara came in. I started speaking. Shara speaks. Okay, let's go. What the hell's going on here? Is this the same one?
I don't think so.
Huh?
No, I don't think it. Yeah, that one there where it says Shift N. Press Shift N. Oh, you need to press Shift N on your computer to do it. Yeah.
See. We'll go back. What's it doing? Blood clot. Nonsense.
I remember this one when it was like, at least I'm not sending pictures to the.
Yeah.
That was funny.
It was actually, yeah, that one. Yeah. I want to see what the Maxi's getting on with.
Martin. Don't take over everything. What away? How come you got Deadpool on?
Yo, Black, everyone, the Crip or something. Why is everyone wearing blue? What the hell?
I'll gun you out here. Go on,
Everyone's wearing blue.
Allow roasting him, man. Allow roasting him, man. Allow roasting him, bro. Don't mind. No, allow roasting. Because you said, who am I? You want to get me? Anyway, you said, what proves? Something
I'm finding the click as well.
A man who trolls another man, does research on a man, and you're calling him a lady boy. Hold on one second. Wait. You called him a lady boy. You called him a lady boy. Yeah. I'm what? And you're researching it, and you don't think that's a bit weird? Don't get my face. Gay stuff in your search engine. You're talking about gay. Remember, gay stuff in your search engine. Why are you trying to touch me? You must be gay yourself. Why are you talking about gayness and gay that? No one's touching you. Why I told you, you ain't even got man shoulders. Why are you trying to be homophobic? Yeah? I don't even. Why you being female shoulders? Why you being homophobic? Why you being homophobic? There's some man shoulders in your body, bro. Come on.
The sexual tension.
You're a troll. A troll in real life. Another troll in real life. I exposed these trolls. I'm a troll. Show me comments. You done research on. And that makes me a troll. You know Tan. Does that make me a troll? You know Tan. You got his number.
If you want a lady boy, would it matter?
I never said it for lady boy speaking. You know what I'm saying? You look attractive to these lady boys. You hear me? Yeah, that little come over style. What's that? What's that? Bring your teeth in when your butt too prick. Is that a beard?
What's he got to do with you?
Yeah?
If you were a lady boy, it's not
I never said he was a lady boy, did I? Yeah, he's defending it. He's defending it. What I'm saying is, he's researching this brother here. He doesn't know it from anywhere. You get me? Hold on one second. He doesn't. Hold on one second. He doesn't know him from Madden. Yeah? He said he's been researching him, so he knows him better than anyone else. Right? And I said, that's a bit weird, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? That's borderline trolling. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's trolling. You get me? And there's some obsession going on. You get me? So I don't blame Tan when he says, oh, yeah, these men are following his religion. You know what I'm saying? Because these men live for Tan. You know what I'm saying? They live for Tan. You get me? Like he ain't got no female.
I said, you don't like him, right?
I love a combo, bro. I don't mind having a combo with the
But why stand there with a camera on his face, bro?
There's no camera on my face.
No, but the thing is, like most people say, let's have it.
They're insulting me. I'm not insulting them.
The thing is, I saw it, yeah. Don't give why are you giving telling you you're no big man.
You're a troll, you're this, you're that, you're that, man. I like a man. I'm not upset. Behave like a man.
Why do you get into so many altercations every time?
But how's this an altercation?
You haven't got shoulders. See when you ain't got shoulders. See when you ain't got shoulders, yeah, that's what happens. Yeah?
No, but bro, I'm saying, I don't like my younger brother, yeah, I'm saying legit, bro, yeah. This is a place where people are gonna say what they have to say. No, bro, that's rude.
And Deadpool arms. Hold on. And Deadpool arms. Don't forget the Deadpool arms. Don't forget the Deadpool arms. And the breast. You know what I'm saying? Yeah? Alright. What's your heart?
Ask your wife, you know, tonight, bro. This is what stirs up. I know you can handle it. And so, it's every week, bro.
Yeah, you can't be talking on man. No, I'm not having it, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Let him say what he wants to say.
I've been so many times I don't care.
No, No, you ain't been inside
I had my
properly.
religion, my
Not
parents.
properly.
So,
Properly, not properly. Not properly.
You
You got breast.
Shall I tell you what? Shall I tell you? You see this behind you, yeah? You cause all the sensation. He's giving him more. He's giving him more platform. More people are going to say, and so, you know what? People are going to twist that.
He doesn't need me to give him more platform. He's already got a following before I start.
This sensationalism, bro. This sensationalism. Muslims attack Tan or extremist Muslims. That's what they're going to do. I know you're not. I know you're not.
That's all I'm talking about.
I know you're not.
I ain't attacked him. It's just like for an insult to me.
No, you ain't.
But allow him. Don't even give him time.
But when you get it back,
don't
be upset.
Am I crying?
No, you have. You've been upset. You've been upset.
I don't mind. You can heckle me all you want. It's banter.
That's what I'm saying.
It's banter, isn't it? So me and my boys have this banter.
So I'm saying, like, don't take it too personal.
You won a fight earlier today, yeah? You win a fight earlier. You win a fight earlier. But I'm saying it's like regularly, bro. You know what I mean?
I ain't got nothing to do with this bit. Aces. Yeah. Come to the ups, mate. Come to the ups.
I don't know why we get kind of oxygen and then complain about it.
Come to the ups.
Let time be. Do you know what I mean?
There's a lot of people out here with
bigger than this, bro. I'm blowing people, whatever he does, I disagree with. But blowing stuff in his face is wrong, bro. As a Muslim, bro, I'm gonna tell you, that's wrong.
I saw you fight early, man. Panic flasher as well.
Don't start shit. This is a good guy, man. It's a good guy, man.
You see how manly his shoulders are?
Elders, we have to respect him. Man, he's my younger brother. I don't want to. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
It's all that, bro. Me and him ain't got no. You know what? No meeting, bro.
Other people search them up.
I know.
You're like tight against us. All it takes is
But me and this brother here, we're having a little banter. It's not like I'm gonna say suck your mom, this and that. It's just a little friendly joke. You're not in that way, but I'm not saying you're not saying like. We're not.
No,
we're here having a better banter. We're not here locking arms with the fight.
It can lead to that.
It can, but we're not doing that. We're just having a friendly banter, bro. It's a bit of banter. It's just a bit of a joke. It's nothing serious.
We say you should fight. I can only there have to be at least 4 of you.
I can show you me the
Seriously, I'm being serious.
Listen, bro. You're cool. I know Michael's cool.
I'll show you his cool, bro.
I like man. Yeah, come on, love, man.
See? It's a bit of banter, bro. It's a good guy.
You have to do the same with your brother. You have to do the same with your brother.
His hand on his arm.
That's a bit.
Kiss my hand.
I'm not saying, but
They kiss my hand. Come on, this book and they kiss you. Listen. I'm not gonna throw your Bible on the floor. So why would you throw this on the floor? I'm saying I'm gonna masturbate over it. That's disgusting, bro. That's why I don't like it.
No. This is the problem with. Hold on 1 second. This is the problem with Speaker's Corner. Yeah. We have people. Yeah, who are scholars and things. They don't come to the park. You get what I'm saying? All we have. No, hold on. All we have is religious zealots. You get what I'm saying? So when something like that happens, instead of you to oversee what he's trying to say or trying to explain, you get me? You was not born with any book. Is that? One second. You was not born with any book. This is the point maybe he's trying to make. You know what I'm saying? But again, if you're getting emotional about it, you know what I'm saying? That means you're not really about your deen. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro.
It's upon me. Why I have the right to defend my religion.
No. One second. A lot of people say this. A lot of brothers say this. And the problem, bro. A lot of brothers say this, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can look after himself. The prophets,
you're right,
and all the sages and all the imams and imanas can look after themselves. They do not need you, to fight for them. You know what I'm saying? You're going against.
Let me add one thing. In the Quran it says when ignorant people speak, we say salam, we walk away. We walk away. Don't give them oxygen, bro, because they need sensationalism. They need sensationalism for the videos. More people are going to put the far right in the back in and we're going to have videos.
You're right, you're 100% right, bro.
Yeah, no, we have to, as Muslims, we have to be better. do a little bit better.
These guys, they know, they target you, they told you to get under your skin.
I know people told
I know because you
a
got
lot of
Layla. I know you
them-
got Layla. Wallahi, I know you got Layla for the steam. Go, but you have to take go.
But I know there's a lot of people who hate me, but I don't care. They can hate me as much as they like. I'm not gonna. They wanna hate me. Wallah, that's up to them. If you wanna hate me, I'll say it on camera. If you wanna hate me, wallah, go ahead and hate me. It doesn't affect me. I'm not gonna hate you because you hate me. I don't hate this guy. I just dislike what he's about. Hate is a strong word. I don't hate you. I just dislike what you're about. The way you say.
hate Allah as well.
That's up to you. I don't respect them. That's up to you.
That's why.
So now
I'm not gonna respect you. I respect.
Now you're exercising a form of control because even though a man threw a slur, you see what I'm saying? You still have to be on your deen and all right, cool, no problem. If there's a source to what he's saying, you got to say no source to what you're saying, then you drop it. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't.
Rather than think, just go in the book. You get me? And show him that he's wrong.
No, you can't. He doesn't want to engage. He comes up with
You understand?
You can't have an intellectual conversation.
Can I ask you one question, Sam? Yeah? I took this off you. Yeah? Why do you highlight things that come here? Why do you highlight it?
I'm done with this. I'm beyond this. I'm beyond this.
Why did you highlight stuff like this?
Next time we want to debate about this, we have to be on television live to broadcast to the whole world. That's the only time we debate in the world.
You're going live to the world now,
This is not live to the whole world, man. Everyone, every television, BBC as well, even though it's not BBC TV license, but fuck it, you're not in the whole world. The whole world.
Unfortunately, this is not, but the BBC, this is not important enough for them to air on.
Only COE.
You want to accept the holy mission? I think he wants to be on BBC. Can you make space for my employee? Are you saying it because he's black?
Oh, you got your own
Can you stand
video.
aside?
Alright.
Please. Just talk about it. So, come here. So, if Tango is a reality show, you have been voted as the next Judas.
Cheese!
Brother of the melody.
Man, take straight cheese to BBC. Cheese! Man, don't listen to ITV. Cheese!
Listen! And you'll be voted as the one that's going to be training.
I know.
But that's
I
fine.
should play the
Even critical things.
Hold on 1 sec.
I got so many videos, mate. Telling you.
Oh yeah, the one with you know that Vinny Sullivan and Roger and Jedi thing once. Oh, that was a Mazda. I have the video, but
oh no, this one's hard. 1 second.
which one?
Right, 1 second.
Oh, don't put them on.
This is the original FTK squad, boy, early. Oh mate. Big up the man, then big up man.
Hey, here's the story. Here's the story.
Oh mate, I remember this one. Yeah. Yeah. This is how you get attacked by a Christian. Mad thing.
He says to Abraham, you will, listen carefully, you will have a son. Hear the man. Just like I keep hearing all this humanness, and this human I can study, and I got books to read, and I got internet data. Good luck to all of you. But my point of the matter is that when God says to him, you're going to have a son, Abraham goes, that's good. But what do you give me because I don't have a son? I just offered you that I am your life. Yeah, I know that. But what you're going to give me? So already, when God gives you a word, you make up the rest of the story. You understand? I don't understand. He sends a word that you're going to have a son. Right? And then you hear this. And then you hear this. Come on, game. His wife goes, well, maybe what God means is this. So already God's not involved anymore. He's giving you a word. But now your wife's taken over. Now your own intellect has turned over. And now you go off establishing your own righteousness. So now what we say to you, that when God gives you a word, you lose the word. Because the Bible says in another place, the enemy comes back immediately to steal your word.
Abraham, he took his wife and said to the Pharaoh, that's my sister. No, that's the human.
Human, too much. I can't live like that.
We still will. Sorry, go for. Going away from the point. Who is the prophet? What is the prophet? What is the prophet? And who is the prophet? Because you're saying Jesus is the prophet. I know they're talking about Abraham and the son. I don't know whoever else you're going to say. Now they're talking about prophets. Who is it?
Nathaniel is a prophet. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Because what I yeah, he did. He talked about David getting into trouble. Saying because he did something wrong, he's going to get the whole stuff around here. Oh, so that's a prophet. He doesn't say it. No, but Joseph got like but that says a prophet. Why not? Is that so what we're lost, what we're at loss here is knowing what a prophet is. Or is it conscious idea of what you think a prophet is?
You tell us. You tell us what we know what a prophet is. What Christ is a prophet. No. What is a prophet? You tell us. So you're telling me you can be crucified, yeah, supposedly die, resurrect, and that's not enough for prophethood. And even
this is to your man. This is to your man. This is the reason why I can't hear it. No. Jesus is walking with Peter.
What is a prophet?
Jesus is walking with Peter. And then Jesus says to Peter, I'm going to suffer many things and will be taken away by the scribes and the Pharisees. Peter jumps up with his humanhood, which is what I keep hearing here, and he goes, no, that cannot happen. I will defend you. I will risk my life for you. Paraphrasing. Jesus turns to that same Saint Peter, having said what he said, and says, Satan. So even when Peter was willing to go out and do everything for Jesus, he still turned around and called him Satan. One of the things I want to make sure here is this. Whatever the thing I want to make sure is this. Whenever we're talking about Christ, you can't put your human intellect on it. Because you know, because you're come on.
No. Let me give you a whoa. Now, let's go into the mentality of Christ. Yeah, let's go into the mentality of Christ. What is a prophet? What is a prophet? You're running, you're dancing, you're Michael Jackson, and all that.
You made it up. Yeah, you tap dance. He's a little short of Christ. So what is he going to do? That's what he got to know. He's a little short of Christ.
Oh, no, wait,
That don't make sense. Remember, you're human, and it will be problem. Are you human? I'm not human.
You are, you're not flesh, man. I can be less than Jesus, and Jesus, but he took you through it. I'm going to be Jesus, and Jesus ain't the parameter that you're saying.
But this is the meeting. What does that got to do with anything? We're asking. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't to you. That's good. It means nothing. Christ is supreme. That's it. Fine. Supreme.
I think I'll give you his call.
Cheese. Them they there. Look at the squad up.
Them are the hardcore man.
Come on, got man like you get me? You got Gressler TV up in the place, Captain Rambo, you get me? FT squad early, FTK. Yeah, we FTK up in the park. Come on.
That doesn't even look like beefy, to be fair.
Can you ask me what a prophet means? Doesn't it say in your scriptures that ye are gods and children of the Most High? Why is he just announced you are prophesied.
What did I say? Anyone? What would I say? Christ is supreme.
What does a prophet mean?
It's a Christ, moving away from it, pushing you into that space. Christ is supreme. What have I said that's wrong?
He's not a prophet, he's a human. So what title does he have to that you can what is a prophet? I don't know. He's not a prophet, but he's a Messiah. I see it like this.
Supreme Christ is the only reality. Why else would he say, I am the truth? That's not real. Everything else is fake.
Because he learned it. He learned it.
No, what did he confuse? What did he learn in Egypt? What did he learn in Egypt?
What did he got his education in?
I mean, why do you say that?
Where was he from? Where was he?
This is what happens when you talk to mad people. I'm telling you, bros. You get me? Man, I just regurgitated. This is remixing. You thought, oh yeah, Sniper comes in and remixes. No. This is remixing. You get me? When men start making up their own stuff, Christ is supreme. Yeah, are you all right? Are you well? What's going on? Why are you doing this? Yeah. Bow.
Where was he when he was 30 years old? Got taken to the thing. Remember Herod was killing every person.
So when he was a baby, he went to study.
No, he went to Egypt.
So
he stayed there till he was about 14.
And he learned what?
He learned everything that he's going to preach.
So tell me this. When Jesus then says these words,
why do you get the Bible up so weak in the first place? Well, they don't say nothing in the Bible. Because no one ain't talking. Nobody else pull out the Bible. And what are you arguing to? Tell me, what is a prophet?
When Jesus said these words, he says these words.
I'll put you in the fire.
Everything I get from my Father. Not that I get it from Egypt. I get it from my Father. I don't get it from Egypt.
No, but he wasn't telling the truth.
He wasn't telling the truth.
No, he wasn't telling the truth.
The same Jesus.
He's preaching.
The same Jesus.
Right, so Jesus is preaching. So Jesus is exercising what he learned.
That's your idea.
No.
It's your idea. It's no fact. It's no fact.
Moses, what he said is right. You know why? We do the teaching in the synagogue. Yes, right. Why? Because remember, Jesus had got the Spirit of God what Jesus told what he only until then, when the Spirit of God came down in the dove, I came upon him. Yeah, that's like to get baptized by John. Only from then onwards, Jesus ministry begins. So what was the preaching? So now he was still.
So let's speculate then.
No.
Let us speculate.
In the ideology. He was still in the ideology of his forefathers.
My friend.
Everybody, no, education. Education. No one can do none of this stuff. So you can't be a prophet. You can't be a apostle.
Prophet's nothing.
Listen, it's got to this stage where I'm big.
So what do you mean by education?
Education, right.
Yeah, education.
It even gets to that stage where angelic beings have to come and take certain individuals and walk with them. You know what I'm saying? Like Moses. You know what I'm saying? Just to walk with the angel, you get me? Asking why? To the angel's like, listen, stop asking questions. This is your test. You know what I'm saying? Each one of them.
No time test, no man to test, and he's even tested himself. No, what God do? He's a man talk. You're talking like a man. No, this is the same man.
Don't worry. Everybody, as I said, no matter what the topic, you need to be educated. That's what a rabboni is. A rabbi is a teacher. A rabbi is a teacher. So if a rabbi
of a culture, yeah, I believe that.
Right. So this is the point. And if he's a Jew, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's talking to the rabboni within the synagogue. He has to be educated. And education is key. He's coming from a place where we invented writing, papyrus, and so. You get me? So this is the what do you call it? Right. Everything anyway. But yeah. So you're saying that someone who comes from a place like that He'll get that education. So it makes sense. Before he gets...
Where do you get the education to raise a man from the dead? Where do you get that education? Where do you get it? I said dead.
Don DeMarco, shit like that. Damn. Where do you get the knowledge to raise someone from the dead? Egypt. There you go. Mad.
So who was doing it at the time? Who's the ritual? My friend, you don't even know. So why did it die out? Why did it die out? Why is it dying out?
What you're not admitting.
What am I not admitting? Okay, Jesus entered certain schools. This I find beyond, I'll go with that. He goes to certain schools, so that's where he learned it. Is anybody else learn it?
Yes, a lot of people.
Who's that?
Is that what you mean by education, right? Like, Jesus, he went to school and he learned that.
Because this is an African thing.
I know what you're saying.
And it just happens that the people who he went are the best at it. You understand? The best in the whole universe.
Here's a question. Why does it say that he is the first to be born from among the dead? He's the first. Why does it say this?
Born from among the dead.
I'll say that again. He's the first to be born from among the dead. What does that mean? Yeah, but you should be able to tell me because there are enough people. So this teaching is out there. This teaching is out there.
Yeah. But you're doing space. One again, yeah. You have to stick to the Bible, yeah, or you're doing retro. No, he's doing retro Christianity. Yeah.
Jesus, want to be with you. Shut up. So basically, I'm thinking outside. So basically, I just say the name Jesus and you all manifest. That's good. That's interesting. Nice to know. Jesus, does that work still? There you go. Let's have who I am. Well, now,
even if we say Jesus.
Yeah, what's up with Jesus? Because everybody.
Jeez, the man them inject humor into the thing. You get me? We're on Masai, man. Oh, Shamala, hi, Shamala, yeah, retro Christianity. Come on, people. Yeah, who's busting bars like this? Yeah, this is why Speaker's Code is not interested no more. The man they make there with the jokes and the entertainment. Come on, man. Hit the like button.
Everybody know who we're talking about.
Right. So even every supposed prophet or important person, yeah,
Jesus
in the
said,
Bible, has to have an education.
Jesus put it beautifully. He said it these words. What did he say, Chris? What did Jesus say? Anyone that was before me is a thief and a liar. So anyone before, you gotta be suspicious.
Anyone before.
So
what did?
Hey, Chris,
if you're saying that, Christ has to be. Wait. If you're saying that, what did Christ do?
So to me, it's like open that. Oh, he brought us the relationship between the Father and the Son.
So he didn't bring religion.
No, he didn't bring no. Why? Why would he do it? Because he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. Oh, you're lying. That's it. Run.
The laws that was in place. Jesus didn't go against the laws of Moses or Moses. He didn't go there. What did he say he brought?
So he didn't bring that?
Oh, no. What did he bring there? Because he confirmed it. He said, listen, I'm not coming to take what one thought of these.
What does that mean, though? I'm not going to
what did he bring?
my business.
What did he bring?
Come on. He's going to do it. He's going to walk. He's going to stick to it. No.
He's going to stick to the law.
No.
And he's going to make you learn the truth and grace.
He is the truth.
How do you know that? Through this
He is the truth. Not the law. If you follow the law,
you teach his own script.
if you follow the law, If you follow the law, there's no faith in it. You understand? So follow the law, but there's no faith in it. None. You understand? Truth and grace come together. And that's how there is no truth and law.
What is the grace?
There is no truth and law.
What is the grace? How is truth and grace? So what is it?
The law is fundamental. You know what I'm saying?
No, I need the law.
The law is used because we're dealing with men who are carnal. So we're going to have to respect him, and he's going to have to respect me in a very basic human understanding. That's it.
Makes it mean real shit, don't it? Who took the fire and the grace was written? But that's not how it works. So when we say, did he come with truth and grace? What is it? What's grace? What is grace then, bruv? Let your mouth to speak. Because he knows about the
You're already lost. I already hear. You're already lost.
What is truth and grace? You finish yourself.
What's that?
Where are we going with truth and grace?
I'll tell you why. Because we want the scripture. I think you have to run alongside with okay, let me show you how it does that. Because it says it this way. The law comes through Moses, but grace and truth comes through Jesus Christ. So there's the law over here and grace and truth over here. They do not mix.
No, they didn't want. They didn't teach them. They didn't teach them. They didn't teach them.
It's funny. That the laws of Moses, that's what Jesus is calling. The laws of Moses, that came out of Egypt, the same place that Jesus spent 13, 14 years. Can you see a correlation? Ain't nothing new under the sun.
What do you mean that Jesus was using somebody else's word?
No, from where he was educated from. Yeah, from where he was educated.
If you use what prophet or messenger is someone who gets inspired by what is going on around.
Not inspired, but also make.
But this is inspiration.
So what we're saying, we don't disagree. I agree, yeah, but I say the Jesus is a prophet.
It's a prophet, yeah, it's the same like all the prophets.
My point is, the prophet don't agree with that Jesus is a prophet. You know what I'm saying? That sounds a bit weird. But anyway, if we just go to the human, the carnal, because you want to quote him. Yeah, and I'm saying, look, your quotes are not new. They sound cute, but I know where Jesus got them from. Because when you go to Egypt, yeah, you'll see that certain kings wrote poetry that ended up in the Bible. You understand?
Now just like this, they said Jesus left out of Egypt. That's
anything
at the age of 13. You can't rely on those words.
Right, you can't rely on those words.
So this is what I mean.
Right.
That's when Jesus.
They say snipers erratic. They say sniper don't know how to bait. Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at all the hostility, man. Just handle it smooth. Nothing. Light work. Just be like, yeah, I hear you. Good riddance. Yeah. Now can we move on and get to the facts and and agree to disagree? Come on, man.
When he was alive, he got inspired by what is going on around him. Probably he was ready. Probably many things was going on around him.
No, because if you come into a society, remember you've left Egypt. Right? So Egypt is one society, it's one culture, they got laws, I know that. Right. We know that. I get to run away to Egypt as a baby. No more! Because, Herod.
And what scripture is that? No more! What scripture is that?
Every firstborn was killed because the prediction that Yeshua is coming. You understand? So we know this.
Why are you talking?
Someone he's not
claiming to be a nation.
A man come back.
They must be a
13, 14. How to the rabbis in the
city? You got away with it. Stop. My brother, man.
Plain and simple.
My brother, man.
Where he was educated, he just can't.
My brother, man.
Too much. It's like
there are many not actually nowadays people do celebrate some stuff that they used to be before Christianity. It's like kind of because people before, like in North Africa, Egypt, all those people used to worship the rain, used to worship the sun, used to worship the moon. You know what I'm saying? So it's like so when those prophets came,
You like this life? You man still do. I mean, sorry, some of you man.
Inspired. So instead of it's like they didn't come and say, yo, this is what I think. So they had to label things supernatural energy, power, so then people can get to people's minds. So when people can they come and they say, yo, this is what I think, and this is my own point of view. And look now, it's like you got point of view, I got point of view, and each one of us want to impose the spirit. But if one of us say, no, this is not my point of view, this is from, you know what I'm saying? Then it gets to people easily. So this is, if I really study New Testament, sorry to cut you, we've got to go back to him. These preachers say, Egypt is dead. Egypt dead. But Egypt has always been in your higher mysteries, in your higher mystery schools. What you, the mass, don't know. Who you doing is doing what all the other riff-raff brown Egyptians do, leaving other things. So at this note, I leave you out of it.
The Bible tells me this is only an example, of people embracing your ancestors. So this is a depiction of your ancestor, one of your ancestors, when your people travel to the Far East. You understand? So a lot of these God ideas and Allah and all this and God and Jehovah and all this are based on the ideas of us as a people going to different places or people first.
I understand it, but what I'm saying to you is all these ideas, all this history, all these views, all this everything, all this culture, for me they're man-made. And they're man-made in the sense because we haven't yet fully understand who God is. We haven't. I think we're all left here. We're all good. I would agree with that. Let me finish with that. I just think that, but no one can give me. I don't even want evidence. But there is no evidence to prove anything. There isn't. What there is a human nature that's trying to prop up each other. They're propping up lies. That's how I see it. Because there's no one else to intervene to say that guy's wrong and that guy's real. Because if someone came out, we're trying to work it out ourselves. If someone came out and say, okay, this and this, he can be killed. Something can be happening. You know what I'm saying? The books can't give you spirituality. So what I'm saying to it is, spirituality. So something you're born with in a book. So I agree with you. One of the things I agree with you on. That's one of the things I get out of the book. It's not even going to help you. You know what I'm saying? So if you agree that the books have no purpose, right? Why would you go out the book and say Jesus is supreme? And say Jesus is supreme. Jesus is supreme. That's what you were saying earlier. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, if you understand that you're not born with a book, you're not born with that. You're born with your soul. You're born with it. And when you're going to fast on your first education, it can inspire you. You don't know what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry, doing books. I'm not inspired. Anything you can find. So we don't need books. No, one at a time. I agree with you. I agree with the book. I go as far as someone to say that the Bible is a tree cut down with expletives. That's me. I say that more than anybody. But I do understand and recognize that in my culture, I'm born here, I read a book, I pick out something, I come to that conclusion that you don't read the book. So I extrapolate whatever juice out of the apple and throw away the core. It's there. So I know it's not the book. The book itself says it's not the book in a way, because it says it's already written in your heart. It says that there. So it's already written on you. And it says that people will be able to see you based on that DNA, which is written on your heart. I have no problem with that. But the Bible calls the same said body the body of death. How is it that Jesus could be tempted yet without sin? That tells me so much. It tells me if this man is hearing from the Father, yet he's still being tempted, what's going on? It tells me that being in this body is always going to cause temptation. This body is going to cause my downfall if I'm not careful. This body, and it's going to make me look at stuff that says, "Oh, I agree with that," but that doesn't make sense. There'll be no spirituality, true preaching. It will be my carnal mind trying to make up everything as I go along. My principle, my substance is this: I need to be saved. I don't want to be saved for one day, 1 week, and the next week, what's going on? I You need to know it from the top to the bottom. And if Jesus says this, then I am the truth, and I am the way to the Father, then it is that I hold on to. And I understand it now because I understand the nature of the human being.
But safe from what?
The nature of the human being.
Safe from
He's
yourself.
a piece of shit.
Safe from yourself.
Agreed.
I
agree.
Hold on. Was Christ successful?
Huh? Completely. Let's use his own word. Let's use his brother. Let's use his words. Let's use his words.
He died for our sins and we're still sinning.
Hey! Look at that.
That sounds unsuccessful.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I know you are. That's the human, because he can only go that far, and that's what he calls real. But there is an unbelievable real. You've only gone that far, and that's what I don't want to be doing anymore.
Limited.
No, you've limited yourself.
No, Christ.
You limited yourself. Don't blame Christ. You. Don't blame Christ.
No, Christ was on the other one.
But anyway, you've just shown a long line of people condemning Christ. So don't stop.
No. Christ, tried to change the hearts and minds.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. What did he say?
Remember, he's the comforter. So what does it?
Whoa.
What does the comforter do? Does he come in with a big flaming sword?
What happened to that study that you told me that you did? Because none of it seems true to me.
You know what? I'm going to lead you to the right path. You know what I'm saying? All this aggression you're adding to Jesus doesn't exist.
Then let's talk about it.
He has oversight.
Then let's talk about it.
You're going to get impeached.
Can I ask you a question? I already read the Revelations. Maybe I need to read the whole Bible.
Yeah, you should.
Okay, I've only read from Genesis to Romans. I've skipped and this is Revelation, twice all over. And Jesus said Jesus will come down with the keys to hell and the morning star in his other hand. Now, from my understanding, the morning star is Venus, Lucifer. Yeah. Why would Jesus come down in his hand? The morning star.
Okay, the morning star, you can get a reference that Jesus himself could be Lucifer. Because what did he say of himself?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe every man that has the capacity to be the Christ has the capacity.
Pause. He said what? He said what? Jesus could be Lucifer. I'm out. I'm out. I'm moving on to the next one. I just don't know.
First people being killed by who? By Herod. Who's Moses' father? Who's Jesus' father? People say, his adopted father, Joseph, nobody knows. Moses now is raised and educated in the house of Pharaoh for birth. Where did Jesus go for birth? Straight to Egypt. Out of there, I call order. Now with Jesus, the Spirit of the Lord comes and says, out of Egypt, I call my son. God comes to Moses, out of Egypt, I call Moses. Because now Moses has come out, he's free. It's the same kind of scenario, he's come out. And when Moses comes out, God has now given him the new revelation in the cave. That's where God comes to speak to him. The revelation has come to him, the word, and now he has to go back and get his people. Jesus, once he comes out, he goes and sees the baptizer. Then the Spirit of the Lord comes onto him, and he has to go what? Save his people. What's the difference? There's no difference. They learn all the information from Egypt.
Okay, no.
We're done.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. But no, but bro, that's not good. That's not, how is that good? How is that good?
Because you're going to have to go into chemistry.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
No, okay, come, let's go into chemistry then. I don't have knowledge about it. I have knowledge about it.
No, that's what I mean, study-wise.
No, because on basics, about you, about
no, you didn't understand.
About basics, I'm talking about basics. You have to get into the politics of Moses and Jesus. You have to get into the politics. I was talking about politics. We was first started talking about the last day. Salam said to me, "Be myself and praise, isn't it?" I said, "You need to praise." Yeah, so we was talking about the last day. Salam said, "You praise, isn't it?" You understand? That's when we first stepped up. And he said that for us on this dunya, in this reality that we live in, like me and you live in, you can say anything you want, but this is where we're living right now. Yeah, you need deities. Yeah, to intercede for you in the case of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But no, it's only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that has a command over you. And you're putting shirk, there. That's the bit, that's what we first.
About prayer. Now I said to him, the prayer that he's praying. I said, how does the prayer get to Allah if Allah is not connected in this time and space? So how do you connect to a deity outside time and space? And he
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala left.
He said you can't. So I said
No, but I was speaking out of ignorance when I said that, bro.
Oh, okay, now you're
of course, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put the Kaaba here, bro. Of course.
the Kaaba. Oh, now what is the Kaaba? Is that now intermediary to break?
The foundations were set. No, the foundation. What do you mean? What do you mean, Francis? So you're talking to yourself, my bro.
Bro, see, it's my point though. Huh? I said to you, if someone is outside time and space, and you want to pray and connect to it, okay, us being inside time and space, us being human beings,
the reason why I said that
we need something here.
I'm gonna come after you.
To direct our prayers to, so we can get to the prayer, the creator. Now the Kaaba is what Muslims do. Okay, pray towards the Kaaba. They don't say they're praying to the Kaaba. They use it.
Yeah, I understand. And I agree with you as well. But I'm saying, wait, look, now you're going like this because you're not letting me explain myself. Like I said to you, I know that the Kaaba was laid down by Adam and Salam. You understand what I mean? Yeah, and I know that I can't comprehend God fully. If I can't comprehend God fully, how can I connect to Him right here? The only way I can connect to Him right here is from looking where at the Kaaba, and you just answered that. So we're not disagreeing.
So then now,
you're just trying to bring the shirk involved.
No.
I'm gonna be like, bro.
No, listen. Now watch this. Watch this. Now watch this. Now this is why. Now wait, this is why it's going back to what I'm saying. No, you're saying you're doing the shirk. But what I'm trying to say, this is why it makes sense to what I'm saying. Because now, if you got how many other nations that's got all their own messages, and their messages said, listen, they've all got their own message, and those people are now using, like you said with the Kaaba, with the Arabs, those people are now using other intermediaries to pray. Why are you now saying they're associated partners when they do the same thing that you're doing?
But we're not. But by bowing down to the Kaaba, it's not shirk.
Yeah. So why they're thinking shirk? What they doing? Why is it shirk?
What did I say that what
they're using the idols to pray to get to their creator?
Now look, this is the thing. An idol. What's an idol? No, see that. This something that I can show you, bro. You think?
The Kaaba idol. The Kaaba idol. The Kaaba idol. The Kaaba idol.
Wait. You speak for let me speak. You allow me to speak. Yeah. When you speak about idol, the first place I come from, my family that I live with right now is Hindu. Yeah. And when I look at idol, they're looking at Shiva. Yeah. You get what I mean? And when I'm speaking about idol, when I'm looking at Shiva, I'm not looking at it as a god. There's nothing holy. It's just what we depict. That's how humans, they think it's comprehended. Shiva's a equated there. You understand?
So ain't that the same thing?
But what's an idol? What's an idol? An idol is an entity, a separate entity. Just Shiva. If Shiva was real, what do you mean?
I don't mean.
No. Okay.
Would you understand what I'm saying, man? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right. If an idol, the problem is that some of my Muslim brothers have been having this debate, about idol worship. And what they say is, they understand that in olden times, when they were doing paganism, they used those idols as a conduit to the creator, whether it was right or wrong, but that's what they were doing, right? So, and the other thing about it is, it was never singular. It was always plural. So the male and female, how they saw it was, the male and female individual that they're praying to, you don't say used to live. You understand? So they're idols of people who actually existed, right? Hold on. And those people were created by who? Right. So where's idol worship? What's idol worship? Hold on, what's idol worship? That's not idol worship.
Okay, cool. When you guys speak about idols, what did I say? I said when I'm speaking about idols, because I come from a Hindu family, what do I say idols? What do normally people say idols?
That's correct.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
So when you say idols, is the Kaaba idol? It's not idol. I can tell you 1,000,000%.
So what is it? What is it?
It's a foundation for us to pray and turn our imprecation to Kaaba to connect the stones.
So it's a masjid.
It's not a masjid. We turn that to pray.
So it's a mosque.
To pray to Allah.
It's a mosque. So what is it?
It's something that we. What do you mean? What is it, bro? Every single Muslim on the map. Why do you mean? Bro, every single Muslim.
We know what it is.
Every single Muslim in the world, turns their face and prays to Mecca. And I've already told you 2 points ago that who laid the foundation?
Did they always pray to Mecca?
Laid the foundation.
Did they always pray to Mecca?
I'm not too sure. I'm not better learner than you, man.
Too sure? But you was just using a definite.
What do you mean?
You were just using a definite. Like they always prayed to Mecca.
I didn't say they always pray to Mecca. They might realize. I don't know, fam. I haven't.
They didn't. I'll make it easy for you. They didn't.
What do you mean?
They didn't.
Yeah, so then that.
Before it was Jerusalem.
I've learned to do.
No. Before, do you know what I'm saying? That mosque in Jerusalem. There's a mosque in Jerusalem. You know this, isn't it? You know that. Thank you. Al-Aqsa. Right. Al-Aqsa Mosque. So before, your focus was the mosque.
Can't then. That's not. That's.
So now that the Kaaba, so now
you saying it's wrong?
No. Right in exact always. We never tell no lies. We don't do that.
I don't know, bro. This guy's telling lies right in front of my face.
When he's told
yeah, we don't do takia.
Hold on.
You get me?
Hold on. This is the
we stand on haq.
Hold on. This is the problem. Al-haq, al-haq. Truth is truth.
Yes, truth.
When we say
100%.
that,
100%.
when you focus yourself towards the Kaaba, to get a medium to your creator, has to be an idol. Not on the sense of you idolizing Beckham, bruv, or idolizing football.
This is
but
what
if you have to. No.
It is what
it is. You've got to understand the story. If you understand the story of the Kaaba, then you understand it was a house, for idols. You understand? That's why it can't be called a masjid, and why it can't be called a mosque.
Let me just go further on that. That's why when you go and do your Hajj, you have to, I don't care what you say. You go over there before you even go to do your 7 Margaraj.
I was 7.
You're 7. You're man.
What do you mean?
You're still going on.
I'm just saying we have a connection, bro. Why you deflecting?
Shave your skin, shave your head, and wear a wrap before you go and do your pilgrimage. Now, when you come back over here, you told us we do idol worship. And that's we Egyptians, we do idol worshiping. And I have done that myself. If I have to look at what you call an idol, and what I know as idol, when I went and done my Hajj, that was idol worship because I was focusing all my energy, my soul, my spirit towards. That will answer your question. And let me tell you something.
Can I ask you a question?
I want to ask you guys.
Why not? Isn't that arrogance?
You have not been there, so you will not over-experience. Because what it is a dream to you. It's going to be a dream.
How are we going to have an intellectual discussion? If we're going to have an intellectual discussion.
Are we talking
cheese, Captain on fire? Blood clots. Aye. And they say they want to test the man them. I'm telling you, man. Every argument, every debate we already had. You get me?
If you're putting a barrier there.
Alright, go and experience it. Go and experience it. Don't run up your mouth on it. Go and experience it.
So what we're saying.
No, but you just said to me, I can't speak to you if you haven't gone Hajj.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you. No, here's the joke. See what you're talking to, man. Hold on, fam. Who you talking to, man? It's like you've got some file or something. Yeah? I ain't trying to burn it. I'm trying to say when you have the experiences, this is like a former. So it's not because you need it. But if you're the media, then it's impossible. You always say. You don't like being seen, but you understand. When you do your you are meeting yourself. You always say. You can afford it. You do it. That's all.
You can't afford it.
No, I'm saying if I could do it, I'm a rich man. I'm a rich.
So it shows.
Never been Hajj, I'm Muslim. I pray 5 times a day.
I'm saying like them.
Fab, he's just getting energy. No, it ain't. But what it is, when you have gone there and made that journey, they come back and speak these things. It's through facts and experience. Now, I said to you, if I was here to crucify you, I will not say, you know what, fam, let's teach. Let's break it down. And we're being fair by doing that. So when we say, what is idol worship, what is idolism, what is medianism, we are breaking it down. And you know what? We're being fair because no one else ain't teaching. We're breaking down. And fam, where you gonna come tell me now? Fam, good.
He's just because they left about that. I don't know.
Bro, you know what it is?
Like I said to you.
I said to you, it's not like idolizing David Beckham, is it?
Let me speak.
You understand? You're not gonna say, oh, David. You're not like that, bro.
So are you opposed?
You're speaking.
No, I'm just gonna ask the question though. I'm gonna ask the question, so then you can go from there. So are you opposed to what we're saying, that the Kaaba was a house of idols?
I oppose that, yes.
You oppose it. And it's not a masjid, and it's not a mosque.
It can be labeled as a masjid if you want to call it a masjid.
But is it?
No, I think it's more of a journey we have to do.
So it's a building. You know it's a building, though. Yeah. It's got a door. It's got a door.
Yes.
So it's a building. It's locked sometimes.
Bro, I'm not kidding. Yeah, I know, bro.
Right. So what I'm saying is,
But
I'm saying is, we've made our contention about the Kaaba, yeah? The reason it is an idol, yeah, because it's a building that were meant to contain idols.
Not only that.
Overnight.
Not only inside, outside, look. Hold on, wait. And hold on. What's making me laugh is
inside, and there were also poetry hanging on the Kaaba. And it's like the place where the Kaaba, there used to be like town center. You know the town center? Where like all people market and all the stuff. This is how it used to be before. Like
I love that. You really say never. Carol speaking.
Yeah, man.
You really say never. You know what? These people here, that's why we say we teach it. When we go to Mecca, we know that it was like business exchanging there. There was a lot of business where you could buy incense, frankincense and myrrh, scriptures you could buy, yeah, and you could go and make a pilgrimage. We said to the brother, was that an idol? But we know in the Quran, they said that Allah put all the idol worship in that Kaaba. So you don't need to worship 99 gods. You worship the one God. That's why we said we teach it. So when we said we teach it and not come here to debate, we said El Haq, El Haq. I don't hear no other person saying that. So we said truth is truth. We're going to teach. And when you come here speaking what you're saying, this is where guidance is set.
I'm glad you said that, because if you say that to me, again, for me, it's all about honesty. Then for me, I'll say, okay, that's great, because, you know, for me, I'm not someone who likes to debate. I like to get to the truth. And, you know, our discussions are, I don't know, yeah. So, if you're here to teach, I will talk to you and teach you. Now, I want to ask a question. Let's say that Kemet was the truth.
Yeah.
What thing was wrong with Kemet?
What was wrong with Kemet? I really have to realize this.
It was true. It was the truth.
Yeah.
But tell me one or two things that was wrong about the Kemet spiritual system.
Okay.
But it was still the truth.
After the third dynasty, yeah, that's where the problem started. Because once invaders, or not foreigners, I won't even say foreigners because they're relatives, you know what I'm saying? So Assyrians and all that were allowed on the throne or to hold high position in Kemet. You understand? So once different people are coming in with their part mixed ideology, they're gonna express it. They've got the equipment so they can put it on the walls and so that's why we say everything that's in Kemet is not us. You know what I'm saying?
So when you say us, are you talking about people who are black, or are you talking people who are Nilotic?
We're talking about Nubians.
Nubians. Here's what we're going to say is this. When we're going to say this is this. When Egypt was leaving outside the pre-dynastic period, they went to the 46th dynasty. And throughout the 46th dynasty, there were other influences. That's why you would hear in Egypt Arab. Because we understand that the Phoenicians came over, and we understand that Cleopatra herself allowed the Greeks to come over to allow the Hyksos dynasty to enter in. So when we say that's when the mistake happened, because Egypt changed its name from Kemet or to Mitzrayim, then into the 46th dynasty periods, where you will get the word Hyksos dynasty or Egypt, replica of what the European masters say, that it was the land of the burnt faces. We wasn't the burnt faced people, by the way. We were the original blacks, what made us known as Nubians. If you look at the story of the Exodus, we're talking about the dynasty in Egypt, right? When we had to leave Egypt with Venice, and the cargo of bringing was too foreign for us, like we don't have none of this. You want this so much? Have it. But we know we're better in this place. Right. And just to add your question, no disrespect, just to add to your question, what did went wrong with Egypt is when the name became Egypt. You understand? Because later on, Egypt was a place where other nationalities were invited in, and they brought in their culture and their traditions, and that's where it went. It fell. You understand? Like Rome. Rome was a period of time when it raised to its peak, and it also fell when Mark Antony was mucking around with Cleopatra. That was the falling of Rome. Now, what was the falling of the Anglo-Saxons? What came out of that? No one don't want to talk, because here why? Your story goes voided there. Why? What the people took out Egypt, they went off to their foreign lands and took it. That's why the only people you will class as the true Egyptians will be the gypsies or travelers. They're left with that mystical talent reading and seeing for the teacher. That's where you don't miss that. They were already moved out. There were civil wars going on. So these people moved down south and moved into different continents. And when you look at this, the history of it as well, they came from down south, they went up. When they got invaded, they came back down. They didn't go that way to Egypt. They came back home. Where they knew. They never run off to somewhere they don't know.
So how do you know that you're from that stock?
How do you know?
Because I know people who speak Nilotic.
Remember, when we say Nilotic or Neo or whatever, we know that is a European concept. Just like say Afrikaner in South Africa.
Okay, you just let me say something. Okay, the 7 bone nations.
Yeah, man, no debate.
Okay, the 7 bone nations.
If you don't mind, I say you teach you speak.
Like no one is teaching. No, that teaching. We pass me. You know, that teaching. We were spreading something. Maybe I got something you don't have. You have something I don't have. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so this is one point. The other point is, it's like, I hear like many people they speaking about certain cultures, but the language they're using is not the language of that culture.
You know what? I love that, because when we over here and we speaking in English, long as we speaking in English, outside Arabic, outside you're very right. No, you're very right. Because what is this? If we is arguing in English, we also know that words can't be rectified for that. For what English does, if I'm speaking in Khmer, Syriac, Arabic, Aramaic, we don't say and this up there and round the corner, round the bushes, up the top, up the stage. We talk as it is in our languages. What we do here, because English is our main language, we will never get the real concept of the actual event or the actual thing. You understand? Because we speak in English. When I'm trying to say to these brothers, Allah means the source, man's telling me Allah means God, because of the definitions of the languages they're speaking and the tongues they use. That's all. Because we know we speak in Arabic, half of the stuff we speak in English, we don't need the words to. The words can't pronounce that.
Also, when you, for example, you speak in a language. For example, for example, it's like there is a culture, and you've got certain language, culture X, got certain language, right? And when you speak about that culture, you have another language that can be French, can be English, can be Spanish. I the meaning.
That's what I was trying to put out. That's what I was trying to put out. When I was trying to explain to him about what our mistake was in Egypt, I had to explain to him how it all happened. Because when we step out of our traditions, but I'm going to say this to you, your understanding of Egypt totally not our definition. Absolutely. Why I say that, Egypt is a new word to what the actual meaning was. So I would say, when we say Tamaray, we're talking about the whole planet. Because we have to talk about a stage when the Earth was very younger, where we didn't have much clever.
Come on, 2018, you know, when I'm dropping these bars. Nah. Yeah, let's get back to the matter, man. Let's talk, man. As people. Yes. Big up everyone inside, man. Come on. Chase. 42 people up inside that place. You get it? That was nuts, huh? Yeah, man. Just a little taste of what we used to do, man. Come on. You get it? Come on. Big up Beefy, man. You know? Big up man like Gabs. You get me? Big up Captain Rambo. Captain Rambo was on fire them days there. You get it? Beefy was in his element, bro. It's like, yo. Once he started speaking, bro, it was game over. Messed the whole of them up. So yeah, man. I'm saying that link again, man. Jump on, family. Get it. Feel while I'm playing the video, I can't see none of what you're saying. So. Get me. Any points want to be raised, whatever. But as we're showing you, man, we've done it all before, man. Done it all before, baby. Yo, who's that in the back, man? Okay. No, it's good. Right. Yeah, man. Whoever want to jump on, man. You get me? Yeah, those are the good old days, man. Those are the good old days. You know what I mean? We used to just go in there, rip man to shreds. Get me? Softly, nicely. Get me? All the subjects discussed. No disrespect. You get it? You know what I mean? That's why people used to be like, you're not talking about the cab over there. Well, refute our arguments, innit? If you can't refute our arguments, I beg you just fall back. You know what I mean? Go back and watch it. Then you see it. Then you realize, oh, there was no disrespect. Man was stating what was obvious, what everybody knows, should know, but you can clearly see that some people don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, deep there. You get me? This is before he became a Muslim. He asking about the Kaaba. Is it us that inspired him to become a Muslim? We're just gonna leave it alone. You get it? These are these things happen, bros. Man's not spitting on the floor them days there. You get me? None of that. Yeah. You're careful, respect. All of that. You get it? He's like, yeah, them days there, them man they wanted to learn from the man. Them come learn. Get me? We open class, we open school. What's going on? Who's next? Who's next on the menu? You get it? There, that was a hard one still. Let's see. Always good. Right there.
When we see Pleiadian ship.
Yeah, man, it was bare jokes them days there, man. But man, they've done so much body of work. There's no way. You say, you ain't nothing. You're just online. You just talk. You just sing. You just Becky. Yeah, see you later. Tell the boy, shut your eyes. All right. Yeah, jump on before I go into the next video. Get me if you're gonna jump on. Oh man. Yeah, what I do the thing. Boom. So here. I don't know why this keeps happening. Every time I think, sometimes the screen splits into two. Splits into two. Share my screen. Now, alright. Like that. Boom. Boom. What's the right?
I see your cross, my friend. Just know it's not a cross. It's not a cross. I know. It's not. I know. It's not.
You saying Jesus, the Messiah, failed in his mission?
Before who?
Before Christ. How did they get to the Father?
He said, "I'm the first and the last, I'm the beginning and the end."
So there's only one person who ever goes to the Father. You are deluded.
If you believe in Jesus, yes. And if you don't believe in Jesus, there's no kingdom of heaven within you, my brother. But there's two ways: the way of God and the way. Man-made religion.
So what's Christianity?
You are one of them, my friend.
What's Christianity? Is it a man-made religion?
Man-made, yes. Yes, that's man-made religion.
Before man. Before your religion.
I have no religion.
Huh?
I have no religion.
Well, then this is before that.
I have a savior.
This has no.
Do you have a savior? Brother, do you have a savior?
Yes, I do.
What's his name?
His name is Yeshua HaMashiach.
Yeshua HaMashiach.
Right.
So are you a Christian?
No.
Then how do you pick up the name of my God? Because Yeshua HaMashiach. Yes, Yeshua HaMashiach is my God.
You said you had no religion. How is your God?
Yeshua HaMashiach is no religion, my friend. He's the savior of the whole humanity.
Why did you ask me? Why did you? Hold on. But then why did you say I was a Christian? Why did you just classify me as a Christian?
I see your cross, my friend. Just know
it's not a cross.
It's not a cross. I know. It's not.
Anchor of life. So both cross and come from the same place. For us,
Jesus didn't die on that.
For us,
Jesus didn't die
the
on
symbol of the cross means the correct.
You now
means hold on, means to resurrect. So the symbol of the cross, which is now a death symbol. You understand?
Yeah.
There is no tarnishing on this symbol.
But the cross,
it's a universal. Hold on, it's a universal.
This is not a cross.
Hold on, my friend.
This is universal. This
is a universal life symbol.
No, it's not.
Life symbol to represent the womb, the fallopian tube, and the phallus that gives life. Man, woman, and child. Man, woman, and the real Holy Trinity. This is the real Holy Trinity. It's not the gay one. Not the gay one. Not Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. No.
Jesus Christ said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life."
Okay.
No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Okay. So how did they get there before him?
No man.
How did they get there
man.
before him?
Before who?
Before Christ. How did they get to the Father?
He said, "I'm the first and the last, I'm the beginning and the end."
So there's only one person who ever goes to the Father. You are deluded. You're deluded.
He said there's only one mediator between God and man, the man Christ.
So he's up there now with God. He's up there now with God. He's up there now with God, and now he's coming back. You know he's coming back, yeah? So he's up there with God.
In Revelation 22 and verse 12 says, "Behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me to give every man according as his word shall be. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last."
Of what? The kingdom of heaven is within you, according to the text.
If you believe in Jesus, yes.
So then, so what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the kingdom to come, knowing full well that the kingdom of God is within
I am
you?
waiting for you, my brother, you, to repent of your sin and here to.
There's so many clothes. I mean, there's so many new clothes.
Is your drugs? Okay, I'll wait for you, and you. What? Stop all that, mate. Stop all that, mates.
I'd like to snatch you out of
So
hell.
are you saying, according to what you're saying Jesus failed? Sorry? Are you saying Jesus, the Messiah, failed in his mission? To save our souls? So then what was he crucified for?
He was crucified for my sin, for your sin.
So then why are you trying to do
I
it
am
now?
here to tell you that Jesus Christ loves you and he died for your sin.
No, you're not. You're trying to guide me some way, in some way. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to, no, hold on, wait. You're trying to manipulate Christ. You know what I'm saying? You're undermining him. Sorry. The word is undermine. Yeah? You're undermining Christ because he's already supposedly.
I'm only a vessel. I'm only an ambassador of Jesus Christ. I'm using the word of God to tell you that you are a sinner. Repent of your sin and give your life to Jesus
But how
Christ.
do you know? Unless you're a soothsayer.
Okay, let's go. Have you ever lied?
Yeah.
Have you ever lied? Of course. I'm a liar too. Have you ever steal something?
Have I ever what?
You steal something.
What's that?
I'm a sin too. Have you ever had a beating of your heart towards someone?
Bitterness in my heart towards someone. No.
No. You have anger?
Anger, yes, but not bitterness.
To you. So me and you, at least by our confirmation, we have broken the spirit of the last commandment.
We've broken it.
Yes.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not kill.
Thou shalt not fail.
Thou shalt not have as a God before me. Thou shalt not have any great thing.
There are only 10.
Let's start with the first one. The first one says, thou
Well,
shalt.
there's 600 and...
No, there's only 10 commandments, but there's 613 Mosaic law. It's different between Mosaic law and the 10 commandments.
And there's commandments.
There's a 10 commandments under the Mosaic law.
Right. So then the Mosaic law can't be Mosaic law. It's got to be God's law given to Moses. Yes or no? No, it's God's law given to Moses. Yes or no?
No, it wasn't. The 10 commandments God gave to Moses. The Mosaic law is a tradition.
So what was being used?
It's the ritual and tradition. The Mosaic law is the ritual and tradition. They have the whole volume of how to rinse your hand.
How to live and how to live.
Your hand.
Okay, wash your hand.
Yes, no problem. The whole volume of the Mosaic law.
Now, in today's terms, yeah, to read that and learn how to wash your hands, yeah, would make you actually illiterate or stupid. Yes. So, because only common sense it says that after you eat a meal or you do anything, you wash your hands. So this is custom and culture.
Be careful. If you go back to the Gospel of Mark, chapter 7, if you read the whole chapter, you will get have about at least 4 stories. In the Gospel, can I read the first?
Just explain it.
In Mark chapter 7, I've had at least 4 stories which been told by Jesus. And one of them is the tradition of the elders. Tradition of the elder means ritual and tradition. Okay, of the Jews, of the Pharisees and Sadducees. Okay, for example, if you go to a market, when you come back, you have to wash your hands, not because of hygienic. You have to wash because you may go to a market, you may touch someone which is Gentile. So immediately, under the Mosaic law, you will be defiled. You may touch a man, please.
Maybe to do it because if the kingdom of heaven is in you, you don't believe in judgment. You wash your hands.
The Jews, they don't believe that. The Jews, they don't believe that. So when you go to the market, you will come across.
Yeah, man. Premium's gonna have to come into this thing, bros, because I'm not really feeling this advert business. What's wrong with this thing? Are you having free adverts on a 9-minute?
The Gentile, there were Samaritans. For example, in the Jewish time, when the people, the Samaritan was the people.
Are we talking about African Jews or are we talking about Jewish?
I'm talking about
Jewish people never existed in that
Where? I want to go to police.
Well, Ptolemy. You ever heard of him? You know about yes. You know about Serapis? Yeah? You know about Serapis? Yeah. So what role does Serapis play in Jesus Christ? And the Gentiles, I don't have any idea. How do you think you read it? How did this book come about? Right. This book from the Jewish. This book is no one else. It's written by 40 people about. It's written at least by 40 different men. And it's all these men were inspired by.
Full FTK session, family. Done now. See how the man in row. Cheese. Cheese.
Then came together unto him the Pharisees and certain of the scribes which came from Jerusalem. And when they saw some of his disciples eat bread without. Going back to the Mosaic here, yeah? Mark chapter 7. Then came together unto him the Pharisees and certain of the scribes which came from Jerusalem. And when they saw some of his disciples eat bread without defiled, that is to say, with unwashed hand, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Jews accepted they wash their hands often, if not holding the tradition of the elders.
Right, so you've gone to Mark. Hold on, wait. You've gone to Mark, right? And the laws are where? Hold on, the laws are where? In this book.
Yeah, Exodus chapter 2.
Right. Genesis, Exodus, right? Yeah, go on. So
Exodus 2. Exodus 2. Yeah. Yes, okay.
Sorry, yes.
No, let me finish first. Let me finish one thing first. I said the knowledge. I don't want to get into that doctrine or that philosophy. But I'm going to answer only one question. Jacob, I said, let's go to the 10th commandment. Here we have the 10th commandment in Exodus 20. You want to read it all?
No.
You know it. You know the 10th commandment. And the 10th commandment is the fixed law. Will never change.
That's the basic.
It's the fixed principle.
No, it's the basic.
It's never change.
Where's the rest of it?
Will never change. There's the 10th commandment. It's about God. How to love God.
Cheese. We got Blood Dunya for that one there. You get it? Like, yo. Back in the day, we used to be on multiple channels, man. Multiple. We used to be on multiple channels. I'm gonna lie to you. You get it? Come on. Scholar gang. Done now. You get it? Come on, man. Jump on, man. Jump on. I don't want to say anything, man. Jump on. Those are the good old days, man. Pick up everybody inside, man. We've been tuning in early out. You get me? We just try to bring you some entertainment or some edutainment. You get it? You can get into these things, man. Love it. Boom. Boom. Let's see what's going on. Yes. Big up Hannibal. You get me? Big up Gressler. Big up Sosa. You get me? With this wisdom come back now. Come back round.
Yeah.
Family.
Peace, man. Yeah, no, let's get some more videos up, man.
Yo.
Those videos are mad.
Right, the videos.
Yeah, now we should do some more reviews, man.
Of course.
I got a couple of videos to review still.
Mm-hmm.
But it's it's one of them ones where it's not even whatchamacallit, it's not even the part on store.
What?
Those debates where it's not in speaker's corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, them ones, Marco.
Yeah.
I've seen some of them on store.
Which do you have a favorite or one that you saw or something?
There's a couple still, I can't lie. I can't pick one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many ones, man. Hold on. Trying to get one up still.
Yeah, man. I remember them days. Oh, there's another one. Classic.
But where's the integration?
Jeez.
Where is it?
Jeez. This is a fire one. Even Z's gonna like this one. And Waleed. You get it?
Oh, damn.
The old days of cooking classrooms. Wasn't even that long ago. You get it? But big up everyone. Big up Rafi, man. Come on. Jeez. Let's go. Dun, dun, dun.
You don't think that we've seen a picture of the guy who you said. We've seen a picture of the guy who you said was black.
No.
Bruh.
I'll say Muhammad
Ramadan.
I'll say Muhammad Ramadan. Okay. You tell me.
Line,
okay, you tell me this man is black or what?
It doesn't even matter anyway.
Okay. Let these people judge it. Let the people judge it now and just say.
Rich to be realizing accurate happiness. That's it. Bro.
You Arab. You cannot say.
Oh, where is he?
Hey, coming on camera. Where is he?
Why is he demons again?
Are you coming around? Listen, the Egyptians are different, but I think this is dark, man. This is not dark. This is not dark. This is the most expensive actually. He's Arab. He's not black. He's not dark. 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 He's not dark like you. He's not dark like you. He's not dark like you. He looks Arab as fuck. It's not dark. He looks Arab as fuck. It's not dark. Listen. Why do you look like the What is that? He looks Arab. The Egyptian all the time. That's the dark Egypt. Yeah. Listen. We different. The Egyptians are different from the Africa. Are different from the Arab. We have a special face, special color. This is the king color. This king's color. Oh! Yeah, this is the king's color. Any statue in Egypt is this color.
That was funny though, brother.
Listen. You are racist people. You're judging people by their color, by their skin color. But if I'm judging you by your skin color, everyone's gonna tell me I'm racist. But because I'm Arab, you can talk about my skin color. You can judge the people in my country by their skin. And you're not racist like that. No one's gonna call you racist like that, yeah?
Sorry. What I asked you, personally, was if you feel as close to the indigenous African man in Egypt. You understand? Because as far as I know, Arabs traveled over to North Africa and either done it peacefully or conquered. I'm not quite sure. At first it was meant to be peacefully. Is that what you said, Matthew? Yeah. At first it was peaceful, and then afterwards it turned to war. Okay. I'm saying, I accept that you said that you feel that you're African. I'm not nobody to tell you that you're not African. Okay. But what I asked you was, do you feel as close to the African man that's indigenous? Because I don't feel like I was born in England, but I don't feel as close to the indigenous Englishman. Hence why I don't call myself English. I call myself British.
Okay, he is my African brother, and I feel he's close to me more than anyone from any other, like Asia or Europe or anything. I feel close to any African. I can understand their vibes. I can understand their culture. But Matfu, can you tell me anything that happened in history? Because we have nothing in history telling us what happened to the people who live in Africa when the Arab people came. You said the people, yes, the Arab traveled everywhere. The Arab traveled everywhere. Do you have anything in the history? like we killed the Arab killed the millions because there were millions that live in Africa. What's the question?
Answer my question. Sorry, but Mark was saying earlier on, in the to tell you that they left Egypt now by region 3,000 years ago. Why? Because there was the invasion coming on. It was famine as well. So there you go.
So what happened to the people who were living? What happened? Can you left? You built this civilization and you left.
Yeah.
How?
Famine.
How? This great people who built this great civilization, who were so strong to build the pyramid, to build the things, the people still now going crazy when you see it. It's so easy. This is the Egyptian. Do you believe this is the Egyptian? No, I don't believe like the Egyptian are strong. And even the Islam, when he entered Egypt, Islam didn't fight Egyptian. He fought with the Roman. He fought with the Roman who was in Egypt. Egypt accepted Islam peacefully. They were happy with Islam.
Yeah. You see when Napoleon came.
Yeah.
This is the canon.
Yeah.
Looking up the nose.
Napoleon, I know him. Napoleon Bonaparte. Yeah.
That you're calling Egypt. That you see and was under sand. So
the whole of Egypt.
There was no way.
The whole of Egypt.
There was no way anyone could have been living.
This man don't know anything about history because when Napoleon came, one city called El Mansoura. We tricked all the French, acted like this city is empty, so they become relaxed, and then we fucked them up, and then we killed all of them. That's how we tricked them.
But you said, one second, you said, why were they not living there? You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that when the French got there, when Napoleon
that was a trick. That was a trick.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm telling you that was a trick. And if you read the history, you're gonna know the trick.
Come on, man. When Napoleon got there, the most of the place was covered deep in sand.
Yeah.
Even the Sphinx, the sand was up to here. You could just about see it. Yeah. So that took years for them to start clearing and blah blah blah. Right now, so it's overstanding that people wasn't living there.
No. Right, the environment changed. We were living there, but we didn't care about the statues and this stuff. We didn't care about this treasure in this time. No one cared about it.
I know.
Well, you look talking.
I can't lie. If you don't know it.
It was still by Africans.
So all of us born in Africa, and you telling us in Africa. He's Algerian. He's not African too, yeah. He's not Algerian because his color is not Algerian. Because his color. So how you say? Why you saying he's not? Why he's not African? Why he's not African? Because do you know his origin? Do you know his origin? Do you know his origin? No, you don't. Do you know his origin? Yes. Do you know them?
I've been told.
Only by his color. By his color. Who told you?
I've been told by his father. I've been told by his sister. I've been told by his uncle. You know what I'm saying?
Your uncle told them your origins, innit? You're lying now, innit? You're lying. You're lying to defend your opinion because you know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. That's why you're lying.
He knows what? Someone say, oh, yes, we're originally from Europe.
Bro. I'm not from Europe. Am I from Europe?
We're not going to do this again. We're not going to do this again.
They were black. Yeah.
Thank you. Were black people.
We're not denying that. We're not saying that.
Oh, you're not denying that. Then where the hell did you come from?
Yeah, but only black people in Africa.
Where the hell did you come from?
Only black people.
You're there's nothing wrong with it, though.
Because
we're not denying that all Europeans are slaves. Have you ever heard of that?
I agree.
Get me? Like revitalize.
Are you saying the indigenous people got mixed with other people? Are you saying indigenous people willingly thought, you know what, I like to look at that woman, I'm going to mix with her?
They were doing that from.
Okay, so that's how we got to how we are today.
No.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
No.
You know the indigenous people.
Thank you.
Other people. So
Thank
that's
you.
how we become
They
right.
talk about integration. They talk about integration. But where's the integration?
The indigenous people of Algeria are black though.
You are biased.
You said to me that the Egyptian left when Islam came. You said to me the Egyptian left when Islam came, yes?
Especially no integration.
What about the Egyptian who accepted Islam? What happened to the Egyptian who accepted Islam? Did they leave Egypt?
Forget that, man.
No. What happened to the Egyptian who accepted Islam?
I'll show you a picture of my sister.
No,
Let me show you a picture of my sister.
Do you think everyone was black? Do you think everyone was black? Do you think everyone was black?
Hold on.
What? You think everyone was black in Africa?
Yeah.
Africa originally.
Everyone was black.
Yes, of different variants.
So there's no other races. There's no other ethnicity in other races.
Other races.
So where did white
out of a particular set?
So where did white people come from? Where did white people come from?
Out of three races, bro.
You said
Did
now
they come from black, bro?
Did white people come from black people?
Oh,
So white people are originally from Africa.
Actually,
Wait,
they
let me
came
finish.
from
Yeah?
They came from
So now
Asia. They came from Asia. I don't believe what you
So
said.
so white people came from black people.
Some did, and some came from
Okay,
Asia.
so the ones that came from black people, are they African? Are they from Africa originally? Because black people came. So I'm African. So I'm African
They're
originally.
from Africa originally.
Yeah.
And they wanted to live long, yeah, and live out their life expectancy. They moved to Europe. They're called albino. We still have them in
Albinos.
Africa.
Albino is
your grandfather, yeah.
My grandfather.
Yeah.
My grandfather is albino.
Yeah, in that room. You see, you're a civilized albino. That means you as albino.
These people are racist. These people don't want to accept that we are mixed. These people are racist. They wanna make everything for the black man. They are racist with Arab.
You're a racist guy, bro. You're a racist guy.
We are mixed. I'm not racist like you. I'm not saying there wasn't black. There was black. There was great black.
My grandparents.
But you are racist.
You just insulted my grandparents. You said my grandparents was albino. First you said G3.
Why do you like Arab? You think it's
Bro, they're jealous because Arabs have a great civilization. They're jealous, bro.
Exactly.
Just because Arabs have a great civilization.
Exactly.
Yeah, Oscar.
We're brothers and criminals. So we didn't introduce mathematics. The Moors, what did the Moors do when they came there? Took the
We are
Western
Moors.
between their
Listen, tell him
these people educated us.
what did Algeria do against the French? We fought the
them
French.
fighting. What do you
We
think
ran
they
them
did?
out. We ran them out.
We ran them out and belly dancing. What do you think they're good at?
We run the French out. We run the English out. Egypt fought with the whole world.
Hold on, Arabs are the most
All you talking about is slavery. All you talking about is slavery.
Palestine. We
All
are.
you talking about is slavery.
Exactly.
All your history is only slavery. That's it. That's all you talking about. Slavery.
They stole from us.
Most
We
oppressed.
don't steal from them because we
Most
got the oil.
oppressed,
We got the resources. We got the resources. What do you mean?
Worse than the Jews,
Worse
worse than the black folk, worse than the Native Americans.
Where have all the wars been? They've been trying to take from us from the last 20 years. In Iraq, in Algeria, in Palestine, in Syria. Why? Why? Because we got it. You understand? And we fought them.
That's true.
We are warriors.
You are the
We are
French.
warrior people. We
Now
are
you fought
warrior
the
people.
French. You are-
We are warrior people. We are warrior people. We got the Arabs. We got all the Arabs.
You are the French,
The
bro.
Americans and the French and
Sacre
the
bleu.
English.
You get me? What the hell are you talking about?
We are.
How do you feel about Saudi Arabia, women in Saudi Arabia? Are they oppressed?
Saudi
Yes,
Arabia
yeah.
is a joke. We're free from Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia are oppressed.
Yeah, we are.
They are blessed, but now the system is changing and now they become more free. Now they are everything is free. They will celebrate Halloween in Saudi Arabia. From 1 week they will celebrate Halloween.
Are you telling me Africans don't have rivalry? You're telling me different African nations don't like each other?
Okay, so you don't like your cousins.
No, it's not my cousins, bro. I don't like the political system of Saudi Arabia. It's an oppressive
So,
regime.
And we love the Saudi people.
They're not
We love the
African.
Saudi people.
They're not African.
Yes, they're not African.
Okay, where they from?
Asia. Asia.
They're
Asia.
Arab. Where they
Nation.
from originally?
Asia.
Where they from
They're
originally?
mixed as well, man.
And where were they mixed at?
You believe that the Prophet Muhammad says he's got African ancestry. He believes, hold on. He believes.
Keep running.
He believes the Prophet has he believes the Prophet has African ancestry.
Marco is playing because he know he's lying.
Never gonna be this.
He know he's lying. He trying like this.
This Arab supremacy is rubbish. Not gonna work.
Listen. That's your black supremacy. That's your black supremacy. It's not Arab supremacy.
Go to your casinos over there, bro. Your casinos are over there, bro. Relax. Yeah?
I don't believe in casino. I don't believe in casino. I'm not rich.
You know what their speciality is?
I'm not rich.
You know what their speciality is?
I'm African, but
Lady boys.
I'm African, man, speak Arab.
Yeah?
I'm African more than
Lady
you.
boys is their
I'm
speciality.
African more than you, Mark. What you talking about?
African. That's
I'm
African.
African more than you. I got up Africa. I lived 30 years in Africa. I'm African more than you, Mark. I know about my culture more than you. Can you speak your language?
Yeah? Yeah, the father, the grandfather.
Anyway, Egypt is the motherland. It's the mother for any land. For any land. That's why we mix it. That's why, yeah, we are the motherland. What is the meaning of the motherland? Everyone immigrated to Egypt. You mixed it in Egypt. You mixed it in Egypt. The black people came to Egypt from Africa. Even the Pharaoh have related with Somali people. They were marrying from Africa.
Were Arabs the first ones to enslave Africans?
Sorry? We didn't enslave. We didn't enslave anyone. Listen, it was tradition. It was tradition. Anyone, if I want, listen, yeah, we didn't enslave anyone. No one. And even when it happened, in war,
it happened.
In war,
it happened.
It's a tradition. It was tradition.
Oh, tradition now. You see, like, let me finish.
If two groups fighting, the winner gonna take the other one slave. If two groups fighting, the winner gonna take them slaves. Whatever fighting were Arabs, they were anything. Law of war. Law of war this time.
So you did take slaves.
And we treated them nice. We treated them nice. We gave them houses. We gave them wives.
All right. You know what? Even though you didn't have one.
You didn't sell your own people. You didn't sell your own people. You're blaming me. You're blaming me when you sent your own people. Fucking hell. It's a trade. If it was trade in this time and this will have money, sure they're gonna buy. And blame yourself that you sold them. Don't blame me, I bought. Blame the seller. Innit? Blame the seller. Innit?
You blame both. You blame both.
Can't blame both still.
You gotta blame both.
Listen.
You feel that?
Why I know about the Arabs? They looked after the people who enslaved them.
It's like a veteran, innit?
They freed them for free. When Islam came, we freed them. Abu Bakr, the best friend of the Prophet, he spent all his money free slaves. Free slaves, he was buying them and telling them, go you free.
But you don't
all the Muslims.
Why were you taking them?
Before Islam.
Why were you Arabs?
What you saying before Islam? After Islam, any Muslim. If you have a slave, if you have money,
You're buying.
Only Nigeria. You're the seller. You offer to me. You make offer. You attracted me. You make offer to me. You offer to me something nice, something cheap. I'm gonna get worker. I'm gonna get worker to work in my land. Cheap.
I did sell it to who?
We don't agree.
I sold it to who?
To the Europeans.
Right, and why you?
I'm not European.
I'm not
French. I'm not Italian. I'm not Portuguese. I'm not Spanish. I'm not British. I'm not English. I'm not Italian. I'm not French. I'm not.
The future is going to prove that those statements was a lie. You get it? You get, the DNA test is going to prove that some people was French or Spanish and all that. Come on, man. They've never told no lies, man. You get me? I enjoyed this one. This is a good one.
Yeah, no, I posted another good one of Egyptian debates though.
It's from their own people.
Wait, no, you don't. Yeah, I sold them. No, hold on 1 second. I sold them now. Let's assume I sold them, right?
That's not what happened in Nigeria. That's what happened. The history saying that.
They sold their own people.
You lot bought them, right?
You're saying we as if we're Europeans.
Yeah, we're not Europe.
Why we're selling them to you?
The Arab slaved in war.
While we're selling them to you, yeah? Are you just taking them anyway as well?
Hold on, he's saying we. He said he sold us to we because we are the French and the Italians. Who bought your slaves?
We the French,
Who bought your slaves? It was the French, the Italians, the English, the Spanish, and the Portuguese.
No. The Arab was. No, listen. The Arab slaved each other. The Arab slaved each other in war. Any color. If my Kabila or your Kabila, yeah, I'm gonna slave your Kabila, whatever your color it is. Okay. That was the rule of war, law of war. That's it.
What about slavery?
Yeah, but you started the idea of we can slave black man. You started this idea. You give the world this idea. You can buy black man. You can slave black man. That's what you did. You created the idea.
My point is, why would I sell?
The Arabs castrated black.
Why would I sell to somebody who's weaker than me?
No, it doesn't make sense.
You need money. You need money.
No, if I could just crush you,
You need money.
would I even deal with you?
You need money. You need
Doesn't
money.
make sense. You're
Because you need
weak,
money.
right?
Who said you are weak?
You're not a nation yet.
No.
That ancient times.
The Arab won so many wars. The Arab are great. You cannot find one war we lost there. What happened to the Arab? What war did you win? What war we lost? What war did we lose? We won Israel.
No, you didn't win nothing, bro. I tell you what,
No. A lot of people onto the Arabs, yeah? They want to kill us. In Syria, they came to Afghanistan, they came to Palestine. Why? Because they know we're strong people, because we are the biggest threat.
Exactly.
The biggest threat. But I didn't say,
Arab on Arab crime.
Arab is the largest 22 country Arab. If they united, we're gonna be the strongest power in the whole world. And you know that. The Arab citizen knows that. That's why I'm scared.
In the world where I live,
22 countries speaking the same language. Do you know how this strong?
I don't know about
22 million, 2200.
The strongest army in the Arab world. The strongest army in the Arab world is the Egyptians.
Who's the strongest military in Africa? Who's got the strongest army?
Egypt is the first army in Africa. The second one Algeria.
The Prophet even said about the Egyptians, they are the strongest army. The Prophet Muhammad said hadith about the Egyptians and the army.
We live in the now.
We live in
the now. Yeah, we live in the now. We don't live in a book. Yeah, that's totally retarded.
Look, I don't have no beef with Africans, yeah. But the thing is, yeah, when people try
with your internal self, thinking you're African when you're not.
I am me. I know thyself. I know thyself.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't need to compete or try to brag about who I am. I know who I am.
Know your origin.
Doesn't matter. Know your origins.
Know your origins, bro.
I identify.
Your people originally came from Europe and settled in North Africa. Let's be realistic.
No.
You know what I'm saying? No one's disrespecting you. But you're not being honest. You're saying now I'm an African.
Listen, Africans and Arabs.
Authentic.
Arabs are more closer.
Arabs are mixed set of people.
Arabs and Africans are more close to each other than they have differences. We are, look, geographically, where you lot are, where we are, we're your neighbors.
Let me make it Arab. Can I make it Arab? Can I make it Arab, please? Huh? Can I make it Arab for you?
Let's talk about it now.
Can I get someone?
Now.
Hold on, one second. Can I make it Arab?
Now.
Let me make it Arab. I'll make it plain and simple for this girl. Yeah? Right, thank you. No, so my whole point is, I can take someone from Iran, one second, someone from Iran, right? And someone from India, yeah, and mix them together, and I've got.
Do you know how many black Saudis there are? Do you know how many black Saudis there are?
One second. I can also take an.
They live in rich, good, nice. They live in, the black Saudi live in rich, nice, in peace. They have everything equal with everyone in Saudi Arabia. Get me one. There's so many black people. There is so many black in Congress. Ministers black people. They have ministers black.
Don't stand there and fucking lie, bro. That's a fucking lie, bro. Yeah? Why now this people change Saudi Arabia? Rare. People get their heads shot off.
We're not denying that. Hold on, calm down.
You lot chat in, man. Want to make some false narrative about some Arab batty, man.
Listen.
20 million.
This guy, he wants to make it out like
they're not even Africans.
That's not the people. Yeah? We bonfire on that. Any Arab that oppresses a black man, you are kafir, you're a dirty individual. Yeah? You're straight down.
Thank you.
You're telling me I say black people. Look at this guy from he's making some dumb statements. He's making stupid statements because he's ignorant. He's trying to generalize. But hold on, he's trying to generalize.
Stop running away from
Why
it,
are you generalizing? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? You're making innocent people. Doesn't matter.
Sorry, you came there at a late time the other day, problem.
Listen, anyway.
You came there the other day. You're even playing Arab and you're not even that.
He's trying to generalize and call everybody. I ain't French. I don't speak French. You know, we find fire on the French. My grandfather was locked up in prison for speaking out against the French. You don't tell me shit, bro. Yeah? I got my surname from a French colonizer. So you don't know nothing. You just want to generalize people. You want to generalize people. I'll tell you why.
Wait a minute.
I'll tell you why.
Hold on. French surname. Oh my God.
KAALAS.
I am the
FTK. Let me explain it.
FTK.
They're so rude. They're so rude, yeah?
What?
They're doing my student. No, listen.
I'll leave all the time and you're a friend.
What I'm saying is, yeah, my grandfather, his surname is...
Your friend.
Mazza.
Well, listen, yeah, what I'm saying is...
Hey, Marco, I got a proper old school one after this.
I love the beta, man. She's her while you give me joke, bro. That's why. Yeah.
Those are legends, though.
Hey, she said she was
Hey.
Yeah, surname. That was it. You can't win a debate after that. Huh?
Done from.
Bro, that was funny, bro. Well, all right, let's hear her do her last bit, and then we'll go on to the next video.
Yeah, I got bare old school ones still. I bet you remember them, Maku. 100%.
They asked him again for his name. Somebody said he is Sion. Sion means fasting. Sion means fasting. So therefore, the French colonizers called my grandfather Sion. They wrote and surned him as Sion. Sion is the Arabic word which means fasting. Yes, I'm not saying it's a French surname. S-A-I-N. Sion. That means I'm fasting. Yeah, that's how my grandfather got his surname. You understand? So it's not a French surname. It's not I don't know, Charles de Gaulle or something like that. It's Arabic term, and it means fasting. Yeah. So my point is here: we don't have no beef for African people. Yeah. 1969, and I'm going to keep on saying it. Watch it on YouTube. The first ever Pan-Africanist cultural festival, where you had all the nations from Africa parading on the streets, and the Algerians welcomed them in. The Algerians welcomed them in, and we showed love, we showed peace, we showed unity. Yeah?
Again supported the
Black Panther.
Yeah, that was hard. Another hard review. Let's see
I posted the 2 videos in the YouTube chat. You know the old one. I think was in 2015 when.
You have to put them in.
The first. All right. Okay. One second. I bet you remember this one, Mark. When the Amon-Ra squad met Pharaoh and Seti, that was a bit heated. I posted them both of ones in the chat store. That was I
remember that one.
It's the third one still. The third one, not the first 2. It's the third one.
What's the first one?
The first one. 1 second. The first one I think was Pharaoh versus Polite, and then there's another one. Hold on. Yeah, the first one's Pharaoh and Polite. And then the second and third one is when the Amon-Ra squad Ankakek met Pharaoh and Seti store. So we got 2 videos to review. I think we should do the Amon-Ra squad and Pharaoh and Seti one, because that was on a next level thing.
Well, I was trying to concentrate on the UK and the ones you found at Speaker's Corner. That's what I was more getting. Now we can do that one, but I think that'll be another time. We can do.
Yeah. Speaker's Corner one. Remember when Muhammad Tohi got banged up store.
By who?
Remember when Saracen came in?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
What, the dick pic that one?
Yeah, hold on, let me find that one. That was on a different level, fam. 1 second. Hold on. What's it called? Oh, it's on content over everything, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I found it. This one's hilarious. I posted in the thingy.
Yeah.
The last one.
I think I had a quick one. Look at all these debates, but I had so many. There was one I wanted to put up. Talk about this noncery. Man being nonsense and that. Yeah. What should we do with them? That was a mad debate. That's me. Jedi Raj. What that guy James?
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah. Messed his whole career up, boy. You have to phone me after that, bro. Listen, Maku. Hope you don't take offense and rah. There's me and Seti. When Seti came to the park.
Nah, you're chatting. Nah.
You ain't seen that?
Yeah. Nah, I've not seen the City one. You must be kidding me, Maku.
No, mate.
Nah, no. You gotta show me that one. I wanna see that one because I don't believe you, Maku, for 1 second. I don't believe you. I don't think nobody's seen that video. Listen, bro, you can't tell me say he came to the park. Nah.
Yeah.
If he came to the park, that's a violation. Nah, I need to see that one. Whose channel is it on if he came to the park?
Oh, I think it was COE and Black Eyes TV.
Was it? Alright, 1 second. Let me find this one. Yeah.
Oh, I like this little one. This is just a reminder. Why Ahmed Ali so
got all of the
so pissed with.
Oh, I thought. Nah. I can't believe what I just saw.
You saw it, innit?
Fam, I just found the Drax one where he's nah. This is Bombaclat.
Bombaclat on this one. Ready?
Yeah. Our good the Quran is? He said he's a Sufi and his source is Quran. Yes or no? Is your source Quran or not? Thank you very much. So Quran says Allah laysa kamithlihi shay. Nothing like unto him. So if you tell me Adam has a spirit that is one of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you are making Adam similar to Allah. And Allah said nothing like that.
That's your interpretation.
Why you have said this? Yes.
That's your interpretation, which is not factored in.
Okay. You have said this.
You already made some inconsistencies.
Can I finish and let you answer?
As a Sunni. You already made some inconsistencies as a
Can I
Sunni,
finish and let
claiming
you answer?
that you are Muslim representing for all Muslims. But you as a Sufi, you know what I'm saying? And the Shias do not agree with his necessary.
Fine.
You know what I'm saying?
No problem. Okay. I have told you.
Okay.
Anyone can make any claim once it is proven.
You can make
it will not be valid. It will not be valid unless it is proven from Quran and from authentic teachings of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If it does not fit this criteria, it's not Islam. Simple and clear. Now, you have said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
What's the main principle of Islam?
The main principles of Islam, you believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Holy True God?
First.
Yes, I'm saying. La ilaha illallah.
So that's what makes you a Muslim.
Yes.
So everything else you're saying
Muhammadur Rasulullah
is being inconsistent.
It's not addition.
It's an addition.
How is addition?
It's an addition.
How is
it your interpretation?
If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala,
you just believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone, or Allah illallah, as they say, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Can I say
so
why?
My point is, at the end of the day, no, that is the main point. That's what I'm saying. Your interpretation from your sectarian point of view is fine.
Your argument is not wrong.
But you cannot speak for all Muslims.
Your argument is not wrong, but not complete. I'm not saying what you are saying is wrong, but what I'm saying, what you are saying is correct, but not complete.
Okay.
Why? Because if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the only true God, la ilaha illallah, decided that Muhammad to be his messenger, what is the situation? If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the only true God, decided that Muhammad to be his messenger, what are you going to do? You will have to accept what Allah wants you to accept, or you're going to say, no, I really believe only la ilaha illallah. Even if this Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent Muhammad as his messenger, you are rejecting him. So If you recognize La ilaha illallah and it is proven for you that Muhammad is his messenger, you have no choice but to accept as Muhammad as his messenger. Correct? If it is proven, if it is proven that the only true God sent Muhammad as messenger, you will have no choice but to accept Muhammad.
We understand
no other choice.
The prophet is.
Correct? And this is what I'm telling you.
We understand what the prophet is. The prophet is the seal of the prophets, yes? Is he the seal?
Do you accept Muhammad as prophet?
Is he the seal of the prophet?
Fine.
Yes?
Yes.
What prophet?
Prophet means someone, Allah
What prophet?
I'm answering. It means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decided to send the revelation. I am giving the answer.
You don't want to say Mila Ibrahim. You don't want to say Musa. You don't want to say Noor. You don't want to say Adam. You don't want to. Come on.
Like, I am allowed to answer my way or your way?
No.
I am allowed to answer my way.
Stop
What is
it.
direct? I'm giving you the
I don't want
answer.
to say Kappa, but it's coming.
Fine,
Kappa stuff going on.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah. And I don't mean it for them.
I'll tell you something. If you don't know,
I don't mean it for them when I say. You know what I'm saying? Someone is covering the truth.
What is the point? Can I speak what I want to say or not?
Yes, you can.
But what you're saying what I'm saying is, what I'm saying, if it is proven that the only true God sent Muhammad as his messenger, do you have an excuse in front of the only true God to say, look, I know by fact it is proven Muhammad is your messenger, but I decided to go against him.
How are you going against him?
How?
By
You are not believing he's his
if
messenger.
he's the seal, we're not saying that. We're saying he's the seal of the prophet. So if we are not satisfied with the prophet, peace be upon him, which would never happen, we can always go back to the other prophets in the other texts, in the older texts, as you're told it in the Quran, you must go to if you're confused with any information in the Quran.
Not true.
Done.
This is not
Bam.
true.
Bam.
You are making all this up. Quran does not teach. Quran teach أطيع الله وأطيع الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم. Obey Allah, i.e. Quran, and His Messenger, and those of the order among you, the scholars of Islam. Those who have knowledge.
Don't try it.
Now, Quran says.
Don't try it. Don't try it.
Quran says.
Hold on. Just name a scholar with the will and the spirit of the prophet, please. Name one.
Anyone learn Islam from its sources to the level that he know good enough, he can become teacher for others.
He can become teacher,
yes.
But is he Rasul? Hold on, is he Rasul?
And
is he Rasul?
Can I finish?
No, man. I'm not listening to anybody but the Rasul.
I need to finish my answer.
And I'm not listening to anyone else but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, you know what I'm saying? What he's talking about is...
Are you ready to let me finish?
No scholar. You know what I'm saying? Only scholar gang. You know what I'm saying?
Cannot let me finish. Thank you, no worries. When you are ready to let me finish and say what I want to say, we have tradition of Islam that we know who we take knowledge from.
Okay.
We have in Quran chain of narrations, and we have in Hadith chain of narrations. This makes you know exactly what you are learning. Is it authentic or not authentic?
And your chain of narration is flawed. Let's not go there. 200 years, 200 years after the death of the Prophet, Uthman compiled your Quran and your Hadith. Your
mixing the Quran and Bukhari. Are you kidding? Where do you get that from?
You cannot just say the Quran and Hadith.
The Quran was compiled
Exactly.
after the Prophet.
Yes, it was, bro.
Where's evidence? Bring evidence from non-Muslim sources.
So what are you saying? It was compiled in the time of the Prophet. Hold on 1 second. It was compiled in the time of the Prophet. Yes, we know that. No, hold on. We know that different people had their versions of it. Yeah, but the original copy, hold on, the history.
Don't say versions.
Listen, the history of it is that the original copy was burned.
There was no
different version. Hold on. So after 200 years, after they compiled and got all of the different, of the different Sahabas, of the different Sahabas and so-called scholars information. They put it together and made a Quran. You can't say that.
Michael, no. Okay, let me tell you this.
Uthman lived there within the life of the Prophet ﷺ. Uthman lived within the time of the Prophet ﷺ.
Who?
Uthman, yeah.
Okay.
He learned the Quran.
It couldn't have been 200 years. It couldn't have.
Right. Well,
He learned it after his death. Told him the Quran, taught him it.
Okay.
Yes. So he compiled it. But how long after?
So are you saying that the compilation that we have of the Quran right now is not from Uthman?
I'm saying the compilation is not from Uthman. Yes. I'm not saying that. But are you telling me? Wait, are you telling me Uthman was 20 years after?
No, I'm saying that to do all of that, to get to another one that we have now, the established one, the ones that were previous, I'm not denying, am I? As I said, they were compiling from what came from before, and that original copy that was established was burnt. You have to, that's history. You know what I'm saying? This is Islamic history we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And then after they compile, this process and this timeline is 200 years.
What was burning? Do you know? What was burning? Do you know?
What, sorry?
What was burning? Do you know?
The original Quran. That's what I'm trying to say. The original copy, original version of the Quran.
Can I tell you something?
They have to admit, they have to even admit, like, there was certain parts of the Quran that were written on animals. If it's originally, you know what I'm saying? The one we have can't be an original, but we're not knocking it. We're not saying that there's something wrong with it.
Can I explain to you? That might make sense.
We're looking at timeline.
Oh, Uthman, first of all, lived in the time of the Prophet. He memorized the Quran. So he knew what was in the Quran, what wasn't in the Quran. So after the death of the Prophet, straight afterwards, okay, after Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman came, and he ruled, and he compiled the Quran. Okay, so it wasn't 200 years. Abu Bakr did the compilation as well. Huh? Abu Bakr did the first compilation. Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman did the final one. Yes, that's summarized it last. He is missing a point. If we get the Qurans now, we do like happens that we burn all the Qurans. Now, can we get the Quran back or not?
But then that's why you need chain of narration.
Huh? If all the Qurans imagine, for the sake of the argument, they are all burned. Yeah. Okay? No more copy left, no more written copy, printed copy left. Yeah. Including the manuscript and everything.
You'll find out that the same.
Can we get the Quran back or not? Yes. Same thing happened with the Sahaba. So it's a burning of different writings. It doesn't mean he burned anything. He just
you burn something and burn nothing. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? You're right.
I don't know where that came from. Still,
I don't agree. You're agreeing with me, but then you're not agreeing with me. It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying is true.
Like, what did man say? The man say that you can't burn the Quran or something.
No, not that. No, he's saying that the ones burnt under Uthman,
right.
I'm saying they're different. There were different compilations of Qurans with different individuals. Like Abu Bakr had his own under Hafsa's bed. You get it? Like,
that's the thing though. That there's different traditions about that. I don't know why, like, man trying to reject this though. Like, come on, bro.
No, but obviously,
we're not saying that the Quran is changed, right? We're saying that when it comes to compilations, there are different, like, there are different compilations, man. Like, even in our hadiths, it's mentioned that. That's why the Uthman tradition comes through. You get me? So when man's trying to say, oh, there's no compilations of Quran, it's like saying, oh, well, I'm rejecting hadith now. But you're the one who believes in Sahih hadith in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
But hold on. The point is that we're having this discussion, and there's no talk of hadith.
Right.
We're talking about hadith here. You get it? Like, he tried to bring it in, but we're dealing with the Quran first. You're saying there's a he said there's a chain of narration for the Quran and there's a chain of narration for the hadiths. I'm like, oh my God, this guy. You get it? But admit that the hadiths, as you know, Sahih Bukhari, that's 200 years. It's 200 years later. Yeah? What Uthman done was like, actually, the correct was like, I think it was 20 years after the death of the Prophet. You get it? So, yeah, you know, like, them days, they like, man's just generally just going off what man's knows. But when man went back home and researched the thing again, like, to make sure he wasn't going mad, You get me? I realized like I wasn't talking rubbish. They was. Yeah, man, they're trying to cover the truth, man. Mad thing. But obviously, you know, it's the Walid. These men are Walid. The whole Walid has got to know what these guys know. Yeah. He looks really African, eh? Mad thing.
Standardized the Quraysh way of writing. He made Nuskha or Mus'haf Usmani. That the way how Quraysh used to write, he wrote it in this way. And from the narration, you can have other narrations of the Quran that is pronounced with other accent, with other qira'at, with other ahruf. But what is written as Usman made an ijtihad that he would write it according to the way Quraysh wrote Arabic. But as it was not preserved through writings, until today, we still have different narrations of the Quran that is different from Quraysh one, and there is still valid Quranic recitation. But what is written is a choice of Osman he made to write according to the Quraysh way. Okay.
Man just contradicts himself.
As there was writings that does not agree with the way Quraysh writings, this was not used anymore.
This is the problem, man.
Was the way but
old day stuff, man. Those are the jokes, man. It was good stuff. Hey, let me I see some
and some more ones, man.
Some kind of ones. Oh no, this is a peak one. This is a peak one.
Which one?
There's some peak ones in there. I want to show that still.
Oh yeah.
My brother Isa and that. Yeah. There's so many. Where people got beat up.
I remember the ones where them man were trying to say you're not Muslim because you're moving on some Kemetic things.
Yeah, but it wasn't really me. It was other man still, and obviously because I'm back in it.
The reality of the matter.
Oh yeah, this one was one. Yeah.
Yeah. The first Muhammad who came to what you call Mecca is one of Israelites. That's what you claim. It's not a claim. It's in the history. Brother, will you let me finish it? Comes from the word skull. That's why in Islam and Judaism, the way the skull. That's why they wear the skull cap. It's a religion of death. Show me it's not. Show me it's not. Now listen. He did not read the Torah. He didn't prove anything. He didn't prove anything. Stop talking like Muhammad's greater than me. He did not prove nothing. Not even you win. You're nothing. Brother, the evidence of the pudding is in the eating.
The old man Hebrew. Come on.
He came with a book from God Almighty, which is unchallenged. Okay, one thing. To agree with that. Surah, I mean, in the Quran. No, answer my question. No, wait, 61:6. 61:6, yeah? Okay. Now, we have the Arabic translation. I can't read Arabic. There. We have it broke down. It's all right. We have it broke down into English. I can't do this. No, but I can't. It's the Quran. Listen, my friend. It's the Quran. It's not. Nah, listen. It's the Quran. Have some respect for the Quran. I just want to go with this. My eyesight is not up to the level that I'm going to read it. I'm going to. Oh, yeah, we are. I was only trying to make a point because I'm trying to read from the Quran. You say, but I'm not addressing you at the moment. No, but I'm saying you make a claim. You're making a claim that the book. Even if I make the claim to him, then let him answer to me. Okay, but what I'm trying to say. Why you can't talk to him? What's wrong with you? What is allowed in the structure? I like what I'm trying to say because you want to jump in. You know what I mean? It's fair that I can jump in, but I'm jumping in with facts. That's all I'm saying. Why? Out of the Quran, that proves the point. That proves the point. Anyway, read on anyway. And remember, Muhammad doesn't control the kingdom. We do. And remember, yeah? All right. That's why you're here, because I'm in control. That's why you're here. That's why all the lights are here. That's why the lights are here. Muhammad, stand over there. No light ain't going to follow you. Now move on, brother. Michael, read the thing. You don't let him control the narrative. It's flawed. It's so flawed. This is out of the Quran. It's out of the Quran. Look, I said
61:6, right? Of the Quran. It says, and remember when Isa, Jesus, son of Miriam, O children of Israel, Jacob, surely I am Rasul, sent by the source to you all, confirming truth and grace, and the Injil, the evangelist revelation of which is between my hands. So he has that in his hand. From the Torah.
From where?
From the Torah.
From the Quran?
I'm not dead. From the Torah.
From the Quran?
From the Torah.
From the Kaaba?
From the Torah.
From Islam?
From the Torah.
This is the Quran.
Huh?
This is the Quran.
This is out of the Quran.
I'm just remember, brother.
It's instruction 61. I mean 61:6.
I believe it. That's right. No. Why have you been on the chair this whole time? Stand up. I'm tired. Is that the full verse, yeah?
Yeah.
61:6. 61:6. Time. You're going to go read the Quran, read the Bible, and you'll be able to very eloquent. Brother, even your Bible, you say Jesus all powerful, all knowing. You come through from the Bible. I didn't ask you if you have read the whole Bible. You took the
Man
highest.
said sniper reading out the Israelite. Come on, boring.
I give you 3 months. Do something original.
Jeez, on the pressure, you know, brother Lemming and that. You get it? Like, these are the games. Proper debaters, you know. It's not no play. You can't come in there with no heart. You get 10 to shreds. Yeah, come on.
You haven't read the Bible. You haven't. You told me that. I told you the Bible. What's your point? What do you want? Look, Martin. What do you want?
I want to comment on this verse. 61:6. Listen, you left out the part where Jesus. This is Jesus.
Hold on. Let's read this thing. Read it. We don't want no explanation. Because it was just read.
No, because
don't give us a scholastic
revelation. It's not read completely.
Okay, go on then, read it.
The bit that was left out, you all right?
All right.
Okay, cool.
Because at one point, then Jesus goes, yeah? And Jesus was sent to affirm what has been sent in what? It has been confirmed to sent in what we revealed in what? What book? What book is Jesus confirming?
You read it, man.
1 second, bro. I'm asking him because his eyesight is better.
Well, you've memorized the whole thing from childhood.
I want him as a evidence for you.
As all the college did.
So did. You want to listen to this verse.
You haven't read the whole Bible.
Okay, and how gets the verse by speaking to them?
How you come and lie to people?
Why is he looking
You are not.
Okay, listen, please. This verse is clearly saying that Jesus came to affirm what has been revealed in the Torah and in the Gospel. Okay, excuse me, it's been revealed in the Torah. He's coming with the Gospel.
Question. Brother Spenny, it's just a question to you. Don't forget it's all to you. You got more time to teach us. Who did Jesus come to speak to?
He came to speak to the children of Israel.
So what's that got to do with you guys?
Well,
who are you? Who are you? You're Ishmaelites. We're Israelites.
Listen, I'm not an Ishmaelite, and I don't consider myself an Ishmaelite.
Yeah, Muhammad was an Ishmaelite. We're Israelites.
Can I answer you? You know what answer?
Yeah. Answer us.
I don't care who came from and who what.
Well, Allah seems to care. Because he let you know we gave unto the children of Israel 5 and 122.
You're yelling to me 3-4 times. I'm not deaf.
That's how we talk. That's how we talk. You know that's how we talk.
No, but you give me no space, man. You ask me 4 questions. Every time I wanted to answer, you go on another question. Let me tell you why it is important for us to know what.
Who's the us?
Okay, you know what? Let me make it more clearer. Let me tell you why it was important for the Ishmaelites to know what he told to the Israelites. Let me tell you why.
No, we don't want to go into the why. We just want to deal with fundamentals.
No, but come on, man.
Brother.
You cannot change the question now.
The why goes into preaching. We don't want to do the why.
I'm not preaching.
What's why going to do? It's going to show us why, innit? But we don't want the why. We want the what's going on.
Listen, I'll tell you what's going on.
No, we don't ask you to believe. No. Brother Smenin, don't forget we did this for an hour before. We've done this for an hour before. He's moved off the original. Go ahead.
Okay, the reason why God Almighty.
Let's hear him.
The reason why God Almighty is telling the Israelites in this time in the Quran what happened to the Israelites back when Jesus was alive to confirm is because they were interacting with Israelites. You see, the Israelites in the time of the Prophet, the Arabs, were interacting with the Israelites, the Jews of Medina. So therefore, God is saying what He told to the Jews in the Torah and what Jesus came to confirm in the Gospel.
Question.
That's why
Question, brother. Fair enough. Now
you
listen,
brother. You understand it now?
Brother, this was not beyond us before. But listen.
What's the point? Why would you ask?
You was the one who wasted time. I didn't want you to go there. Now listen to the question. Listen to the question. Did Muhammad read the Torah?
No.
You hear the ignorance? How can a man who didn't read the books before him claim to know what's in the books before him?
Okay, I'll tell you, that's a very good question. Answer. If. Give me an if. Come on, you know my English is not the best. Bro.
No, your English better than mine. Don't start that thing. Your English better than mine. Don't do that one. Don't do that one. Don't do that one, bro. Excuse me, children. I'm not English.
Children, calm down. It's a funny joke. MashaAllah. Good. Listen. We believe, Islam believes, that this Torah we're talking about, which Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has not read and seen with his eyes, yes, has been revealed by Angel Gabriel because he got it from God. This same angel is giving the same message in the Quran to Prophet Muhammad.
Oh, hold on.
I'm not done. There's no holding up. There's no holding up. There's no holding up. I don't care. What do you mean? I don't care. I want to finish my sentence. It's just 2 sentences. Go ahead. Don't be childish.
Go ahead.
When Gabriel
out of the Torah.
We don't need to go there. Because he is affirming what God has said to Moses, he doesn't need to read what he said to Moses. He has the same link to Moses. What is the reason? If your father tells you and your brother to eat 5 times a day healthy food, do you care if you heard what he said to your brother? No, because you care your father said it. You understand that your brother heard.
We're not arguing with that.
So he doesn't need to read the Torah. There's no point.
Brother, you're going somewhere with it. You're going. Don't even go there yet.
Why?
That's a red herring.
24 years.
Answer us.
Allah, what are you reciting for 24 years and learning to recite from the angel for 24 years? It's not the Torah and the Injil.
Okay, so it is the Injil and the Torah.
It affirms and it accomplishes and it has
affirm means affirm means
or confirmation.
Exactly. For you to confirm something, the thing has to exist.
Oh.
For you to confirm something, the thing has to exist. If you can't read Hebrew,
He can jump in. No, we can't jump in.
How do you think he's jumping? Right.
I jumped in.
You might stand there, but there's 3 of you.
You know what?
One by one.
I didn't jump in. I dived in. Ali.
Can you tell us about Brother Portland?
No. Hold on, guys, hold on. Guys, I beg you, brothers.
No begging. No,
hold on.
No one needs to beg. No one needs to beg.
Sorry. I need to go. Let me forget your name again. Ali, listen. Ali, no, Ali, listen, Ali. What we're saying is, when we're speaking, let it be one person. Let it be one person speaking, so we can all hear.
No, the brother talked, and I just wanted to.
That's why we kept quiet for him. Hey, Bro Michael. No, because me and him are having a sort of dialogue. It's not. We're not trying to interrupt.
You were talking to him about affirmation. That's what you guys were. No, you affirmation. He was explaining it to him. Don't get mad, bro.
I explained to the big man because we coming to our. He's reading something.
Bro, but didn't he just tell you what affirmation was? Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Affirmation, confirmation.
Exactly.
You need to play with the words.
No. You came with affirmation and confirmation.
So I'm saying, my only point was, what was he doing in the cave for 24 years? One more time. What was he doing in the recitation from the cave? Well, obviously he can't read because the word ikra means he can't read, and it doesn't mean recite.
Just stick to your question.
You're saying, so, what am I saying? If he couldn't read, remember, because the word is ikra, so the word is ikra, he can't read, you know what I'm saying? Are you going to say precise? No. Iqra has two words. Two meanings.
Number one. Are you not even Arabic? Well, number one. The Quran comes from the word qara'a.
Which is a Hebrew word, which means book. Don't teach us language. You got to teach us Hebrew, Arabic, okay, I'm just saying. But you made the word. Whatever. You know that the word Quran, bro, Hebrew. Means book. Did I claim alone? Do you agree with me? I don't care if you shouldn't have brought it up. Really? You shouldn't have brought it up. You ended up where we are. You got up where we are. Listen, all right, let's get back to the topic. We'll kind of run over.
Listen, have you studied Hebrew? You know Hebrew. You agree with me?
No, we gotta go where we want.
No. He's a scholar. He's a scholar of Hebrew language, right? Okay. You're a scholar of the Hebrew language, yeah? Now I'm gonna ask you a couple of things. When it comes to topic now.
Running away. We're going off topic.
Then let me ask you a question. I'm asking him something. Let me answer. He digressed. Why are you not letting him answer?
The rules. No, it's a word he told. Don't say plural.
Look at me.
So now I'm a linguist for him. You know what I'm saying? I love that respect. You know what I'm saying? I'm a linguist for him. You know what I'm saying? I don't deal with these things. But we deal with language and the root of language and where these things come from. You know what I'm saying? Okay, the topic is the Injil and the Torah. Yeah, an angel gave you.
He gave you a word. You said something. You're making it into a circus.
All right.
You're joking. Can I ask you one thing?
61.6. You got Google 61.6. Yeah? 61.6.
I got a question for you. Why are you talking about? You didn't mean nothing.
Don't run away. 61.6. Out of your book.
You're saying
running.
Keep running.
Okay, no.
You asked which question do you want me to reply to, please? I'm confused now.
Leave him alone.
Do you want me?
I need to go for the job. You're getting late. Brother, face the way. We want him to talk. Yeah, but he's trying to face somebody else.
No, he's not facing me.
No, he ain't looking at Michael right now. No.
Wait.
So let's do it real me. Not that Michael can't do it.
Michael run away. Michael get his answer after you.
That's a different story.
Smelling.
Let's
See how you're arrogant now.
Exactly.
You see how smelling is arrogant. My arrogant out there.
When he does it,
what's wrong?
Okay.
What did he do? What did you do?
Okay.
What did he do, Ali?
All I know is he said it went and these guys are jumping.
What did he say?
I usually went there.
What did he say, Ali?
He said you said that comes from Hebrew. My man did
He brought out the Quran and he said smelling.
He didn't talk about that. But don't get off topic. It's your question.
My point was, remember that my point was, yeah. It's found an outlet.
Yeah.
We're here now. We're here now. Right? We're doing now.
Oh God! Says you can't read. So then, from then you can open the chest and then back in the forth. All right. What did I say? For how long? One love, my brother.
So he recited it.
No.
But what is he reciting?
No. Your understanding is wrong. Your understanding is wrong. That's what happened.
No, your understanding of what the Quran is.
It's not my friend. You don't understand Arabic. Let me tell you. I don't want to preach you. I'm just going to teach you right. I'm going to teach you. Teach. So what happened? Gabriel told him, read, recite, Iqra. But did he say which meaning of Iqra he wants? Did he want him to read or did he want him to speak? That was not clear to Prophet Muhammad. So he answered.
And he shows that scripture.
Bro, don't ask me.
No, brother. Am I wrong?
Come on, don't
show us that scripture. Is that wrong?
I'll show you.
I'll show you. No, show me now. Show me that.
Come on, please. Let me just show you.
They're making things up.
I will prove it to you.
They're making things up. No, do it now.
I'll do it now. Calm down.
It's the Quran. Show us that scripture now.
I'll do it now.
Do it.
Calm down.
Until then, we stop.
The only thing.
Until then, we stop.
Why do you stop?
No, so we can see. No. That's not sliding. That's not sliding. Ali, pull it up.
I don't do magic.
Ali, just pull it up.
I'm not even with magic.
Are you Googling it before you pull it?
You can't get that name on this.
This is the problem. Yeah.
Listen, guys, you're being unfair. I don't want to have anything to do with playing around. You guys don't want to know.
We don't want to what? We don't want to what?
You don't want to learn.
Learn?
About what?
Since when did we come to a masjid to learn? We're here to teach.
Nobody's talking about the
Now you're not happy with the machine. We're here to teach.
We ain't giving that one.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know that, right? Michael, step back and let this guy do it. Let him deal with this thing. But we need to wrap up, innit? You need to have some patience while your elder brother deals with the issue. Have some patience. You just ask the question.
Bro, you guys are not patient.
I don't know the whole Bible. I am the Bible. You said it. So you do what Bible don't I know?
You said you have to read the Bible. You don't look corrupt. You said
now look. Now look.
You don't say that. You don't look corrupt. You don't look corrupt. You know the Bible. I don't say that. You calling yourself a Bible is an insult to you. I don't believe you're a corrupt man. The Bible is
Ali don't say that. Ali don't say that. I'm going to say that.
No. The Bible is corrupt. No, I believe it's corrupt.
Let's do the thing. Ali Dawa. Are you ready for the big arena or not? Let's do this. Are you ready or not? You are. Not what? Well,
you didn't see him on the couch for 3 months.
Yeah, man. Mohammed Hijab, he has run. Adnan, he is running. Jay Smith, he's running. We don't know who else to talk to. It's like our brother said, when Serena Williams was playing Venus Williams, suddenly they had nobody else to play anymore. They had to play each other.
You know what?
Now we're running out of you guys. But you come forward and you say nothing. Yeah. Ali has moved forward while Muhammad moved backwards.
I was pushed backwards, bro.
Who pushed you back?
I fell. Don't let them listen.
All right, come on, guys. Bring the scripture.
Listen.
Bring the scripture.
Chapter 96.
What does he say? Read.
pick up your book. You got to put on there.
No, it's not 96.
Read for us. Okay, just read the thing for us. Oh, I put it down again, right?
Okay.
You got it now.
Yeah. 96. With the name of our
Hold on.
the very merciful.
Scripture first
Chapter 96.
Chapter 9,
verse 1.
I just probably going to say I disagree with everything.
We sound like the people who
Allah agree. Muhammad's spelling. It's always giving out. What's that word called? When you redact something, it's a probably track. Retraction. You're always doing that. All right. Thank you.
I was retracting it.
We didn't say I didn't start adding to things we didn't say. We didn't say that. All right. 96 and what? Ali, 96 and what? We don't. No, you read it. You're the one who got the book. Read it. We follow it. All right. Lamin, Elder Lamin. Elder, you're an elder. No. No. I'm 35 years.
What the hell?
Let's hear the thing, man.
Yeah, good chef, man.
He told man what he did not know. Yeah, what he did not know. In fact, man crosses the limit because he deems himself to be free of need. Surely to your Lord is a return. Have you seen him who forbids a servant of Allah when he prays? Don't
forget your point. Don't forget your point.
No. He asked a question.
We want to know the point.
No, he didn't give a point. No problem. The angel came.
One by one.
An angel came to the Prophet Muhammad and said, in the name of your Lord, we pray for you out of the Lord.
Here it says read. I'm not sure which one it is.
No.
Oh, brother, hold on. Let's hold on, brother. Don't forget, I'm not saying it. I'm saying in this Quran, glorious Quran, here it says read. You say there, it says recite. It looks like the Quran has been changed. Wait, what you say? It looks like it's been changed.
Whoa. How many of you guys watch it? How many of you guys have seen that? What's that guy called? No, in something. He said nonsense, and then he's got people behind the scenes. Woo! Have you seen that? Have you seen that meeting? He's on fire. What's it? Super hot fire. Oh! Super hot fire is a guy who's joking around, messing around. He's there, and he goes, the guy is doing some proper rap. So then the other guy comes and says, bim, bam, bada boom. Yeah? And then everybody starts shouting. Everybody does this. This is what's happening here exactly. All you say is fools out of yourself. Look how weak of this argument is. In my Quran it says read. In your Quran, even though this one it says read as well, it says recite. The Quran has been changed. Wow. Anyway, moving swiftly on. That is your argument.
That's not my argument.
Well, that's what you say it is.
Are you speaking in threes or what?
No, we're not Trinity. Yeah, then it says one.
Ali.
Now, the angel came and said, recite in the name of your Lord.
Read. Now,
recite.
Ali,
you speak Arabic. You said it's free.
Don't engage him.
You said it's free.
Brother Michael.
You heard that? He said translation error.
Iqra could depends on what context you put. It could either you to read. Listen,
do you know Arabic?
It seems read.
Do I tell you what
I didn't finish. You didn't finish.
Hebrew.
I'm saying. I'm gonna end this whole discussion.
You won't end me. You'll walk away.
I'll believe you. I'll end it.
No.
So I just want to know.
What does it mean?
Listen.
I want to know what it means.
Bro, I'm gonna put you in your place. Read. Michael. From now on, I'm gonna call you Michael. I'm gonna give you a name. It's called Michael. Bro, chill. I'm not there. From now on, from this day on, you have a nickname. Your nickname is Michael being dependent. You're dependent on translation and understanding by someone. I speak dependent. What does it mean?
No, both. So that's wrong. Wait, that's wrong, and this is wrong.
And that's what
you're saying.
No.
That's wrong, and this is wrong.
No.
If you're gonna talk about that, I'm gonna show you 30 contradictions from the Bible. I'm gonna show you. I'm not telling you. He's on the truth. Same thing. No. And these are proper contradictions. No, you change it. Changing what? No, you said we're going to talk about the Bible. I don't mind, but just hold on. No, you got to deal with something. Are you pushing them aside? No, brother.
Madman business. Are you going to say, yeah, in your translation on your little tablet, it says read. Yeah? In the Quran that someone has there, it says read. Where's recite? Like, these are the small fallacies, man, but it was good jokes, man. Good jokes, man. No, man, that was a good debate. You know, you could catch that on COE. That was extra good. Yeah, man. We had so many, man. Beat man up. Beat him up. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me see. I got so many. I didn't even going on the pages where I got the video. Okay. Look at these ones. I want to troll me with this video.
I do what? You're worshiping our ancestors. It's you must say. Some of you, a sect of you, worship some gods, worship devil. Yes or no? And you do magic. Yes or no? Come on, that's the concept of devil. That's what the concept of devil. I said a sect. Educate yourself, guys, yeah? Educate. It's not about respect. We don't worship information. We don't worship him. We don't worship Satan. So, okay, what the respect to you? No, you don't. You haven't researched it to say that. That's why. Go away and research. I see the video myself. That's right. We worship Allah. We worship Allah. It's a prayer. When you pray, what direction did you pray to Satan? When you pray, like you don't know what prayer is. Yes. Any direction in the world. That's how it works. That's how it works. See, there's no promise for this.
If you pray towards the camera, yeah, that's idol worship. Sorry, that's shirk. What? Say something. Yeah. Oh, go deal with this conversation. Yeah, man, I'm telling you what it is, man. House of Idols, yeah. Daru Haram.
Man about Shaitan, we don't worship like that.
Whole idol worship and whatever. But once he came, he actually contradicted himself the stone that now Muslims currently today now do, as not as it's a thing that they have to do, because we so much as needed it. So to us, I would take that as worshiping. Whether you say it is or isn't, that's how I would see it.
Now, if like this,
my mum. Does it mean that I worship my mum? No, so let's use the same ideology now. Yeah? If it's out of love for something, or even if it's just a cultural respect for something that they're doing, you don't need to attribute that to, as you said, it's not something that has to be done, it's not obligatory, right? Now, if we are going to talk about, for example, poverty, and you said that you contact your ancestors, are your ancestors dead or alive? All right. Well, how do you contact dead ancestors? How do you contact dead ancestors?
Well, I'm telling you, you
must be about
wait.
Why
You are using.
Are you? My hands are in my pocket now, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Because I can see your energetic fire. That's how you do it. All right, no problem. Do it.
So, my point is, you are worshiping our ancestors, not ancestors. Muhammad is your father. You got to say.
All right, you know what? Just
now you
have
to dispute that.
Just because you know that. You can say that. Just because you brought that up, I'm gonna make it.
You don't deal with tribes. No.
Just because you brought that up.
Have you got identity for it?
Just remove me.
Yeah, identity of the prophet. You know what he looks like. You know what he looks like.
Firstly, when you are contacting a dead man, I want to venture that one. Confidently, you seem like a confident man. When you are contacting a dead man, how do you do that? How do you contact a dead person? How do you make that communication? Through prayer and meditation. Through prayer and meditation.
You invented it, so
you invented the prayer. You invented the prayer and meditation. You invented the
concept of prayer, the concept of religion, the concept of God, full stop. So
you know what I'm gonna do?
Yeah, and no, all your prophets, all your prophets are gonna come to ask the idol worshippers supposedly. No, the idol worshippers supposedly. All your prophets, all of them.
Talk about me?
All of them within your book. You know what I'm saying? No, man.
Can I put my hand up?
Sorry. It's alright.
I like your team, but apart from that, bro, listen.
Yeah.
Muhammad was a man who came down to say, worship none besides the one true Lord.
And he has to make a distinction.
I'm looking at you now, be real.
You have to make a distinction because you know there must be other gods. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Oh, there's more gods though.
I can't do this, man. I can't do this, bro.
Be sincere. Okay, I'm being sincere. There's more gods.
I'm being sincere.
Okay? That's an instruction. Let me finish for people who don't know about God. They don't know. They worship idols. You know, that's you know what I'm saying. It's not for us. Go on.
All right. You are contacting dead people that you have created your own prayers in order to contact them. I don't know about you, but that sounds like some juju to me.
That's what
it sounds like. It sounds like some voodoo juju.
That's
you
what
made
you
your
are doing.
own prayers, but we're doing it.
No, but you're doing it.
All right, you're doing your last statement and let me go. Okay. I can't entertain
You're doing it.
I want to go.
Everything you just said.
You're making no sense.
All right. Everything you just said refers to you in religion. It doesn't refer to us.
So we made our own prayer.
You know what I'm saying? Right? No. You worship the prophet. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah. You worship the prophet. No, wait. You worship the prophet as a vessel of God.
I want to go and eat my food.
You understand?
It's worth more than this.
You worship him as a vessel of God.
Bro, you know.
Right, you do worship.
Can I tell you something? Before I go, can I say one thing?
They know.
Can I tell you one thing? I'm a Muslim, and I believe I'm a Muslim, and I believe that the first man on this world was a colored man.
Okay.
I believe the first man on this world was a colored man.
And what was his name?
His name was
Black man. Get it? Say it with your chest, Tawheed. Yeah, colored man. What are you talking about? And you got vitiligo. Yeah, you know what color is, fam. Stop it, man. You get me? The first man is a black man. Okay, cool. So when you violate a black man, what are you doing? You're violating Allah's greatest creation. You get it? Anyway.
And that's where you fall short because we have information. I'm just telling you, we have the information about Adam and his parents, and Eve and her parents. So where should we go? Should we go with Islam that only knows up to Adam, or should we go with the information that came before Adam? Yeah, you want before Adam? No, I'm just telling you. You don't like facts.
I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like fat. I don't like insincerity. I don't like insincerity. So where is it? It's not here. You can't look at yourself. I'm being serious. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. The fact is, no. The fact later, when you don't hear the information, I can't entertain you, man. I can't entertain you. I'll take it. I need to. I can't take it. I can't take it. You are out your work. You got to say.
The problem here that you're saying that because we pay tribute and homage to our ancestors, you know what the problem I find for me? Islamic people, Muslims, whatever you want to call yourself, whatever. You look to the same thing. Now, if you go to the Victorian Albert Museum, I've got evidence in my phone right now. You will see.
I've got another one.
Listen. How many? Edited. She went in her phone and she got the evidence. Yeah. Edited. Yeah. They Black Dunya. I just gotta say, yeah, you know you done that, bro. He edited the video. It was much longer than this. You know what I mean? Lady Divine brought out her evidence, and yeah. But you know, when people want to be disingenuous, this is what they do. Mad thing.
People here are Muslim, put your hands up. For anyone that has your hand up now, put your hand, put your hand up. Put your hand up. I know what means. I'm going to teach you. Oh, you're very interested. Everyone who's a Muslim, put your hand up. Now, anyone who believes that we show, what was it? Whoever honors the dead here in the Victoria Albert Museum or agrees with this, keep your hand up. See you later, brother. See you later, sister. What's your evidence? You don't know. Go to the Shias with that. Go to the Shias with that. It's got nothing to do with us.
If you've got a whole Middle Eastern section in that museum, remember it's a museum. People from all around the world come to the
museum. Did you just see something special just now?
No. It's in your Islamic section. Did you listen to me?
Hold on, it's not my Islamic section. My Islam is not Victoria Albert Museum.
No, hold on. Does it represent Islam?
I don't know what you just said. Does not represent
you don't know.
What you just said does not represent Islam.
There's a whole section dedicated to Middle Eastern Islam and Muhammad. They've even got the first scriptures. What they claim is the first scriptures. This is what it says. This is actually what it says.
Sister, respectfully, my brother, this is the most nonsense I have ever heard in the pot. Today, you know I brought the most nonsense to the pot. You know have made me angry with the nonsense.
We have made you angry. The evidence is there.
You made me angry. You made me hungry with the nonsense.
You're very ignorant, my brother. You need to go and start doing homework on your own religion because we can do it, and we're not even Muslims. And it's not even yours. And we can bring the evidence.
You know, you're even yours. Hold on. Their Islam comes from Victoria Albert Museum. Our Islam comes from where? These fake ass Muslims. You know what I'm saying? People take on a religion.
You can go there right now.
You can come from many cultures, but you can't be more authentic than the people. I didn't mean angry, by the way. I meant hungry, not angry. You understand? You can't be more authentic than the people. You can't tell them about the language, for example. When your language is Urdu or it's Yiddish, you know what I'm saying? So watered down Arabic. What's your language? Our language is Arabic. Arabic is an African language. You see my point? We speak African language. And yours is English too. No. Why is the language from home? What's the language from home? Come on, you've taken on. You're a Hindu. Don't try it. Yeah, Hindus try it. I'm Muslim. No, bro. No. The root. No. You're originally from the Middle East. You're originally from East Africa. Are you originally from East Africa? Are you there? No curly beard running for you. You know what I'm saying? No concept of things. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's my statement. The prophet Because you deal with tribes. You deal with tribes, and we know where the tribes come from. You can be related. But up in there, the dude thinks about people's trees and he respected the animated life. Okay, there's no one like Allah. He doesn't know. How many ancestors? How many years? 3 generations. They were Muslim. 3 generations.
Say 3 generations.
Man said 3 generations. How many people here can say 3 generations that their parents was Muslim? I saw one hand go up, fam. One. Yeah? Look at these man faking the funk. They knew they were faking. This video is short and edited as well. The longer one had him come back after and make an apology and say, yeah, we're going to have to do more research on Kemet. Can't be just throwing slurs around and all of that. And then that's when I made the next video with him after, because I saw that video and I saw this video, the end of it, and said, oh, all right. You know what I mean? He found a little bit of sense. And we grabbing Muslims and into a huddle and telling them that Kemet, they worship Shaitan. Shaitan, are you all right? Find the word Shaitan in Kemet. You stupid. Yeah. So, yeah, I just had to put him in his place, man. Normal. Light work. Get me? Master. Master of all I survey, man. Come on. Yes. Big up everybody up in the place. Get it. You know? Come on. Jeez. Those are the days, man. That was good. That was good debating, man. Really. But I swear, I wasn't gonna lie. I was upset that day still. I mean, my girlfriend had pissed me off or something. And I went to the park on a mad one. And when I heard what he said, and he tried to do it in secret, innit? And I just jumped in the conversation to bully him up. You get it? But yeah, they edited the video, man. I don't know what Black Dunya is dealing with, blood. You get me? Pure editation. You get me? And it's one of his best videos. He knows it is. You get it? This is in the early days, man, before content. When I first got to the part, there weren't no content. And then after a couple of weeks, content comes strolling in with bigger belly. You get it? I think it was only like me, Sarah, the rest, and then Respect came. Well, me and Respect kind of came at the same time. I mean, started hooking up and chatting and da-da-da. And then little by little, man, we started to form like Voltron, boy. Bare of us in the park. And then bare of them left as well. With them Lady Divines, you get me? We slaughtered bare people, man. You get it? Like, in an intellectual way, you know what I mean? But then we was good friends with them, as you can see. In certain cases, like, after the part, we were leaving together. As I said, I'd leave with Kalam and Adnan Rashid and Ali Dawa. You get it? It's not as serious as, you get me? Even though we got different ideologies and different perspective, it wasn't a personal thing where man's leaving and thinking about killing man or, you know what I mean, jumping man or setting man up. You get me? Come on, man. No, man. Nigerians and Egyptians and even Nigerians lived in Mecca at a certain time. Yeah, this is all part of our history, man. You can't run away from it. As I said, if you Somali, you living in our home. You get it? You're a tenant. Yeah? We rented it out to you family, but we rented it out to you, man. But don't ever forget the original occupants. Otherwise, you're doing your whole people a disservice. You get me? And mine as well, obviously, because ours is historical. Like, you can just look into the history of it. They're going to tell you we wandered to where we call in Nigeria. You know what I mean? Just like you wandered to where it's called Somali. Or Somaliland and all that. You wandered there, man. Herding cattle and doing all that. You know what I mean? Easy. If you don't know that yet, then you nuts. You know what I mean? Yeah, you don't have to be Bantu. What does that mean? Bantus were there before you. Khoisan was there before you. Nilotics was there. As some people would say, Nilotics. That's stupidness. You don't need that. Yeah. You got to know what it is, bro. You know what I mean? As I said, you're a tenant, bro. And if you don't pay your rent soon, yeah, man's going to get mad. Get me? Might be a kick-out thing. So, yeah, all Somalis better put respect on Mandem's name still. Because you know where you are, know where you're there. We were the ones who taught you that you're Kemet. Yeah? Bare you was like, nah, Kemet's this, Kemet's that. Until we taught you that certain parts of it, that was you, fam. Man are pulling up mummies with straight hair and ginger beard and that. Extra black skin. That's you, man. Big forehead. Now you know you're Kemet. Oh yeah, well, yeah, we're Kemet. I'm Kemet. We're Kemet. You weren't Kemet before we taught you. You didn't take Black History Month. You took the man them. Yeah? Cooking class, bros. You know what it is, bros. Yeah? You're never ever going to beat us for knowledge. And that's what upsets a lot of people. You know what I mean? They have the debates, they have the discussions, and you wonder why they go away, they do research, they find out what we were saying was definitely true. Yeah? And then they come back with a different attitude. Oh, I looked up what you was talking about last time. It's true, you know. Even down to Raj. Get me? Killed him with the elephants and lions. Like, stop it. Yeah, don't talk about lions without giving respect to the original lions. You know what I mean? We take a picture of your Indian lion, and then we take a picture of an African lion, and we see the difference. Completely. You get it? We see your elephants, and we look at our elephants. And we realize they're family, but it's a lesser elephant. It's a smaller, size is not that big. You get it? They're coming to Africa to take all the ivory, innit? But when it comes to elephants and that, and animals, you can clearly see the connection, but you can clearly see the origins of it. You get it? You dusty ass lion. He was mad. Roger's mad. He went to look for his lion. He was like, yeah, Mackie, what you saying is true, you know? Shut up, bruv. Yeah, I can tell you 100 million things about your own culture. Yeah, that should be embarrassing. You know what I mean? I shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, man want to tell me stuff that happened the other day. You know what I mean? Less than 50 years ago or some shit like that. You know what I mean? And tell me that's history. That's not the history of your country. Wake up. Yeah. Big up Somali, man. But yeah, man, you shouldn't go swinging any type of swords around here. When it comes to information, you will get slayed. You get it? It's best just to be Somali and just be happy, man. Just be happy, man. Somalo. Get me? Just milk. Do the milking. You get it? Like, don't step up into zones that you don't even know nothing about. You go say Bantu with your mouth when you know Bantus were there before you, and that you even brought some Bantus. You was doing slavery. Yeah. No surprise that around the world, our Asian brothers have been selling us out. Yeah. We go to India, they're enslaving us. Get me? They come into the Middle East, they're enslaving us. We go to the Americas, they're still enslaving us. Get me? Talk about Native Americans. But yet all we're seeing is Europeans in the picture. Yeah. Chief such and such. You get it? Mad thing. So at the end of the day, yeah, boy, as I said, yeah, man. These men are complicit in bare things. You get it? But when it comes to the debating, man, you know, the man's them don't take an L. I need to find an L video. Doesn't exist, I know. Big up Zulu.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom.
I have to get some sleep, fam. I was so tired.
Is it? Did you catch me on Uncle Ty, yeah?
I saw some of it still.
Yeah. Hey, we were slaying back in the day, I'm telling you. Huh?
What happened to him?
I don't even know, man. I heard I think he's traveling at the moment. But
He was in like Ghana. He was in like the Congo or something like that.
Yeah. Good on him, man. Let him do that, man. Uncle Ty needs to do that. Get me? That was good, though, man. Trip down memory lane and that. So many videos where I could pull up on so many different various subjects. It's crazy.
Man, I wish I could go speak this corner more often, man. I only went there once. A debate this thing, but absolutely destroyed because I was very new to the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
What? Who got destroyed? You didn't?
Yeah.
By who?
Hussein. You know what it was, yeah? Hussein was smart. Man took full control of the conversation.
Yeah.
Saw me as just like a little guy.
Yeah.
You know, he took control of it. I let him take control of it.
Okay. Yeah, but the rematches are, you know what I mean? Because that's the good thing now. I mean, look at years down the line. Do you think he can debate you now?
Now, if I debated him now, I would wreck him. Because the debate was on God's nature, like whether he can whether humans, like Jesus, for example, could be God in the physical, like these kind of concepts. Right. And it turned into a mockery thing. It started turning into, you're telling me God had to be breastfed. You're telling me God used the toilet. It just turned into a mockery thing. And I don't know why he's saying when he talks, he spits.
Yeah.
Like the whole time, like the spitlets was just dropping around my face. I was so it was just
Before COVID, imagine.
This guy just spit every time he talks. The spit flies out of his mouth, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, he is a bit like that. He's always blinking. He's always he's always like,
he's always on something. He's on something, bro. He's always on something.
Yeah, man. Oh, see, so you debated you say
it was on video.
Was it on video as well?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that now. Send me the link for that. Let me put that out and see the
my hair was looking mad still.
Come on, you can't leave us out. You get me? There was one video I played. Yeah, there was even Day Done. They didn't even notice Day Done was in the video.
Really?
With me, Gabs, and Captain and all of that. Yeah, he standing on the side. You can't really see him, and then the camera pans to him a little bit to the right. And yeah, there's Day Done. Yeah. They were like, so Day Done Somali. I'm like, nah. You have to meet Day Done. If you met him, then you would know. I mean, we've had bare discussions in the park and that. He's been privy as well. Obviously, he's been privy. You know when a man they're like around, as you see how it works, everyone just comes around. Oh God, you guys again. You know the ones, you guys again. They come there to learn. They come there to learn because you're gonna get everything. The Bible's coming out.
But you know what, man? You know. Sorry to call you, but you know what I wish Speaker Corner was like. I wish it was more religious in the sense that I've rarely seen like you, for example, debating atheists, like a science, like a evolutionary biologist or a Sikh, or it's always Muslim, Christian, Israelite. Sometimes, very rarely, but it's mostly just Muslim, Christian, and then African spiritualist, Muslim, Christian. You know what I mean? Like there's so many other spiritual systems and orders that don't get debated in Speaker's Corner.
Definitely. I mean, football being one of them. It's religion. Everybody's involved with.
That's a religion, yeah.
That's a religion, bro. Only my Sikh brethren came up there, and he stood on the ladder, and he had his Man United top, and he was talking about it.
Jeez.
Talked about it before, and I was like, "Yeah, man, I got your back on that, bro."
Man United. I remember when you came with your Man United shirt. That was funny, man.
The old days.
That was when I was there that day when I think you came with your Man United shirt and you had like the hat thing on. And you were just like arguing with this ginger guy. I was just like, yo, it's about to kick off.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. That is the week after that other situation with
Abdul Hamid.
Nah, with what I just played, Mohammed Tawheed.
Oh.
I came back the next week after watching the video, but there's more to the video, isn't it? So when I watched the end, and I was like, at least he humbled himself and said, you know what, we need to do more research. So
was not during the time when Sarah was like, did you bring the thing?
Yeah. That was like that was before still.
That whole Sarah saga was just hilarious, man. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that one where I was wearing the Man United top and the Sarah thing. I remember at the end of that I debated Hussein. It wasn't even a debate. He tried to pull me up, saying that the Asian guy was upset about what I said. I said, you're Asian. You get me? Now you're Muslim. You get me?
I think he spoke to Big Bro as well, or was that Hussein that spoke to Big Bro? I remember during that kerfuffle.
Yeah. Big Bro was there, definitely. I mean, I've been in debates with Big Bro. You know
what's his position? Is he religious?
He used to be a Muslim.
I could tell.
Yeah, he used to be a Muslim, but he's not on it now, bro. It's like
he's an African spiritualist. Like, what is he?
I don't even know, boy. All I know is that man is helping Tommy.
Yeah, that was hella fishy.
Yeah, like doing security and all sorts. Like each to their own, innit? Because remember that what's his name from America, Alex Jones
Yeah. Gave him money.
Gave 25 grand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously that must have pricked up Big Brother's ears, innit?
Exactly.
Said, oh, you going to Speaker's Corner? I'll do the security for you, and that's it. So some of that 25,000 went to Big Bro, man. He just got a couple of bouncer friends.
And then, Mike, when you find out who's paying Alex Jones, you're gonna see a top hat, mate.
Get sticky.
You're gonna see a top hat and a hooked nose.
I with Alex Jones, the moment he started promoting Trump.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We was against the government. You get me?
Yeah.
I thought we was against the government full stop. How are you going to turn around? Yeah, after all them years of campaigning, getting bent up, beaten up by police, and all that, as a white man, that's why I rated him, because he was like, you weren't having it. They tried to do
Bohemian Grove. He snuck into Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, bare ratings. And then you're gonna sell us out. Yeah, like Trump ain't been Bohemian Grove. He's all right. You know, he was like, he's all right. Vote for Trump. He's the guy. Right. I was just like, no, this is disrespect, man.
It's disrespect. But you know what I think his rationality was? I think his rationality was like, okay, you got Hillary Clinton, super left, pro-abortion, pro-LGBT, pro-Babylon. You got Trump, super racist, pro-white nationalist, but anti-LGBT, anti-abortion, kind of biblical in terms of like strictness and like, you know, white Christianity. So in Alex's mind, it's like the lesser of two evils.
Yep. I get you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But for us, he sold out, man. Fuck it. Even by white man standards, he sold out. Get it? No, man. Man used to rate Alex Jones, bro. We don't care about color when it comes to the truth. You know what I mean?
Well, who would you have picked, though? Who would you have picked?
Huh?
Who would you have picked out of them two, though?
I would have picked no one. I would have let the people know that it's selection, not election. So your vote doesn't even count. Like, if you got right knowledge, you're going to teach the people that. And you used to teach the people that. And then all of a sudden, you're asking us to vote. You see how contradictory that is? You teach us all these years, government, the system, the Council of 12, the Illuminati, Skull and Bones. And then you tell us to vote for one of them. That's good on the highest level. Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
But you know what it is, Marcus? Like, you got the left and you got the right. Yeah, I'm thinking in my mind, it's like, as someone who's biblical and anti-Babylon, the right is super racist, but at least LGBT kind of ain't encouraged, abortion ain't encouraged. The man is a man, a woman is a woman in the home. You know what I mean? Like the home structure's kind of intact. It's more business oriented, more capitalist oriented. If you want to thrive, I think maybe the right, a bit more to the right, is a safer bet. But then on the other hand, like if you're black and you're on the right, like you're gonna get some looks from the rich white people, you know. So it's like it's a gamble. I think the right only benefits white people. If you're a leftist black, oh my gosh, you're treated like a king. Because bro, black people are treated like LGBT nowadays, especially since what's been going on, you know, with the police brutality. Like everyone's super careful about how they treat black people now, especially on the left side. I mean, I'll give you an example. If you look at the flag, the LGBT flag have now added the black fist. Can you imagine that? The BLM now has joined the flag now.
Yeah, I saw a rainbow in it. I saw a rainbow.
Do you see what I'm saying? So like they've joined us in their ranks now in terms of it's like a sympathy contest. You can gain the most sympathy, you can gain the most control of the media, and that's what's going on. That's why I'm a bit more to the right, even though it's a bunch of racists. At least they're open. At least I know who they are. At least they're not hiding. You know what I mean?
No, that's a true point. That's why I said when Bush came in, it was a great thing. My dad said to me, listen, every bad plan needs exposure.
Exactly.
These guys are the type of guys, they're like whistleblowers. Yeah, they're not snitching on themselves. Yeah. Man started talking about, I'm a war president. I wake up with war on my mind. So he never lied. And he went to war.
Yeah, he did.
When they asked him the president of Pakistan, though, he was confused. You get it? He's confused. He was like, yeah, forget all that shit. Anyway, I told you I'm a war president. I don't care about that. Whoever the leader is, he best not piss me off. I'm like, right, this guy's not even articulate, but he lets everyone know the plan.
It's facts. You see, this is the problem with people like Biden and Hillary on the left. They tell you what you want to hear. They don't actually tell you what they're gonna do for the country. Like, did you watch the presidential debate?
No, not yet.
Oh, Maki, please watch it, fam. It's comedy. I know some of these things are boring, but that one is actually comedy. Like, I was sitting through that laughing the whole time. Biden is finished. He's finished, bro. This guy can't even talk. Have you seen his gaffes where he slips up when he's doing speeches? Just his brain shuts off. Like one time he was saying, we need to try and make sure, black kids can be rich just like the white kids. Like, he just said some weird shit. He was on Charlemagne the other day, and he was saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Oh, right. He was on Charlemagne.
He was on, Breakfast Club. He told Charlemagne, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Nah, that's fucked.
And he said some other thing the other day. Is like, oh yeah, when I go to the beach, sometimes the black kids come and rub my legs. Like he's like his brain shuts off. He's he's got dementia. And you want that guy to be the president of the United States? He can't even talk.
He might well be, because they're taking Trump to hospital.
Is it in severe condition? I thought he was managing it.
Boy, he's going to hospital. As far as I know, I saw a helicopter landing on the White House.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Let me type this in.
I woke up this morning to that on the news. I was like, Ross.
I'm not gonna say, but do you think it's gonna go where I'm thinking it's gonna go in terms of his, condition?
It might do. It might do. He's 70 years old.
Oh shit, he is in hospital. Oh my goodness.
70 years old, lad. So yeah, Biden might end up being the thing for.
Oh shit, he's in breathing difficulty and he's in hospital. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
He's the president, so he's gonna get the best treatment.
Shit. But think about it, Matthew. Boris Johnson got corona. He's fine now. Boris had it. He's cool now.
He's no way as old as Trump.
Yeah, he's like 74, isn't it?
So it's like, bro, you're in a high risk age group. Like, you can't be
hear me out. Yeah, I know you think Kanye's crazy, yeah. But Kanye said he's gonna be president this year, right? And he's already been signed on like bare states. Like he's already got some votes. And if anything, God forbid, happens to Trump, then someone else is gonna have to step up in it. And Biden, if he gets corona, he's definitely gonna stand a chance.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if a few weeks from now, Biden's got corona too. There's only gonna be Kanye left, or whoever was out, whoever else was left. I'm telling you, 2020 vision.
What's 2020 vision?
Trump said he had a vision that in 2020 he would run for president. That's why he's called his whole campaign the birthday party, and he said call it 2020 vision. Vote for Kanye. This whole time he's been trying to go for president. Do you not remember when he did that speech in Charleston?
Yeah, I thought he left it alone after that.
No, he's still on it, fam. He did an interview with Nick Cannon. And there's bare jewels in that as well. You should check that interview out. And he's basically saying, yeah, I'm still on it. I'm going to be president this year. And in my head, I was thinking the only way that could happen is if the two guys, God forbid, again, anything happens. And now when I'm seeing all this, yikes.
So yeah, like what you're saying, when you say like, yeah, man, it might be far-fetched, Mackie. And it's like, boy, how far-fetched is it though? With the president already in hospital, to get it? It's either going to be the vice president for a little bit, or we're in a presidential campaign right now. Yeah,
exactly. And think about this, Matthew.
Yeah,
if Kanye is smart, right? And this is me giving him the benefit of the doubt. This whole, MAGA hat, slavery is a choice, being very close to Trump, sticking next to him, getting the voters from the white people to respect Kanye. It could be part of Kanye's plan to get close to Trump, so that if Trump dropped out, everyone would vote for Kanye because Kanye was close to Trump. Because there's more white racists that vote for Trump than the leftists anyway. That's why Trump won last time. So if he could get into their favor by wearing the MAGA hat, saying all this crazy stuff about black people. Then when he now wants to become president, it's going to be way easier to win the votes. So that now when he's president, he can really have his opinion the way he really thinks it, not the way he's been given us. I'm just thinking it's possible.
It's possible. Anything's possible right now.
Anything's possible.
Yeah. We never knew he was going to even be in Corona, let alone. You get it? Talk about presidential election and that. You know what I mean? And where did Joe Biden come from? Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, fam. And his face is all plastered up. He looks like a walking zombie, bro. He's finished. I bet you watch when you got time. Watch his slip ups in his speeches. Like there's a compilation. He says the most his brain is shut off, bro. He won't handle the stress. Look how Obama aged in his 8 years. He looked old, fam. After he finished, he puts too much stress. Way too much stress.
But Sosa, I'm saying that for me, a lot of these men look like they had Corona, look like they're carrying Corona. They told us that we're the most susceptible. That means we're not the carriers of Corona. We catch Corona. Who's got Corona then if we catch Corona? It's them man there. Them man and them woman there. Them MPs there. You get it? Them presidential candidates there. That's what they're doing. Yeah, they got the Corona. Yeah, coughing, splattering, no social distancing, or they're arguing stupid points. And look now. Trump and his wife's got it, remember?
Yikes.
Yeah.
But do you not think, that it's possible that maybe other things, and I used to think the 5G towers when we first heard about Corona, but more and more I'm starting to think about it. I'm thinking like the way it's so unpredictable and how it's got so many different symptoms, how it affects so many people differently. It can't just be a virus. There's something else going on as well. I think there's some radiation. I think there's something going on as well. Because young people, little kids, don't show any symptoms. They just go to school, come home, they don't cough, they don't nothing. They're pretty much good. And to me, the scientific explanation is obviously when you're young, your body is in a state of growth rather than aging. So the cells grow faster than they die. Obviously, as you get older, the cells grow slower than they die, leading to decay or leading to aging. So obviously, your immune system will be a bit weaker, or your defensive mechanisms will be weaker as you age. So when I'm looking at how it's affecting children, same thing goes for radiation. Same thing goes for these 5G towers, all these things. It's the same thing, fam. I don't know if it's a virus anymore. I'm being dead ass. I don't know if it's a virus anymore. The fact that some people are non-symptomatic as well makes no sense. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that don't make no sense whatsoever.
You got Idris on camera, smiling, not even giving a single cough.
Don't play with Zulu, man. Said
Idris full of shit, man. They're full of shit, man.
Got it. I got the COVID. Get it. And you gave it to your woman as well. We didn't even know what happened. Are you all right? You really sick? No, we didn't get an update. We just got one.
We didn't get an update?
One dead ass video, like trying to lie to us. And we know that was a phone call and a text. Yeah, Idris, it's time to step up.
It's your time. Yeah.
Yeah, the speech is in the text, yeah? Just read that thing, read it out, do it on your Insta, and keep it moving.
And then let's not forget the protests, right? That completely, if the virus is actually real, that completely increased the chances of people catching it. There are people just walking around, no masks, touching each other. Those protests would have most definitely spiked the COVID 100%. And I think that's also part of the plan. Because obviously we've seen our people suffering. We're gonna step out in it no matter what. So they know this. And then after that, black people are dying again. The COVID, we're suffering the most out of it in the USA. Couple that up with the low vitamin D levels. I was watching a podcast the other day. There's a doctor called Rhonda Patrick, and she was talking about how there's a lot of black people that are have insufficient vitamin D levels, meaning you don't even have the required amount for your body to work at its optimum. And vitamin D is actually a very essential vitamin. It's also a hormone. It's essential for immune system. It's essential for hormonal growth. So if you have insufficient levels of vitamin D, of course you're going to get mowed down by some virus or radiation. This is why black people are dying of it the most. Because we have low vitamin D levels. When I found out, I was like, oh crap. They did studies in the hospitals, and almost 80% of the people in the hospital had low, sufficient, or even undetectable levels of vitamin D. Basically, you're not nutrition. You haven't got nutrition. Basically, at that point, you ain't got sunlight. You ain't at your optimum. You ain't charged with the energy from the sun. It's deep. Look at the cases in Africa. Not as many, especially like South Africa. I looked at it. There's only like 200 or a few thousand. But in these cold areas, we're suffering because we're not in our natural environment.
Yeah, I don't even. South Africa's been taken off the list right now. It's in quarantine. You get me, for this Rainbow Nation stuff. I'm not accepting. Yeah, I'm really
Yeah,
just.
I'm from Zimbabwe anyway, so
I know. I was explaining earlier about that. How
I'm from Zimbabwe, so we're good. We don't have no rainbow thing in Zimbabwe.
I was explaining how I watched the documentary with the two men were caught holding hands, supposedly in a relationship in Zimbabwe. They hunted them down. They chased them down to the embassy. They almost killed them, yeah. And then the police took them away and charged man 15 years in prison for being gay. So you get it. That's next door. Like, you lot have just turned to Rainbow Nation in South Africa. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Because they're recovering from apartheid and all of that, we can give.
Do you not think it's because of the Boers? Let's be real. Because
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. For example, how many white people live in Nigeria?
A lot, probably. Not more than
how multicultural. Let me rephrase that question. How multicultural is Nigeria in terms of like Chinese, Indians, whites?
Yeah, they're all over the place, but they're just not the largest number. They're so small, their numbers.
But in South Africa, they make a good portion. Like they call them colored. Whoever's anything else but African. So you've got colored, who like could be Indian, Asian, could be anything. Then you've also got a bunch of Boers, bunch of Afrikaners. So like, if they're into the homo shit, that's what's gonna happen in the country, especially if they're in government. But the aunties and the uncles aren't dealing with that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I get you. I mean, this Rainbow Nation thing, it's not gonna work, and I know it's not even working for all South Africans. All South Africans don't agree with that.
They still get stoned in some areas. They still get burned up by the
man. Hearing people and that, like, yo, Uncle is not having it.
He's not having it.
You would definitely get burned up. Tires, yeah. We know that they're just like us when it comes to the tires and the petrol.
Yeah.
Big anti-Winnie. Anti-Winnie don't play them games. You know what I mean? Yeah. If you're gonna snitch in the community and all of that, you'll end up with tires on your back, burnt. Yeah.
Even Mugabe, even though I don't rate Mugabe because he's a Jesuit, but even he was against that homo shit, man.
Wow. Yeah. None of that gay stuff, and even the campaign against it is run by a woman officer or general or something. You know what I mean? And she's like, "Oh, listen, I've got a husband, but what about all my girls? What about all my young sisters? You know what I mean? I'm trying to worry for their future. They ain't got no husband. They're gonna be no husband if everybody turns gay.
First, but you know where the homo thing is gonna run though? It's gonna run in the Arab nations though. It's gonna run in Egypt.
It's already been running. It's already been running.
Running them areas.
Lady boys and all of that. You know what I mean? You're sexually repressed.
Exactly.
You're the worst things on the planet. You end up doing the worst.
If you look up the porn search history in some locations, gay porn is the highest in a lot of these Arab countries. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So yikes.
It's true. Yikes. Get me? How are you gonna have prostitutes and then prostitutes are around? Like someone is sleeping with them, somebody's hiring. Yeah.
Double standards, man.
The fact that you got it in your country just shows something ain't right. Like, yeah, okay, you got Sharia, but you've still got prostitutes.
You got harems and all sorts of shit, man.
And you got lady boys. Like what? Nah, stop it, man. Stop it. Yeah. As I said, I had the Turkish friend, he had some lady boy video.
The Turkish guys, they get down, man.
You know what I mean? A lot of them Arab nations, man, they do that, man. You know what I mean? I got a friend who's in Mecca now. Yeah, Medina, sorry. He moved out there. Used to be a rude boy, turned to Islam, and moved out there, man. Looking like an Arab now, proper things.
Like Zachariah.
Yeah, but he's like half South African and half where's his dad from? Barbados or something. But yeah, he just embraced that the colored side or something. I don't even know what's wrong with him. You know what I mean? But yeah, anyway, it was good on him to do it, but it's like going to live there. I felt kind of scared for him because you know when you see in the pictures, like man's in Mecca, man's working, man's doing everything. I'm just seeing with a bunch of man.
Yo,
yeah, he's young and it's like, raw. Like, are they influencing you? What's going on?
Exactly.
No one touching you. Like we couldn't tell because you're so many miles away.
Exactly.
Like you can come and knock on Mike's door again and say, "Yo, these men are trying to touch me," or did they do anything? No, man. These Saudis, they can have their way with you, bruv. Like they're not the average people on the street, innit?
Fam, these are the kind of guys that pay people to piss on them and shit on them. They pay escorts to do all sorts of weird shit, fam. I don't know what they're doing, man. I don't
Drugs. The man they do drugs. The man they get caught for shipping drugs. You know, like the younger princes and that. You look it up, boy, you'll be surprised.
I think what it is though, I think it's possibly their Greek heritage because obviously we know Alexander the Great and their man were fags. I think a lot of that was passed in to when they did the ethnic cleansing because a lot of these Arabs are half Greek, half Roman, very little African or Middle Eastern DNA in them anyway. So I think that's when that shit started coming in, man, especially during the Hellenist period.
That makes sense. That's what the Hellenistic period is. I mean, Hellenistic is, to be honest. And that super pagan stuff. Super. Yeah. When they knew nothing else but. Yeah, I mean, that's why I was looking at this Wicca and magic and shit. And that's the biggest thing in England. So, like, if you claim in England.
You think they invented the sperm layers?
Yeah, all of that. All of that is. Because they're the only ones writing about it, Zulu. No African.
I don't know, man.
Bruv, lettuce. How you know the vegetables in Kemet and all of that? And
You telling me there weren't no homos in Egypt, fam? Come on, bro.
No, but not to be writing in Texas. That's like a violation. A king is not going to write about himself. Oh yeah, I bust up in the Nile, and then that's how people came forth. That's not even their theology. You know what I mean?
That's how the God Atum made the world, though, no?
Yeah, it's the white man propaganda. Because
come on, man,
we don't know about no Atum making no world like that. We know about Kulum. We know about all different ones on the Potter's Wheel. We know about the island with the tree on it. You get me? The first tree when man was made. There's many stories in Kemet, but sperm lettuce, I swear, bro. I only heard that recently, and that's bullshit. Ain't that no tech.
Would you not agree? Okay, let me ask you a question. What color were the people in Sodom and Gomorrah?
That's a good question.
You see what I'm trying to say now? How come we just say no to everything because we're black? Black people start all of it.
We're saying like in Kemet it's different. In Kemet is a place of learning. I don't know why
they would have learned homosexual, would have learned everything. Everything would have go. Everything goes in Kemet. Everything.
Well, not really. I mean, it's not no nation of do what thou will. No, it's very structured. If you want to learn something, you go to Kemet. If you want to learn homosexuality, you go to Greece.
No, you go to
Yeah. No, but the Greece came to Kemet, innit? So like
yeah, they came to Kemet to learn from them, innit?
And they came to live. Because that's what we're talking about, Alexandria. So when they're talking about Alexandrian Egypt. Yeah, when Europeans are talking. They don't want to go further because it's not them. Like if you're going to talk about a story, you're going to talk about what relates to you. And for us, that's the last 5 minutes of Kemet. The last dynasty is you, man. By then, no one's there. You can write whatever now. Sperm lettuce, all that talk. That's you. Greco-Roman stuff. Hellenistic mixed with Kemet.
True.
Yeah, so like that's what they mainly concentrate on. You know what I mean? And from that, remember, we got Catholicism. Yeah? Catholic or holistic. Yeah, the worship of the Sphinx. You know what I mean? Coming from Cleopatra and Mark Antony, who are Greco-Romans. Mark Antony's a Roman, and thing is Greco.
You know the Catholics was started by Constantine, right?
You
know the Catholic Church was started by Constantine, right?
We're not taken up, in a sense. Not started. Taken up.
There was no Catholic before Constantine.
Well, that's like saying there was no Christians before Constantine, and that's
No, there were Christians before Constantine because Christianity existed right after Jesus died.
Right. So now when the Romans, remember, even for long after the Romans didn't take on Christianity.
No, for a long time they didn't. They were putting them in colosseums.
Yeah, I always said second stage. This is second stage Rome we're talking about when we're dealing with Constantine. First, Rome burnt down. Remember, burnt down Rome. Rome got burnt. Yeah, then they rebuilt it. And in the time of the rebuilding, after the rebuilding, then we're coming into Constantine's time, which is like the 1300s. Do you get what I'm saying? So like now we're in the end, we should say the end reign of Rome. You're not going to have that power influence like you had in previous generations under Caesars and all of that. You got this guy who's a foreigner. He's a foreigner to the Italians. He came over the Alps, blonde hair, blue eyes. That's not Italian. That's Constantine, though. You get it? Because there's a difference between Italians and Romans and Sicilians. You see, if you've been there for a long time, you would say your ancestry is Roman. If you came in at a later period from other parts of Europe to Italy, you would say you're Italian.
But Mikey, would you not agree? Well, this is me asking because I don't know. So when we say Roman, is that the same as saying Egyptian in the sense that Egyptian is a combination of tribes coming together as a unified federation? Could that not be the same sense as what Romans were? They were a combination of the European, or at least tribes around that area, calling themselves together, or is the Roman an actual race?
No, Romans in the European sense, the place is not European. Obviously, Europeans came there, right? And then the ones that we're calling Romans, I think they're called Thracians or something like that. They were in a small group in the country because the country was dominated by the Carthaginians, which are the Libyans, which are Africans. You get it? Especially Sicily. You get me? So southern Italy was the black part. You get it?
The Etruscans.
Yeah. So the Etruscans, are the Romans, but they're small in the time of the thing. It's only like after a certain time they rise and get bigger and assimilate some of the other tribes, and then become one.
That's what I'm saying. So Roman.
Yes.
Could it not be the same as Egyptian?
Yes, in the same like how Egypt was, as in a multicultural society, started with black folks, and then perpetuated and continued by Europeans.
Could we not say the same for Greek? No, because the Spartans, there's Athenians, there's so many different people.
Most definitely the same. Yeah.
There's not one race of Greeks. There's not one race of Romans. There's not one race of Egyptians.
Yeah, there's not one tribe, as you say.
Tribe, exactly.
There's different
There
tribes.
we go. That would explain why you see some black-looking Romans, some white-looking. Okay, yeah.
Right. And but they would know. Some of them would know where they come from. I mean, the video I showed the other day on Vision about the Roman king who conquered England. Did you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the black man who conquered England. So I was watching it with Wendy and Jupiter, and they had to admit to some things that were being shown in the video.
Seriously?
Yeah. It was
what did they say?
There was a bit where they said only Africans, built buildings, circular buildings, right? So man's come to England, to Scotland, and found some remains of a circular building.
Oh shit!
So I asked Wendy. I said, Wendy, we just got told earlier who built circular buildings. Black people. They built. So I said, so who built that circular building that they're saying in Scotland that they don't know who built it? Yeah, she was like, Africans, I suppose.
Oh my God!
Thank you. So Roman Africans are coming to conquer a land where other Africans are.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they were talking about African Britain. Do you get it? So an African Roman is going to come and take over England, But what's here is older tribes. Yeah, we would think Celts and all of that is not them. It's some older people that man don't want to specify, but they indicate man have got spears, man have got chariots, man have got all of these type of things. They're making them look very, very African. Even their styles and everything. Yeah. But yet no one still knows who they are. You know what I mean? We kind of want
The
to,
royal coat of arms.
you know? So when they talk about Scotland and all of that, I'm saying, bruvs, remember the Romans already conquered the place.
Yeah.
You had Hadrian's Wall. This victory was to unify the whole thing. So this guy now is going over Hadrian's Wall into Scotland, into the barbarian lands and all of that.
Yeah.
Savages, and they had different titles. I didn't hear no Clan MacLeod or nothing. Yeah.
The Highlanders.
Yeah, that's all it was. Highlanders things, but no one knew what they were doing.
So what's your opinion on Scotland? Because it's like I haven't looked too deep into it. I've heard theories about there being a black tribe from Scotland. Like for example, the Stewards. I think that's what it's called. Like who are they? Are they from the Viking offspring? Are they from like the Celtic, like the Irish kind of offspring?
Now, some of them were there before them, innit? Some of them were there before. Some have come, even as we said, from the interactions when the Romans came. Yeah. And Romans had to drive out somebody to get it. But the point is they're not trying to tell us who they were driving out. Obviously later. Other people can come in. Vikings can come in. All sorts of people. Saxons, Normans. Everybody can come in there claiming to be African. Because remember that most of the Scotland is to do with Celts. And the Celts clearly claim from across Europe to England. So they're not even the original people. But they're more original than most. Do you get it?
Yeah.
If you're British and you're saying, yeah, I'm Saxon and I'm Norman, bruh, you're still a baby compared to a Celt.
To a Celt, yeah, exactly. Like Boudica and Red Man.
But then who are the Celts baby to? Because they told you straight that they came here and they met people. You understand?
Like Boudica and them guys.
Right. There's already people here. You know what I mean? Some are coming from their origin, or some of the stories are them. And then other of the stories are people who they interacted with, other tribes that were there. And we were still dealing in tribes then.
Exactly. Chiefdoms and
Right. So we know it's not Europeans. You get it? We know it's not Europeans. You lot don't deal with tribes. What's your tribe again, mate? Yeah, you ain't been a tribe since Greece. Yeah, or Rome. Yeah, once you step away from the Mediterranean, it becomes very, very different. You know what I mean? Man, start talking about
who do you think built Stonehenge?
I think Africans. Because
it doesn't look like a sophisticated structure. Africans built way better things than that, though.
It's one, you're far from home, you use what's around you, and it is an extremely sophisticated structure. Do you get it? It's telling you the sun and winter solstice and all of that. But the winter solstice is the most interesting one because they got this stone at Stonehenge that when on the solstice, the moonlight shines on this stone. They call it the moon rock or moon something. Yeah. But it's just strategically placed right at the foot of one of the statues or whatever. But basically, this winter solstice was based on the idea that the flooding of the Nile. I said, what? They said, yeah, the flooding of the Nile. I said, but hold on, we're in England. We're at Stonehenge. We're supposed to do some Celtic stuff. Why are them and they talking about the Nile, in a structure that relates to, well, obviously relates to them. No foreigners are going to come and do that. You in England, what do you know about the Nile? Nah, some people from the Nile came over here and built a structure representing those aspects.
Yeah.
But you get it? This is what the white man's telling me. He's like, the winter solstice thing represent the flooding of the Nile. 28 days. Every 28 days, the cycle, because the moon pulls on the water and causes tides and all of that type of stuff. So
do you think it's pre-flood?
No, the Nile would naturally flood.
No, I mean like pre-flood in terms of like the flood, the actual global flood. Do you think that?
Yeah, no, not pre-flood. No.
You think it's after because that thing would have been washed. I was thinking that in my head because I'm thinking how old is the Stonehenge? Like how old is it?
8,000.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
This is what we're saying. And we're saying like 11,000 years ago.
What dynasty would that? What dynasty or Egyptian time is that?
Oh, 8,000 years ago.
Yeah.
It would have been the early starts of it, to be honest. It would have been in its infant stages. There would have still been Nubians in a sense. There wouldn't have been Kemet.
So then this could have been a Tower of Babel times where everyone splits off and does their own thing.
11,000. Nah, they're telling you that the Sumerian thing is what, 4,000 something. You get
Nah,
it?
this is 6,000 years.
Did they say 6?
The Sumerians is supposed to be like 6,000 years old.
Yeah, I don't even know, man. That's too much.
It's
I don't
not
think.
too much. That's facts. That's what they're saying. That's facts.
No, I swear it was like something like 3,800 or 4,800 for the
I can
Sumerian.
look it up now if you want. I can screenshot it.
Because I swear it wasn't that long.
This is why some people will make the case that they're older than the Egyptians.
Yeah, they do make that case, and I was saying like that doesn't even make sense because they were saying 4,000 something, and then they were saying the Kemet was 4,000 something, but we know they've changed from that. They've moved from that for Kemet. So I was like, how is Sumeria older than?
It's about 6,000 years because it's 3,100 BC. So
Right.
plus 2,000, that's like 5,000. Yeah, so it's about 5,000 years.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying? There's still an ample time. Stonehenge was still built a good 3,000 years or almost. Yeah.
Actually, let me look how old the Stonehenge is as well.
Yeah.
Let me screenshot this. There we go. How old is Stonehenge? Oh shit, it's 5,000 years old. 5,019 years old.
Wow.
So it's around the same time. So it could be Sumerians building that, if anything. No?
Yeah,
What?
it could be Sumeria, it could be Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying. Well, since they mentioned the Nile, it has to be a Nile Valley civilization. That's what.
Okay, yeah, if the now thing you're saying is right,
Mm.
type of Egypt because they don't agree with Kemet.
True.
For almost 30 centuries from the unification, 3,001. So it's about 5. Whoa! So whoa. It's saying the same thing. Wait, hold on. Egypt is about 5,000 years, roughly. It's saying here, and then Sumeria is about 5,000 years. Stonehenge is about 5,000 years. Oh my gosh! So hold on, Maku. I know I'm not 6,000 years anymore, kind of.
Yeah, cool.
Quickly, if this is what they're saying is true, it's still within the realms of 6,000 years, no?
That's correct.
So what's the problem then?
The problem is that the problem is that 11,000 years ago there was no Europe. It was in under Ice Age. Do you get it? So after 11,000 years, let's say 10 and 9 or whatever, then you've got a deluge. That's when you have the flood, right? Because the ice melts. So that's what's going to be recorded in Sumeria. That's what's going to be in Thing. That's going to happen at least 5,000 years before the building of these structures. Do you get it? Or 6,000 years. Yeah, you might as well say 6,000 years before.
Look at this.
What's that?
What's the old? I told you I was right. What's the oldest civilization? Sumerian.
Well, what's the date? What's the date again?
It's 3,000 BC. It's 5,000 years. Same as technically, it's the same as Egypt, but
well, it cannot be the same as Egypt because what they're telling you is dynastical Egypt. They're not talking about pre-dynastic. That's
like the Nubian time.
That's another 3,800. So, what they're dealing with is from Nama.
They're talking about the unification, not the individual tribes.
Not that it's original. You know what I mean? And the unification.
How old do you think that is then? Pre-Nama.
Well, what they're estimating is that now Kemet is somewhere between 10 and 12,000 years.
Whew.
Do you get it? So,
man.
Because the Sphinx just throws all that nonsense into the bin.
Oh, let me type in how old is the Sphinx then, because I remember someone saying it's like 10,000 years old or some shit like that.
Well, they can't even estimate that correctly. I don't even think.
4,500 years old. Hold on, let me search this again.
Dramatic.
How old is the Sphinx? 4,000. So it's still within the range of 5,000 before. It's still after 5,000 years anyway.
Yeah.
So it's still after Kemet began. You know what? Yeah, because people used to tell me, "Oh, how can you believe 6,000 years when the structures of 10,000 years?" But scientists are telling you they ain't no structures 10,000 years. These structures are 4,000 years, 5,000 years. None of these structures are over 6,000 years old, according to the data.
Yeah, that's
Can you give me a structure that's older than 6,000 years, please, if you know any?
Why they're probably Greater Zimbabwe.
Okay, how old is the Great Zimbabwe? Let's see. Because now I'm starting to go back to the 6,000 years now because I can't find anything older than that.
No, it's not that anything's older than that. I mean, remember that's
300 years. Great Zimbabwe, 300 years. 11th century. AD. Yikes.
What, when they found it, or what they think it is?
Founded. That's when it started. That's when it was built, and then it was abandoned in the 15th century.
By who?
By the Shaunas. The Shaunas built it.
Yeah, but the Shaunas weren't there just that time. That time scale doesn't even make no sense, eh?
No, the Shaunas were there during that time because you've also got the Rosvi Empire. There was many different phases of colonization. It wasn't just the British imperialists coming to the Zulus. There was Portuguese coming in way before them, and then there was French. There was all sorts of people coming in. But before even all of that, there was a trade between China, Arabia, and Zimbabwe. Great Zimbabwe was like a market for most of the places in the world and in even Africa.
Are they saying there who built it?
It's the Shauna people. Basically, what happened is the white historian that discovered it attributed it to Queen of Sheba because he had a racist mentality. He didn't want to attribute it to the black people that lived there. So he said Queen Sheba came down and built it. But they've done
Queen of Sheba, what's her time?
That's like Solomon's time. Like let me look up. The Queen Sheba thing is incorrect, though. The point I'm making is because he said that from racist mentality, thinking that black people couldn't have built it that live here. It has to be someone biblical. But people have done modern time. They've done archaeology. They've done all the DNA studies, and it's the actual Shona people that are indigenous to Zimbabwe that built the Great Zimbabwe, not the Queen of Sheba.
I believe the locals, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's what people are saying now because of the evidence. But like I said, this is not older than 6,000 years.
Well,
is there any structures older than 6,000 years?
I mean, most of the structures, I mean, they're still looking at the Nubian ones and seeing if they're older than the ones in Kemet.
So how old is the Nubian pyramids? Let's see. Because everything I'm looking at is still saying 5,000, 4,000, around that range. Nothing older than 6,000. The Meroe pyramids, smaller than the Egyptian cousins, are considered Nubian pyramids with narrow bases and steep angles on the sides, built between 2,700 and 2,300 years ago, with decorative elements from the cultures of the Pharaonic Egypt. So it's 2,300 years ago.
I think with the Sphinx, yeah, that is definitely some crap. There's erosion.
Now the white man's archaeology is wrong.
No, I mean, according to his own self, yeah, because he's saying it hasn't rained in that place, and there's water erosion on the Sphinx that is definitely older than 5,000 years.
But where's your evidence for that?
How does that make sense?
If it's wrong, it's wrong. But this is this is scientists that have studied. They've done the DNA. They've done all the testing.
No, that's just a number. That's just a number. There's no verification on that. What I'm saying is like we go through that information, and you're gonna find about water erosion, right? So remember, they can't measure rock like that. What they did, they measured the stela in front of the Sphinx and told us that the stela was 3,000 years old. How did we get to this number here? Do you get it? If you're telling us that the stele of Khufu that's in front of it, that they dug out, yeah, is 3,000 years old. Obviously, if Khufu was 3,000 years ago and he put a stele in front of the Sphinx already existed. He didn't build it. So they couldn't put that on Khufu. Then what they did, they dug the whole surrounding it, yeah? Because remember, it wasn't all apparent at first. And then when they went into it, you start seeing the water erosion. And they mentioned that, listen, a couple thousand years ago, we know that that's part of the Sahara was lush and had many waterways and lakes and all of that. And these Egyptians knew how to manipulate the water, the Nile, into the land around them. Do you get it?
Yeah, so it says here, the Great Sphinx of Giza, a giant limestone figure with the body of a lion and the head of a man wearing a pharaoh's headdress, is the national symbol of Egypt, both ancient and modern, and one of the world's most famous monuments. Despite its iconic status, geologists and archaeologists and Egyptologists and others continue to debate the Sphinx' enduring riddle. Exactly how old is it? The most common wisdom holds that the monolith is around 4,500 years old and was built for Khafre, a pharaoh of Egypt's fourth dynasty who lived in 2603 to 2578 BC. His pyramid is the second tallest of the pyramids built at Giza, next to the father Khufu's Great Pyramid. To make up for its lesser size, Khafre pyramid was built at a higher elevation and surrounded by a more elaborate complex with numerous statues, including the Sphinx, the head of which is thought to be built in the pharaoh's own image. Not everyone believes that the Sphinx was built for Khafre, however. As far back as the mid-19th century, some Egyptologists pointed out that even the Sphinx is located within the pyramid complex traditionally identified as Khafre's. No contemporary inscriptions directly link him with the statue over the years. Various researchers have credited the Sphinx to Khafre's father Khufu and to the Jedfri, another of Khufu's sons. More recently, a new theory emerged that the places the statue's origins much further back to some 9,000 years ago. Lies. Supporters of this hypothesis point to the extensive erosion.
Stop right
there. Theory, Michael. It says theory. It says theory.
I'm just saying, but you see how the numbers keep shifting.
But it's a theory. It says, look, it says.
You see how the numbers keep shifting. We was at 4,500.
But it's not the same person saying 4,000. It's a different theory.
No problem. Because obviously there's going to be other evidence. Now, one person can't say 4,000. He has to substantiate that.
But let's look at the evidence. Let's look at how he's substantiating this, right?
Oh, we are 9,000, right?
Supposedly by one individual, supposedly. But let's see how he's come to that. Let's see how he's come to that conclusion. Let's continue reading. It says, yeah, more recently, a new theory emerged that places the statue's origins much further back to some 9,000 years ago. Supporters of this hypothesis point to the extensive erosion of the limestone near the top of the Great Sphinx, arguing that the last time the region experienced enough rainfall in the region to cause this type of erosion on the limestone was 7,000 BC. Jeez. So this is a theory, Maku, an hypothesis, a recent one at that. This isn't the mainstream, always been thought of idea based on the evidence, okay?
But what I'm saying is, it's not conclusive, nor is your 4,000 something.
So the 4,000 is the general consensus. This 9,000 is a new theory.
No, but it's new theory based on evidence. It's not based on
speculation. Based on speculation.
Not based on speculation, is it?
They said the only reason why they think that is because of the erosion at the top. But that could mean anything.
What is when you're looking at erosion? What are you doing?
You're looking at how when rain was there, when there was rainfall, at what time there was rainfall to cause that erosion.
Okay, so what science is that to do that?
It's geology. I don't know, archaeology.
Thank you.
Okay, but this is a theory, Marco. This is a theory.
No, I'm just saying that the geologists. I don't care if it's a theory because I know that they're all
geologists saying
wait. We know that they're all wrong. Yeah, because as I said, over the years the numbers keep changing.
Okay,
do you get what I'm saying? So if you say 9,000 as a theory, just because of erosion doesn't mean that's when it was built. Obviously, and it's much older. And remember, this is erosion at the neck of the pyramid, not at the base. We're looking at the neck underneath the head. Yeah, they've seen the water erosion and all of that. Yeah, it is what it is, bro. You know what I mean? These people are dumb. They just make up these numbers, and then what's happened is they get more evidence, then they have to change it. So I've watched them. They said 4,000 something for Egypt, then it went up.
No.
Now we're there. Thank you. I said now where we're there is somewhere closer to 10,000 years. So why would you still continuously put 4,000.
Can I respond?
Yeah, when you already moved from that point.
Can I respond, Maki?
Yeah, sorry, sir, go.
So you know what it is, yeah. This is what happens with the scientific method. I'm sure you're aware of this. They have a concept called peer review. Many theories and hypotheses can come up, but these hypotheses and theories have to be reviewed by a publisher or by like the head of a certain field or curriculum. They have to review the data. They have to review the hypothesis, and if it's deemed correct and reliable, then it will be accepted and will become the new concept or the new theory. But what the article was saying was, it wasn't saying that the numbers are just changing all the time. They're saying that a new theory is arising based on someone's data, on which someone found, or based on information that someone found. But it doesn't mean that that information or that hypothesis has been accepted as the main deal. The main deal is still the general thing, which says 4,500 years.
Okay, what's the main deal? The main deal, no, and the main words being used, as I mentioned already, you can see, there ain't no lies here. I was talking about erosion, straight up. We ain't even talking about the age of the rock, because you can't give us that.
But there's many reasons why there can be erosion. It doesn't have to mean that, though.
What many reasons other than water?
So, first of all, they could have got the measurements wrong that it doesn't rain in Kemet that often. Because maybe it does rain quite often, actually. So it doesn't have to necessarily mean 9,000 years. It could maybe just be 5,000, a bit more, but not 9,000. They're just making up numbers. How do you even come to the conclusion 9,000 years? You're making shit up. Even on the other end, on both sides, you can say they're making shit up. Fair enough.
Okay, so then we
4,000 is way more feasible to me than 9,000.
So we just listen to the Egyptians then, and rather than listen to these Europeans,
But
we
the
just
Egyptians
peer
don't have
review.
dynasties.
One second. They do peer review stuff based on lies and and there's no one who can say that they can out peer review the Egyptians, because they're doing wondrous stuff that you can't even do yet, even now in the 20th century. So let's not play this game where, you know, these people who are reviewing the Egyptians are smarter than the Egyptians. That is dumb. You get it? To even think such a thing. Yeah. Who's peer reviewing what? You lot are dummies. You were never there in the time. Most of this stuff was under sand for a long period of time until you brought your dumbass Napoleon. Yeah. No one was living there. Now you dug it up out of the sand, and now you're gonna say, yeah. But bones, artifacts keep mashing you up.
Okay, look at this.
You know what mashes you up? Things like pottery.
Oh.
You know what I mean? You're gonna get pottery that's
okay
older than the Sphinx. You're gonna get pottery that's older. 1 second. Than the Khufu's pyramid. Because we could say we can put Khufu and his son Snefru and all of them in a time period. As I said, the only reason they're telling you about Khufu is because of the stele at the front of the Sphinx. Do you get it? I told you this already. You know what I mean?
Cool.
They said they dated that. I'm like, I thought you said you can't date rock, but no problem. You dated the stele at 3,000 years.
Okay, you done yet? Cool. Let me respond to that with some facts and some evidence.
Go.
When you look at so you said, oh, let's ignore both of them. I agree. I don't like their data either most of the time. But let's look at what Egypt is saying, yeah? Obviously, we know that there was people before Nama, but this is the beginning of Egypt as we know it, right? And the dates here claim to 3,150 BC, which is approximately 5,150 BC, which is still not 6,000 years. But obviously we know it's before that. So let's look at the pre-dynastic history. When you look at the pre-dynastic history, the oldest you're seeing is 3,170, right? Let's look at if there's anything other than. So Upper Egypt, still okay, 3,250. Lower Egypt, 3,150. So it's still within that 5,000 range. It's never going above 6,000, even pre-dynastic, based on the evidence.
So hold on, wait. One's 4,000, right?
Which one?
The dynastic Kemet is what?
No, dynastic Kemet is Nama 3,150. So that's 5,150, correct? So then pre-dynastic.
Oh, sorry. So hold on, wait. Nama is 5,000 years, right?
5,150 BC.
Right. And how did they say Kemet was?
Kemet was like 5,000 something years old anyway.
No. How old did they say Kemet was?
Let me type
Just
it in
over
again.
5,000, yeah?
It's 5,000 years old. Look,
Right.
I'll type it in again.
Right. And pre-dynastic Kemet is what? 3,000 something. I know it's 3,000.
3,170.
What?
3,170. So that's like 5,000.
Okay, so you add 5,000 with 3,000, and how much do you get?
5,000 with 3,000. Why are you adding 3,000? It's only been 2,000 years.
No, because it's pre-dynastic. When we're talking pre-dynastic, that's 3,000 and something years.
It's BC.
One second. When we're talking about dynastic, yeah, we're talking almost 5,000 years. That's what you're telling me.
No, Mikey,
one second, because the dynasties start with Nama, and then we're talking about Khufu, the third dynasty, or the fourth dynasty. Because in the third dynasty comes Imhotep, who builds the steps.
So, Mikey, let's do pre-dynastic.
All right, yeah. Let's do pre-dynastic.
And that's what I've been showing you now. Look, this is the pre-dynastic rulers. It says here pre-dynastic rulers, right? And the oldest one goes back to 3,170. So this is still within that 5,000 range. That's if you add 2,000, because you have to add 2,000 because the BC. That's 5,170 years ago.
Are you dumb?
Do you know how it works?
Wait. Do you know? Look. You just explained the first part, right? Yeah, as in the dynastic, right? We're talking Nama Menes, right? That is 5,000 years you just explained. Now you're telling us pre-dynasty. You know what pre means?
Yes, it means before. It's only it's only 20 years before. Look,
one second. 3,000 years, yeah. Before that, before 5,000 years. That's what they're explaining there, bro.
No. I don't think you get it, Maki. It says BC. BC means before Christ. It's not saying BC.
Yeah, everything is before Christ. Everything is before.
Maki, hold on. When it says 3,170, that means not 3,000 years after this. It means 3,000 years from BC, which is 2,000 years ago. So you have to add this to 2,000 years to see how much this is from now. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Right.
Okay, so pre-dynastic. So basically what it's saying here is from the time Nama ruled to the pre-dynastic, it's only about 20 years, because 100, 150, 170. So it's about 20 years before Nama.
Right.
Before Nama. It's 20 years.
And then go back. Go back. And then go back to the first one. Because if that's the end of the last one before Nama, which we know, do you get it? And Nama is only dynastical Egypt. Nothing. Yeah, we know.
So it says here the ruler of Upper Egypt around 3,250. This is even before pre-dynasty. This is like when there's rulers in Upper Egypt, separate things. Right? It says here around 3,250 to 3,200 BC. That's still within the 5,000 range. Still.
So are you saying that one second. Are you saying that pre-dynastic and dynastic ran alongside?
No. I mean, let me explain it again. Let me explain it again. Michael, let me explain it again. Can I explain it again?
It doesn't make sense, bro.
Let me explain it to you. It's not alongside each other.
Listen. It's not alongside.
Oh my gosh.
Right? One comes before the other.
Yes, it does. It does come before the other, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening, Maku. I'm not saying they were at the same time. It's clearly showing you. If you look at it, it's showing you that the dynastic is after the pre-dynastic. I've shown you. Look, let's go through again. First dynasty, Nama, 3,150 BC. Pre-dynastic, earliest data found, 3,170 BC. Scorpion King, the first ruler of Egypt. So it's going older as you go back. It's not at the same time. It's just that it's a few hundred years apart from each other, not thousands of years apart from each other. So from the Scorpion King to Nama, it's only 100 years.
No, you're not listening. The both exist, right? In the time of Nama. Nama is unification. So he unifies Upper and Lower Egypt. So they're already in existence. which side does he come from is what you need to ask yourself. Yeah, he comes from what is Upper Egypt or Lower Egypt, to be honest. Yeah, which is the bit that you're calling Egypt. Yeah, we call it Lower Egypt. They call it Upper Egypt. But let's say that bit Upper Egypt that goes all the way into the Levant, because Nama, yeah, is the one who does all of that. He is the Scorpion King.
Okay, even if he is the Scorpion King, the date here is 3000.
Wait. He's not the Scorpion King in Kemet. He's the Scorpion King
in Upper Egypt.
No, in Sumeria.
What?
These are the campaigns and the works of Nama. Nama raided what we're calling Saudi Arabia, or that part into the Levant, and took it back over. And we say back over.
Either way, Matthew. Either way, the point I'm making is
no. He expanded the borders. He expanded the borders so much, yeah. His story is legendary. People are calling him Nimrod. People are calling him Nama. His name is Menes. People are calling him the Scorpion King. So you got to know what we're talking about. This individual here is only a unification of civilization, or two civilizations that have two different theological origins.
That's fine, but when you look at those individual civilizations, none of them are older than 6,000 years, according to the data I've just shown you. I've shown you how old Upper Egypt is. I've shown you how Lower Egypt is before the dynastic, and it's saying that the oldest is about 3,250 BC, which is still lower than 6,000 years BC. So the oldest, according to the data, is still not over 6,000 years old.
So you can't add numbers, no? You can't add 4,000 years to 3,000 years.
You don't add 4,000, you add 2,000, because BC means before Christ, which is 2,000.
Can I ask a question?
Have they run same time, or there's no?
Marco, you don't add 4,000 to the 3,000, you add 2,000, because BC is around the time of Christ, which was 2,000 years ago. So you always have to add 2,000 when it's BC or AD. You don't add 4,000. That doesn't make sense. Why would you add 4,000?
Can I ask a question, please, lads?
For the
Shalom.
Right. When you add the 2,000, that brings it to 5.
Shalom, Shiva.
Wagwan, you good, yeah?
I'm good, brother.
I just want to ask you, man, a question, yeah? Because you, man, I'm a bit confused. I'm listening to what you're saying, yeah? And I just want to make sure I'm not confused. So
2,000 is 5,000, right? That's that for the old dynasty. Once again,
5,000 is still less than 6,000. The point I'm making, Marco, you can't tell me anything older than 6,000 years. That's what I'm asking.
But what data are you, man, going by? What data is this you're going by?
The data, Shiva, I'm just proving to Maki that according to the scientists, what they're saying, there's nothing on this earth with civilization that's older than 6,000 years with actual evidence.
But these are the same people that base time on a man, that they couldn't even tell time by the sound of things, because, you know, time only exists after Christ. I don't understand that.
It is what it is.
They just use Christ's date as a point of reference.
Then after that, before that, you've got 3,000. No, you've got 3,000 something hundred. Add them together.
Marco, it's 3,000 years before Christ. So Christ was 2,000 years ago. Let's add it together. Let's do the math.
You're done. Forget that.
Let's do the math, because you don't understand. You don't understand. Let's do the math. Okay. Okay. So Marco, let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning, please. When was Jesus on earth? 2,000 years ago, correct?
Yeah, 1st century. Yeah.
That's 2,000 years. That's the first number. So if this saying number 3,150 before Christ, so what do? We go, where's Christ? 2,000. So add 3,000 before that time. That's 5,000. That's what. But why are you saying I'm being damn incorrect, man? That's what I'm doing. That's what you're supposed to do.
No, sorry, I'm explaining it to someone, but also I'm just explaining that point. Yeah, it's 3,000. They're saying it's 3,000 some odd years BCE. Yeah, before for normal Egypt, right? You've added the 2,000. This is how we got to 5,000. Cool, right?
Okay,
right. So I'm saying then at your 5,000, which is your beginning, right? Which is your beginning, which is Nama. Yes.
Yes.
Right. What's before Nama? Then when they're counting 1, 2, 3,000 years before.
No, that's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing.
Why is it pre-dynastic if it's not same dynastic?
100 years before Nama.
You sound.
It's not thousands of years before Nama. It's only a few hundred years before Nama.
No, that it starts. You mean, or that it
No,
ends?
Maku. Nama is. Let's do this again. Nama is 3,150 BC. Okay,
Right.
so pre-dynastic is before that. What's before that? The earliest we see before that is 3,250 BC. That's about 100 years between pre-dynastic and Nama. So that's 100 years before Nama. That's what you have pre-dynastic. That's the oldest. 100 years before Nama. Not thousands of years before Nama.
Pre-dynastic is not 100 years.
That's what the data is telling you, Maku. I just showed you.
I know that because look, there's some pharaohs, yeah, that they know the name of them, yeah, but they don't even know how long they reigned pre-dynastic.
That's true. It does say here, and it does say here unknown for some of them.
Thank you. So when you're telling me that, I don't know what you're saying. And you're trying to say like the beginning of the pre-dynastic era was only just before Nama. Fine, that makes sense because they're family. 1 second, it just goes on in a row, innit? It's family. So if one of them from the other side, we're not talking up the pre-dynastic side, which is more Kemet and more down to all the way to Uganda, right? The ancient seat of power in ancient times. Sorry, yeah, the ancient seat of power in ancient times. That makes sense, yeah. But what we're saying is, yeah, before Nama, yeah, they know that what was them? What's the guy's name? Amenhotep, something like that. Amenhotep is one of the pharaohs that they knew before Nama, but they don't know much about him. And they know there were several, and they would know it was many generations. So it can never be no 100 years before Nama. You know what I mean? It can only start in a sense like it's ending, but it's not ending because the baton is being passed on to Nama. To unify upper and lower, you lot would have had to been there thousands and thousands of years. This ain't no plating.
Okay, can you see my screen? So this is the problem already. And maybe you can explain this, yeah? It says here unknown for quite a few of them, right?
Right.
But this is the issue though, Maku. When you look at the Upper Egypt pharaohs, from the Scorpion King, they've used names like bull and Candite and stork and animal, but they're saying here that these beings probably never existed. Like some of these pharaohs or kings are called elephants, like animal names, fish. So some of these beings are mythological. Some of them aren't even real people, and that's one issue. Another issue, when you go to the Upper Egypt list, when you go to the Upper Egypt list, this is all dynastic. When you go to the Upper Egypt list, right, you've got Wash. It's a Nama palette around 150 BC. Before that, you've got a double falcon, which is possibly another ruler. So 3,200 BC.
Oh, wait. Where's that from, Nama? Sorry, but
that's about 100 years before Nama.
You've got Nama palette before Nama.
No. Nama is 150 BC. This is the same time.
Okay.
As Nama, or just before, I think. Yeah, look, same time, 150 BC, Nama.
Okay.
I think this is just archaeological findings. I think that's what this is.
Right. So that is the end of the dynastic period, isn't it?
No, beginning of the dynastic period. 150 BC.
Yeah, sorry. I'm saying on the end, it's the end.
The dynastic.
Yeah, right. What you were showing. Sorry.
Yeah. So
at the top is the end, and at the bottom is the beginning of that. But there is no beginning. It just goes down, and then you start not getting dates.
Okay, so let's look here. What's before this now? 32nd century, 3,200. You get a ruler here. It's a double falcon. So we don't know the name of the individual, but maybe it symbolizes him or in some way or form. But this is 3,200 years ago. So it's 100 years before Nama. That's when you have the last pre-dynastic king. And then before that, there's king it's a number. King is a 9. Hasn't even got a name. Right. And the reign is unknown. And then you've got Mech. The date is unknown. Right. And then you've got Hathor, barely any information. The reign is about 3,180 BC. And then you've got, it's like they don't really know. Like even here, all of these kings, unknown. And then some of it says missing.
Yeah. My point is made.
No, it's not made because how old? Okay, even if Matthew,
their fault. I don't want Zulu. It's not their fault. I'm not wronging them. It just is what it is. They call it pre-dynastic. They call it that because it's before anything that you know. You get it?
Let me ask you.
1 second. 1 second. It got little information on it. And this is the point we're trying to make. You can put these silly dates, yeah, but it keeps on coming back to bite you. Every time you do archaeology and then you find a bowl or a pot or something, that the date of the bowl, because you can actually measure clay. Do you get what I'm saying? Clay pots. You know what I mean? We'll give you that. You might not be able to measure stone with your carbon dating, but you can measure clay, right? So the clay pots seem to be way older than any of these structures. This is what making man know that certain things were going on before established time or when things were written down. Remember, it's only a situation. It's only a unification. It's like he's like the King James of Africa.
Okay, so
up and low. That's it.
What's the lifespan of a pharaoh pre-dynastic times?
Lifestyle.
Span.
Oh, lifespan. Oh, we can't tell. We can't tell.
Because even if it says unknown, how old do you think they're living in that period of their reign?
Not more than maybe 50 years or something.
Okay, so even if we said, okay, from free...
That's not a dynasty. A dynasty, remember, is the whole family.
No. This is the king. It says specifically king. King 09. It's to the king, not the dynasty, the king. So
yeah,
look,
it's a dynasty. Like, it's a
it's
start.
not talking about the family. It's talking about the individual, the one that reigned.
Okay, but
so let's say you said 50, yeah?
Reigned. 1 second. They don't know nothing about the one that reigned because how we used to do it. 1 second, bro. How we used to do it on the king's list will announce everybody. Announce everybody of that family, of that line, who came after him and who came after that. Now you individuals in your pre-dynastic, yeah, that you don't know nothing about.
So Michael, let's do this.
But you can estimate and say his reign could have been between 30, 40 years, right? But we don't know how many descendants he had with the same name. We don't know that.
So Michael, you said 50. That's the benefit of the doubt because some would say 30, 20, especially in them times. Right?
I agree. Yeah.
So let's say 50. So even let's start from the oldest year, which has a date, which is 3,200 BC, and let's add 50 to each one, which is a very rough, like not even accurate, it's just like average lifespan. You add 50 to that you get 3,250. 50 to that 3,300. 50 to that 3,400. 350. 50 to that 3,400. 50 to that 3,000, and so on and so on and so on until you still get to around 5,900 years. So it's still not 6,000 years. But that's just the average. You said 50. I'm just going by 50. If we went by 20 or 30, because some of them could have lived to 10. Some people didn't even make it all the way.
Bruh, what you're doing is not even making no sense.
The point I'm making is it doesn't go back to 6,000 years.
Your point is not good enough because at the
so now I can go back to being a 6,000 years guy now because I've proved myself right.
They do things in dynasties, as we see, even before Menes and things. They didn't just start doing dynasties because of Menes. No. Yeah, that's just a unification of upper and lower. But there were many pharaohs before that. You get it? They've got evidence of them, but they can't tell you their story. You can't even find man within the dynasties, like for example. So we've got Imhotep who built the Step Pyramid. Maybe if we could find Imhotep, we know how all the other pyramids got built and we'll find out where the Sphinx came from. But they can't do that. They haven't got that information. All they got is a stele with just his feet. And his titles on the bottom of it. They ain't got no Imhotep.
What the heck is this?
What? With the
Yikes. I think this is the Ptolemy period, no? This is probably when you start seeing some sperm-latest times, isn't it?
No, it's not sperm-latest, bro.
I don't know what the heck this is. Mikey, come on. Be honest, fam. What is this, fam?
No, that's actually a part of a death process. I think that is the The opening mouth ceremony.
Yeah, no mouth has been opened while that's going on, bro. I don't know what the heck that's all about.
The individual is dead, bro.
Yeah, man's erect like that. I don't know about that, bro.
Yeah, but that's what happens, bro. The blood congeals and goes to your certain parts of your body, and yeah, you could be lying there with an erection. Right?
I don't know. I mean, this is 11th dynasty. This is even before Greek. Before Greek.
Yeah, there's no Greek, man. We know Greek.
Kemet was definitely rainbow, fam. It was definitely rainbow.
Rainbow?
100%.
Mouth ceremony, like you don't understand the.
Okay, can you show me any evidence that Kemet is anti-rainbow?
Anti-rainbow?
Show me a law that states they're anti-homo.
Oh shoot!
No, I don't know about that.
You can't show me a law? Because in the Bible, I can't show you a law where God it says that you'd be stoned if you do this and this. But where in Kemet is there a law that specifically states?
I don't think we was dealing with that, so I don't think that was an issue for us. I mean, you're
saying that, but then you see stories.
We're at good status. You get me? We're talking about great kings and da. And as I said, it's not somebody's home like that, bro. It's a university. It's a place of learning.
You're saying that, but then when we hear stories of Seth getting raped, Seth raping Horus in a bum, and then making him eat a sperm lettuce, like you can say that they weren't for it, but we see stories that are fruity. So
that's European interpretation.
Then if that's European, show us where in Kemet they say we don't mess with that.
That's not on the rules, so that's not my issue.
Okay, you've got the negative.
Can I say something? There is something in Kemet. Yeah, I remember learning about these teachings about Kemet, and there was something that said that anything like that is looked down, is frowned upon. So that would suffice.
Where is that law, Shifa?
I'm gonna find it for you. Don't worry, I'm gonna find it. It said something about if a man sleeps with another man or something. If a man sleeps with another man, he's known as a nunuk man or something like that. I remember someone bringing this up. That's the only reason it jogged the memories, because I remember someone having a debate similar about Kemet and if there was or if there wasn't homosexuality. As far as I know, I can't suggest anything to you that is in Kemet that is homosexual. So that alone would suggest to you that it didn't exist there, or they must have been somewhat against it.
Well, when you look at the negative confessions of my art, I don't see no law that says everything else. Don't steal, don't but I don't see nothing about not being gay. Because
but then if they never had it there, though, do you remember laws are made for things that are happening, innit? Now, if this thing was not happening, they wouldn't need to make a law. These laws are being passed in Europe and places like that where these things was happening. It was prominent. Do you know, like that? Over there, it wasn't prominent like that, clearly.
Sure, but that's fine. But when we look at the evidence, it was prominent. Because when you look at the stories of the gods, a brother is raping his brother, making him eat sperm lettuce. And then when you look at the accounts of the pharaohs, bare of them, man, were sleeping with boys and sleeping with each other. So there's bare homosexuality.
So hold on. Which pharaohs are sleeping with boys?
Shiva, what do you think in the Bible? It says, don't follow the way of the Egyptians.
I got you. Which pharaoh was sleeping with boys then? Explain. Give us some evidence. Don't just say it.
Let's read the evidence here. Yeah, let's look at the evidence here. Can I read the evidence?
Wait. This guy's gonna say, and also in the Bible, God said, "Egypt are my people." Now, if we're faggots and we're engaging in this sodomy and all of this type of thing, one, it would have been in the Bible, which is not outside of where we are. That's where it's happening.
Okay, so, Matthew, let me clarify that statement. You're correct. I do say that. You're correct.
One second. Where you Israelites come from, though? Oh shit! Yeah. Now when we're talking about sodomy, all of that, and sperm lettuce and all of that. Yeah, we're dealing with your Hellenistic. When you move to Greece and all of that. Yeah, now we can talk about sperm lettuce and all them type of fuckery.
But you won't find no homosexuality in the Bible, bro.
Bro, don't bring it to Kemet like it was.
In the Bible, it's so clear that God says if you sleep with a man, you get stoned. It's very clear that this ain't happening. This ain't rolling. But in Kemet, there's bare stories historically of pharaohs kissing each other and homosexuality.
I ain't heard of this.
Let me read you the evidence.
Who saw nakedness? Who are the people outside? One second. Who are the people outside Lot's house? Yeah, they didn't want Lot's daughters. They wanted to sleep with those angels. Now, tell me about homosexuality.
Are they not Cushites?
Yeah, real talk. What is that? Who were they?
Blood.
So hold on, who do you think was in Sodom and Gomorrah?
And the fact that you've got a Sodom and Gomorrah in your Bible proves another point.
Well, what happened to them though, Maku? Did they not get burnt up?
No.
What do you mean no?
Where's Sodom and Gomorrah burnt up? Excuse me.
Sodom and Gomorrah is full of sulfur today. You go there now, it's full of ash and sulfur.
They got turned to salt. They got turned to salt.
Salt got burnt up, bro.
So was that was Sodom, yes?
Sodom and Gomorrah.
No. Gomorrah is another place, right?
No, Sodom and Gomorrah are lit up by fire from heaven because of the Batman ways.
Are they different cities? Are they different Batman cities?
Bro, it could be a whole region that encompasses 2 cities.
Can I just say something, no, my brother? You see, when you say it was lit up because of their Batman ways, that's a bit of a misconception there, you know, because it was about
not just
the word in the Bible don't say Batman ways. It don't say that nowhere in the Bible.
No, they were doing everything. They were doing bestiality. They were doing everything, not just homosexuality.
It says unnatural practices.
What about Nod? Come on, stop it.
Yeah, let's read the evidence because I know you don't want me to read it, man. I know you don't want me to read it.
No, I'm saying before Sodom and Gomorrah, there was Nod.
Listen,
getting bonfire. I didn't see
brother. Just let me read the thing, fam. Why don't you want me to read the thing?
Doing them Batman stuff.
Marky, why don't you want me to read the thing, bro? Just let me read it, man.
Yeah, sorry, go. Do your sperm letters. Your thing.
Pick up the ancestors, isn't it? Pick up the ancestors.
Do your sperm letters. Go.
All right. His homosexuality in ancient Egypt is a passionately disputed subject within Egyptology. Historians and Egyptologists alike debate what kind of view the ancient Egyptian society fostered about homosexuality. Only a handful of direct hints still survive, and many possible indications are only vague and offer plenty of room for speculation. Depictions of possible homosexuality. Nayem Khnum and Khnum Hotep. The best-known case of possible homosexuality in ancient Egypt is that of the 2 high officials, Nyak Khnum and Khnum Hotep. Both lived and survived under Pharaoh Nusere during the 5th dynasty. So this is before Hellenism, so you can't blame it on the Greeks. Nakum and Kum Hotep each had families of their own with children and wives. But when they died, their families apparently decided to bury them together in one and the same mastaba tomb. In the mastaba, several paintings depict both of them embracing each other and touching their faces, nose on nose. These depictions leave plenty of room for speculation because in ancient Egyptian, the nose on nose touching was normally.
Yeah, my brother, I'm sorry to stop you, yeah? I don't want you to waste anyone's time in it. Like, let's be honest, this is not evidence to suggest homosexuality.
This
is a friendship. This is evidence to suggest a friendship. Let's be honest. And I see where you're going with. I see where you're going with this, but.
Let me ask you, brother.
Go on. I've seen it before. I'll be honest. I've seen it before.
Is a man kissing a man friendly love?
He's not kissing him though. He's not kissing him.
It says here on the painting, when the nose and nose is touching, it means kissing. That's what it says.
No. Europeans don't understand. It may have been a sign of endearment. It may have been a sign of endearment, but let's be honest. Listen, now I'm gonna be honest. I ain't here to defend nothing. I got no horse in this race, but I'm just gonna be honest. I've seen it before, and just because Europeans interpret something as homosexual doesn't mean it is. It's like, you see, if a man and his son or a man and his nephew are really close, 2 family members are really close, and like when you see Vikings, they do the same thing. They put their heads together and their noses are really close, same way. So I get where you're coming from, but the interpretation of it being gay is just misleading. It's misleading more than anything. It's not factual.
Let me ask you a question. Would you be surprised if it was true?
It's a serious reach, but
I'd be quite surprised. I'd be quite surprised.
Hold on. What's the source?
After what the Bible says about Kemet, you'd be surprised.
What's the source? Is it like pyramid text, something text? What?
It's a painting, Maku.
A painting is your evidence.
But Maku, what does it mean when nose is touching in Kemet?
Oh, mate.
What does it mean? It's an Eskimo kiss.
Oh, mate.
It's an Eskimo what?
Nose touching.
People do. Africans do it. Yeah, there's some Africans that touch noses, bro, and touch forehead.
Okay, can I read the next one, Maku? Can I read the next one?
And since that Egyptians are Africans, it's only it's gonna make sense.
It stands to reason, isn't it? It stands to reason.
Well, let me read the next one. Yeah, it says here Horus and Seth. Oh, this one's gonna get a bit tricky for you, innit? A further famous story about same-sex intercourse can be found in the Kanun papyri, dating back to the Middle Kingdom. It contains the nearly completely preserved story of the Osiris myth and the legendary fight for the throne. Is it Osiris? How do I say it?
Osiris.
Osiris, thank you. Myth and the legendary fight for the throne of Egypt between Horus and Seth. The chapter in question reports that Seth, unutterably jealous about his younger nephew Horus, because Horus was a very young and popular. He was quite pampered by the other gods. Seth instead had very few companions, and he was comparatively unpopular because of his choleric and vindictive behavior. As a result, Seth tried to either chase away or even kill Horus, no matter what the cost. When Seth constantly fails, he plans to humiliate his rival so badly that Horus will be banned from Egypt forever. Seth invites Horus to a party and convinces the teenage Horus to drink more than Horus could normally cope with. When Horus is drunk, Seth seduces him to sleep over the night in one bed together. And when lying in one bed, Seth grabs Horus and rapes him. But Horus has tricked Seth. His drunkenness was staged. He catches Seth's semen with his hands and hides it. The next morning, Horus runs to his mother, Isis, to tell her what happened. Isis is at Isis is at first Isis is at first speechless with rage and disbelief. Then she tells Horus to masturbate and use his semen to lubricate Seth's favorite food, Egyptian lettuce. Obvious. Seth eats the manipulated lettuce, and then he goes to the divine court to inform. At first, the divine judges swear at Horus, but when Thoth, the scribe of the court, calls for Seth's semen to emerge from the body of Horus, instead the semen of Horus emerges from the body of Seth. Seth blushes in embarrassment and shock, then flees, and Horus is acquitted. The famous rape of Horus by his jealous uncle is also a subject of passionate discussion. While most scholars argue that the papyrus clearly describes rape, it must remain open. If it actually describes a homosexually driven deed, background of the dispute of Seth's motives, he does not love Horus. In the contrast, he hates his nephew, and rape was clearly performed to humiliate Horus. The only common ground between the rape and homosexuality is that the act was of same-sex nature. But some scholars are not so sure and point out that Seth was often credited with an alternative sexual interest. So Seth was a Batman, and Seth wanted to basically humiliate his nephew by raping him, getting him drunk, and then raping him. But basically Horus tricks Seth.
Wait, Azili, that's the same thing here, yeah? It's the same thing here, right? The same thing finishes with the same words that you just spoke. Wikipedia, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
All right, and you was mentioning.
I'll give you the chances. I'll mute my mic.
No. Where's the peer review?
Okay, so Marco, I've read my evidence. I'm gonna mute my mic. And I want you to explain what I just read.
Yeah, it's unexplainable. It doesn't need to be explained. You get it? Because it's foolishness. This is a European's interpretation of an African story. It's not even like by Africans. Oh, this is awful by, yeah, the same Seth who's gonna be Set or Seth in your Bible.
I knew you were gonna do this.
Yeah. He's gonna be your Bible.
Let's go to the manuscript.
Was Seth painted as a bad person in the Bible?
Oh my gosh.
Is that a manuscript?
Let's go to the manuscript. This is a painting, first of all, but let's go to the manuscript because this is a script. This is a story.
That's not a painting. Hold on, wait.
Yeah, this is a painting. Yeah, that's your god. That's your Egyptian god.
Go back. Stop it. Go back.
No, I don't want your channel to get. Marco, if I put it up, I don't know if your channel will get thingy. That's why I'm trying not to put it up.
Graffiti in a cave, probably by the pyramid builders.
Okay, so Marco, let's look at this text here because it says it comes from the Kanun papyri, right? And let's not forget, this is fifth. What does it say? Middle Kingdom. Is that the time of the Greeks? No. Right? So this is way before the Greeks.
Wait, all right, let's go. Middle Kingdom.
So let's look at the let's look at the papyri.
1 second. Let's look how stupid you are. Is that the origin of the story? So you're saying before the third, was it fifth dynasty? Yeah.
Say fifth dynasty, just as Middle Kingdom.
All right, this is Middle Kingdom, way down in the dynasties, right?
But it's before the Greeks, no?
No, is the story before that dynasty that it's been mentioned in?
It says dating back to the Middle Kingdom.
Okay, is the story, as you know it, Zulu, older than the Middle Kingdom?
No, it's not older than that Middle Kingdom.
In the Middle Kingdom, they came up with the story of Horus and Set, right?
Okay, so can we not agree there was homosexuality in the Middle Kingdom?
No. Why not? Horus, 1 second. Where is the original story of Horus and Set?
This is the original story. This is when it was written. It's written in the Middle Kingdom.
By Greeks.
But when did Greeks come into Kemet? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, the word Horus is the Greek version of the name.
Oh, come on, Maki. Don't do this, man. Please.
Same as Osiris.
When did the Greeks come into Egypt?
Wait. Osiris is not the original name.
Okay, so let me look up.
1 second. The person named Asar, yeah, and Aset is become Isis and Osiris. Facts.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not going to tell me, when did the Greeks come into Egypt? It says here, Greeks have been present in Egypt since at least the 7th century BC. Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BC. So, is that the Middle Kingdom? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
It says here that text about the story of Horus and Seth and the rape was in the Middle Kingdom period. That's when it was written, and it's called the Kanun Papyri, right? The Greeks have come in way after that. So this story is older than the Ptolemy period. It's older than the Hellenization.
We're not saying that the Greek Greco-Romans in Alexandria started with the Ptolemies. That would be a stupid statement.
So this is what I'm saying, Michael. You can't blame this story on the Greeks.
The Greco-Romans had been in North Africa for 3,000 years.
So, Michael, you can't. This is what I'm saying. You can't put this story on the. Hold on.
They've been there 3,000 years. If they were there long enough to take the idea of the Sphinx, remember, like of the Sphinx and turn it into Catholicism, comes with the last set of people.
Michael, why are you even mentioning Catholicism? We're talking about Middle Kingdom, Kemet. This is before Greece. This is old. This is some old shit, bro. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. That's why hold on, Michael, hold on.
How can you say it's older than the story? The story is thousands of years old. That means it's before the people and before the civilization. So come again.
What? What are you talking? No.
True that.
No, that's not true. It didn't even make sense. It didn't even make sense. The story.
That is true. It is true because if you're going to go into the story of Osiris, you're going back to the beginning. It's like going back to Genesis. It's going to be before all of that, isn't it? Before things was getting built.
But Shifa, these people were making up stories about these gods over and over again. They were like making. It's like hold on, Michael, please, man. Let me finish.
They're babies as well. They're babies.
Michael, please.
No. Let me finish.
Man.
With your lying spermlet shit. Yeah. Yeah, we're not having that. That's right. Stop it. You get it? 1 second. Oh yeah. Yeah. So you can't
You don't have to mute me, Michael. You don't have to mute me though. Come on, man. You don't have to mute me though. Come on, man.
Talking, bro. I was about to talk.
Let me finish, but you don't have to mute me though. Come on, man.
I'm saying that look. What you're not understanding, right, is that this is a story told by, I don't even know, some European who's taking the story from him. You're saying he took it from them in the Middle Kingdom. Really? Like there was any Europeans to come and take the story. This sounds dumb.
Yeah, I don't think you comprehend what's going on here.
Interpretation of the story, bro.
I don't think you comprehend what's going on here. So after you've done,
I comprehend fully, but you don't comprehend, that even the story of Osiris is a baby in Kemet story. They are not the oldest gods in Kemet. Yeah, they come after a certain generation. Do you get it? But it's still way before any of the dynasties or anything of what you're talking about. You make yourself sound so stupid because the Ogdogs are before the 9 Anids.
Because I I thought that didn't Osiris and Isis and them, didn't they fight against the original gods? I'm confused.
Fought against the original gods. Yeah, you're not the original gods, are you? You're my you. All of them come from
25th century.
All of forget that. All of them come from Bes. Bes is the father of the 9 Anids, and Bes himself is an Ogdon. You get me? So they're beings, yeah, before the coming of Osiris, Ra, Set, Shu, Tefnut, and all of that. They're babies in this. And even that story is ancient. And now you're telling me a story within the last story of the story, yeah, is it came in the Middle Kingdom.
Just admit defeat, but my brother, just admit defeat.
No, you gotta admit.
Maku, you know I respect Maku.
You gotta admit that you talk about peer review sources and they brought one.
Can I speak, please?
Yeah, okay. You spoke enough. You brought your evidence, and your evidence definitely wasn't good enough.
But can I respond to you? Because
we wasn't going to knock it. We're going to let you, like Ezra did. Remember, this is not the first time someone's brought this to me.
Okay.
And Ezra don't use it no more. Why do you think Ezra don't use it no more? Because it got debunked.
Because you don't comprehend it. So now, can I respond? Can I respond?
Fine. Go on. You respond. Go on.
Okay, cool. So you've said your thing. It's obviously incorrect. You surely didn't understand what I read. So maybe let me explain it to you. You're claiming that Osiris isn't a very old, it's not old enough God. So this story couldn't have been from the original Egyptians or the oldest Egyptians. The point is, Middle Kingdom is still African Egyptians. Middle Kingdom is still before Greeks, before Batman were coming into Egypt. It's still black people. So whether it's during the best times or whether it's Middle Kingdom, it doesn't matter because it's still stories written by Egyptians, right? First point. Number two, Osiris 20. Hold on, please. Osiris, hold on, please. Osiris is 25th century BC. That's about 2,500 years BC, right? So it's still a pretty old god, no matter what you're trying to say. Thirdly, my final point, this text was written in the Middle Kingdom and it's called the Canon Papyri. When we go on that right now, it will tell you here. Let me read this part here, right? It says here that the Canon Papyri are a collection of ancient Egyptian texts discussing administrative, mathematical, and medical topics. Its many fragments were discovered by Philanders Petrie in 1889 and are kept in the University of College of London. This collection of papyri is one of the largest ever found. Most of the texts are dated back to 1825 BC to the reign of Amenhat III. In general, the collection spans to the Middle Kingdom. So this text, where this story is accounted, is the Middle Kingdom period, written by Egyptians.
Okay.
Can I make an observation? Can I make an honest observation when you're done?
You make an observation. Yeah. The observation was clear. You get it?
Game over. Game over. Game over.
Pull it back. Don't do that. Pull it back on the screen. Yeah.
Okay, let's go then.
You get it? And you're going to get this work. Stop it. Yeah. If you could just do these things and just run away.
You're going to remix the information as usual.
Oh, okay. Can you read the first bit again, please?
And hold on. And please don't say, oh, it's the white man that interpreted it. Please don't say that because that's not what.
1 second.
No, but that's obvious a white man interpreted it. Come on.
Okay, hold on, Shiva. So you're telling me every time it's something bad, it has to be a white man. You telling me black people can't be bad?
I'm gonna say no. This is what I'm gonna say to you. Realistically, are you telling me that interpretation of that story was by a black man? Then is that what you're saying? It was the Africans that gave that to the Europeans.
But hold on. Let me answer Shiva's question, Maku. We've got an image of the rape, though. I showed you a picture of the rape.
That's mad. Anyway, Zulu.
There's no interpretation needed. It's a picture.
Please.
Where's the picture? I didn't see no picture of no rape.
Shifa.
Look at this, Shiva. This is Horace getting raped by his uncle.
Cool.
This is in Kemet.
Go back to
this Kemet.
And read again. That's all we ask, bro. You're dodging. You're moving around. You get me?
So there's no interpretation, my brother. It's rape. It's homosexuality.
Listen. Remember, you said it came from what? This papyrus.
Yes.
Now read and explain what is in this papyrus, please. Just read it all again. No.
The KP are a collection of ancient Egyptian texts texts describing administrative, mathematical, and medical topics.
Stop. It's explaining what?
Administrative, mathematical, and medical topics.
Okay, where's gay? Where's the homo shit?
Fam, I don't mess with chemist science. This chemist science might have had gay shit in it.
Lulu, ask you a simple question. Yeah.
Oh, don't even try. This is a terrible one.
The gay text. So, like, look what happened. Someone's pulled up a text. Yeah. Someone's pulled up a text. Yeah. And said, this story that I'm telling you relates to this text. And then when you pull up the text, they're telling you that this text is based on administration.
Okay. Huh? Let me explain to you what's going on here.
In it, please.
Okay.
Where's the passage? Nothing. Pale lies.
Cool. You've done remixing.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. What looks strange here is that you're showing me that papyrus here, then you pulled up this other little picture that you showed us here, which is not part of it. Like I'm thinking that you're showing me a rate in.
I can explain how it's part of it.
It's not related.
Oh, please explain.
It's well related, but yeah, finish, please. You only read the first bit, but that first bit enough on your own dance because
not really. I can explain why.
Sexually, all right, read it all, and if there's a word homosexual in there, yeah, I'll take it all back. Go.
No, that's not what we're looking for. That's what you're looking for.
What do you mean?
You know why I don't need to do that? Let me show you why I don't need to do that. Because when you read this part again, what does it say here? What does it say here, Maku? A further famous story about same-sex intercourse can be found in the collection. In that collection, so it's not saying that that whole collection is about homosexuality. It's saying that hold on. It's saying that the account is found in the collection. Not the collection is about homosexuality. Of course, it's about maths, medicine. It's about important stuff. But that story is also found in that text as well. That's what it's saying.
Does that make sense to you? It doesn't
make sense. People can mix things together. It happens all the time.
Is it?
Yes. Look at the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a bunch of
the Bible. You mean?
The Dead Sea Scrolls. They've got biblical texts. They've got Book of Enoch. They've got all this random text. It's a mixture of texts. It's a collection.
No, but bro. If it's like medical text, veterinary text, and XYZ, it's educational text. Then like homosexuality ain't education. Let's be honest. That ain't got nothing to do with it. So that don't even make sense.
Story has symbolic.
Maybe what's happened there is something that has been misconstrued has been thrown in with these papers, because I don't understand. This don't make no sense. I don't see how that fits in with that.
Let me tell you what makes sense, Shifa. Anybody can post shit on Wikipedia. Anyone can make up.
Here we go. When you use Wikipedia, it's correct. When I use it,
when you go into it, no, my brother, it's all got to match up in it.
Like, every time you brought something, you went on Wikipedia and no one complained. When I go on Wikipedia, it's wrong.
It is, because obviously the story you're pulling has no basis. You're taking a picture wide that's not even related to the thing. You just pulled a picture and you said, yeah, that's it. Boom.
No, that's the picture that they found on the thing. That's the picture they found.
Is that on the wall?
Yes.
And that is hieroglyphs, or is that graffiti?
That's a hieroglyph saying this is Horus getting raped by his uncle.
Is that a hieroglyph or is that graffiti?
Okay, let me go on again. It says here a Ramesside period Ostracan depicted. I don't know. Let me type in what Ostracan is. Depicting a homosexual couple in coitus. Wow. What it means by Ostracan. Ostracan is a postured used as a writing surface. Okay, so it's on a stone or something like that.
So what? Man used man as a stone. What are you talking about?
No, they're drawing that image on a granite like material on a stone.
Right. Graffiti.
Okay, even if it's graffiti, it's still showing that there's homosexuality going on.
But is it possible that the graffiti is not as old as?
Thank you.
Not as old as the stone. Sorry, yeah.
This is my question, Maku. Why are you fighting so hard? Maku, this is my question to you, right? I'm not anti-Kemet. Let's clarify this in the chat, guys. I'm not anti-Kemet, please. But why are you fighting so hard? Why are you fighting so hard for this not to be true, as if Kemet is perfect and there can't be anything wrong going on there, when we know that you can't show me a single commandment that says don't be gay. You can't show me a single commandment in Kemet.
I will. You know what I mean? I would take it from the Kemetans. I would generally take it from the Kemetans if it was there, but it's not from the Kemetans, and that's where you fall short, my brother.
Where's the evidence?
Huh?
Bring evidence to disprove what I said, please.
Wait. First, you have to bring proper evidence.
Yeah, I'll be honest, my brother. I was gonna say to you, like, my observation is that the evidence here, it's not clear enough. It's not like it's in, like, you know, like on.
It's too ambiguous.
The pyramid text. If it was in the pyramid text, yeah, and you showed me that in the pyramid text, then I'd be like, you know what? This looks strange. But you see, because it's, let me just finish. You see, because it's graffiti and there's all this controversy surrounding it. Plus, like I said, how are we going to know if that graffiti was done on the stone at the time the stone was laid or way after? We don't know when it was really written, innit?
But you guys
by its own specification. No, bro, I'm just saying. Listen, I don't really understand Kemet like that. I'm just trying to explain it like in a way where if someone does like archaeology,
Shiva, are you
see someone
that it could be.
I'm open to the idea that, you know what, maybe this thing was found in the area where Kemet resided, you know, which is now called Egypt. What I'm not open to the idea of is that it's provable that this piece of graffiti was drawn by a Kemetic person. Because this piece of graffiti could have been drawn by anyone. Graffiti could happen at any time. Now, if I go on the underground and I do a piece of graffiti now and I etch out something into the stone, they're not going to know how long that's been there. That could have been there for a year. It could have been there for 50 years. You don't know. It could have been there for 1,000 years if it's been up that long. So we don't really know. And that's what I'm trying to say. That I'm not trying to say that, you know, I'm not here to, I ain't got no horse in this race. It's not a defense thing. You know, like that. I'm not here as a defense lawyer. I'm just stating that when I look at that, the thing that you've produced, it's not good enough. It's not certified. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? In a way where I can guarantee you.
How old is homosexuality?
Bro, I don't really know. As far as I know, yeah, like this whole homosexuality thing, really, it's a European thing. Like if you go into,
Okay, hold on a second.
Let me just finish this one sentence.
Gay?
Let me just finish this one sentence. In Greece, yeah, you got an island called Lesbos and them thing there. You understand? Like, these people pride themselves on certain things. Do you know, like that? So you can't really say that it don't really start with that. It's their thing, innit? Like, they spread it, innit? Like, being honest, like, I've never seen anything in any African spiritual system, African religion, or Kemet, or Dogon, or not even Sumerian. I ain't seen nothing that's gay like that, or allows gay behavior.
There's a bunch of
I'm not going to say... My brother, I'm not going to say that gay stuff did not happen anywhere in the world. I believe it's possible that there was gay people in every society that ever existed. But I'm just going to say to you that it's not. I don't see it as something that was prominent in Egypt in any way, shape, or form.
Was the people in Sodom and Gomorrah black?
The people in Sodom and Gomorrah black?
Yeah.
I don't really know what color they were. I'm going to be honest with you, because if you think of where Sodom and Gomorrah is, yeah, my brother, listen to what I'm going to say to you. Yeah, listen to what I'm going to say now. Yeah, if you know history, do you know the history of Sumer and that, yeah, and the Akkadians, and you know the history, yeah. So you know that those people, the Akkadians, they were called the black-headed people. So yeah, those people were black. And then if we get into the original people of Sumer, yeah, we could say those people were black, and there were also other people coming in and out of that region. You know, what are they called? The Kurds, or whatever you want to call them, yeah? So if we're going to put it into perspective, at some point that region got conquered, didn't it? And when it got conquered, that's when it became the Samaria, the Babylon, all of these other places, all of these other names that sprung up in the region, you know, because of conquerors coming in, conquest. So if we put it down to conquest, then, you know, a lot of the black people in the region would have been wiped out and other people have moved in. And that's the real reality of what's happened. That's why when you look at these regions today, it doesn't look populated by black people. Like Maku showed a video earlier of, you know, a black man who ruled India, you know, but you look around India now, you know, the whole dynamics of the playing field has changed. So for us to then say, you know, that it's impossible that someone else had a hand in this, you know, I think that's delusional.
Shiva, are there black people today that are gay?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. I think that there are black people, there are white people, there's all types of people, and like I said, in every single society, I believe that it's possible there have been gay people from then till now. You know, people want things. They see something, they want it. You know, and I don't think that's ever been any different. You know, not then,
No,
not
why is
now.
it possible for the Kemet thing to be the real deal? Why is it possible for everything I'm showing you? Because like you're saying, it always has to be, oh, it's fake or
Hold
why?
on, mate. Hold on.
You said you're open. You said you're open, Shiva, but you keep making the argument on the opposite side. It's like, bro, I'm showing you evidence, though. Oh, obviously,
Okay,
yes.
can I ask you
I'm
a
just
question?
saying, bro, I'm just saying that your evidence here does not suggest that there's anything in the Kemetic way of life or anything that they've written to suggest that, you know, homosexuality was an acceptable behavior. What I would say is that it's possible there were homosexuals who lived
Okay,
in
not
Kemet. There was
acceptable. You're right.
possible there was
You're right.
homosexuals
Not
who lived anywhere.
You're right about the not acceptable part because it said that he raped him to humiliate him. So clearly, in their culture, it's a humiliating thing to get touched up by a man, kind of. But it happened. It went down because they talked about it. So they've probably seen it happen before. No.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, you see, when you say this now, like I'm gonna be like straight to the point with this. You see, when we deal with interpretations of story, like you deal with Bible, innit? Are you Israelite as well?
I'm Israel. The Bible says stay away from the Egyptians, bro. Why do you think it says all this stuff? Because these men were homos,
All right,
man.
hear what I'm gonna say. Hear
Can
what I'm
I
gonna
ask
say
you
to
a
you now, yeah.
question, though?
Hear what I'm gonna say to you, yeah.
Born gay?
As much as I don't know, but listen to what I'm gonna say to you, yeah. As much as I can deal with the Bible, yeah, in a sense of, you know, I can deal with the words that are in it. You still have to remember when you're dealing with your Bible, you're dealing with allegory, you're dealing with loads of things. There's a lot of statements that's in the Bible that are reflective of what you also find in Kemet. And then when we get into it like that, what we're gonna have to deal with is the fact that you know, you can't look at a Bible and say, you know what, you have to take a Bible allegorically. But then we know a Bible borrows certain things that come out of other places, but we don't take that allegorically. And then in another sense, you know, of one man's interpretation is just his interpretation. You know, someone else's interpretation might be different in the sense of, you know, if you look at, for instance, like Greek gods, when Greeks were looking at things that they were calling gods, they didn't see gods as like all male and female. Some gods were like hermaphrodites, hermaphrodite. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So some of them saw the gods like that, like they was both. They could be anything. They could be male or female. So when we get into it like that now, yeah, maybe that's maybe that might be a reason why there might be a story like that, because it might have been a misinterpretation. Do you know what I'm trying to say to that degree?
Shiva, I respect how you're trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But when I read you the story, even the language that was used on about catching semen, masturbating into lettuce, getting touched by his uncle, the way it's just casually, the way the words are just casually used in the story, it's
What is
like
the word? What is the Kemetic, my brother? What's the Kemetic word for masturbation, and what's the Kemetic word for lettuce? Let's get into it, because if we're going to get into it, we've got to get into it linguistically. And once we got into it linguistically, we're going to be able to unpick the lies. And this is what I'm saying. Like when I see guys like looking at Kemet and reviewing Kemet or whatever now, like, and you see these documentaries like these ones on Sky TV or whatever, or National Geographic, yeah. Like these men here, what they're doing is they're just telling you what someone told them. They're not actually reading anything. They probably don't even understand the language that's being read. But when you see these other people that go out to Kemet and they learn the language, they're learning the Medunetta, it's like you're going to get a proper interpretation, and you're going to start to realize there's a lot of misinterpretation going around. And I can't really accept an interpretation from a man who's not really done the research on it. You're just pulling out what somebody
Has the Metro nature been
online.
deciphered or not?
But Shem, these are Egyptologists, bro, that have studied this shit, bro. I
Yeah,
know we
but
can
these
say,
are Egyptologists.
But
They're
hold
not.
on.
They're
You brought
Egyptologists.
something up,
Exactly.
right? I want to ask: is the Metro nature deciphered or not?
It's not deciphered properly. I will say that much. And the reason I know that it's not deciphered properly is because people are always finding mistakes in it. And there's a whole school of scholars, that come together and have started to break it down and work out the misinterpretations. And they're widely accepted. So at the end of the day, the fact that we know there's people out there doing that, it's going to be wrong of me to sit here and say, you know what, I can just take that interpretation. We need to give that to the scholars and let them decipher it properly, because it was never deciphered properly. The people that was deciphering it had agendas. The same way the people who were deciphering Septuagints had agendas. That's the
Okay,
reality. Why do you think books were left out? Let's be honest
so,
about it now.
how about this? Yeah, that's one story. Yeah, talking about masturbation so casually. Yeah, what if we correlate this to other stories where that same kind of talk is used? For example, in the creation stories, there's many creation stories in Kemet, right? There's a one account that talks about the god Atum masturbating into his hand because his hand is basically a vagina, according to the story. He masturbates into his hand and then creates the universe. So the way that Kemet is using terms like masturbate, catching semen, this, semen that, the way they're using it so casually, it's like it's kind of gross. I ain't gonna lie. You don't read
Do you want to
about.
know my honest? Do you want to know my honest opinion on what you just said? I believe that. You see what you said there, yeah.
Wait.
Hold
What's the
no.
for masturbation?
Yeah, what is the word? What is the command? I'll be honest, I don't think there is one, to be fair. But at the end of the day,
just made that
I'm
up.
not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into that. No, he hasn't made it. He hasn't made it up. Listen, he's pulling up stuff that someone else has said. Now, what I'm trying to say is, yeah, when we get into this Kemet thing, like you said, how many different creation stories? Now, you have to understand, just like Samaria, all of these places were constantly being invaded, you know, and other people, other cultures have got in there and obscured things. That's the truth of it, isn't it? So, you know, if we look at, like, for instance, the Dogons came out of Kemet. So any story out of Kemet that ain't similar to what the Dogons is telling you, you know that must be someone else that's come in. Someone's done something, innit? But you're not putting the pieces of the puzzle together. What you're doing is, you're just... Go on.
I agree that there's infiltration, but look at the dates that they're telling you. They're telling you Middle Kingdom, my bro. This is way before Greeks, way before the white man. This is Middle Kingdom. This is old.
Wait.
Terry, here we go. Let me know the remix, Terry. Let me know the remix. I'm waiting.
What? Hold on. What was the date that they found that evidence?
It's in the. Let me look it up again. It says here in the Middle Kingdom.
And no, I'm talking when they actually found the information.
1889.
1889, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the information has to be translated, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
From
but there's images. But Terry, there's images also. Let's not forget that.
Yeah. And I'll show you a book, right? These kind of books you'll never get to see. These are books that cost all £500 to 800 quid, right? I'm gonna put my camera on, and you're gonna see. You see this?
Who read that? Who wrote that book?
This is a group of people that they utilize best for their own agendas.
Are they biased?
1 minute, and you just open up the book. You're going to see pages of things that you ain't going to like. And it will break down how they created and did what they did. Things like this. Right? Watch this, yeah?
Okay.
Right,
Matthew, can you make your screen can you make your screen full screen, please, so we can see them?
Yeah, sure.
Look at the kind of things that they do. You see him?
Okay.
Of all different types of religion.
What is it saying? What does that mean, though? What is it saying?
I haven't got to it yet. I'm going to get to the main pages. Some of the main pages. Things like this.
Oh shit!
What
the fuck? We just saw a painting. Michael, we just saw a painting that looked like that. No.
Look at the calf.
Okay.
Wow.
I see that Molech. That's Molech. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
So what you're finding is a group of people that create an agenda into making their own interpretations, but they'll pretend that they've ciphered something which they haven't. You know, all this nastiness like this.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. That's why I said they got agendas. That's what you have to check. Like who's interpreting, isn't it?
But who's made those images, Terry? Who's made them?
Europeans.
Europeans. All day long, bro.
Mad thing.
Yeah, but the dates, but brother, the dates for the
see this book. This book costs 500 quid, yeah. And look at the front.
the worship of purpose, theology of the ancients. Okay. Oh, but
So
but
this book was done in just in the late 1800s.
Nothing.
So Terry, when these scientists and these scholars are saying they ain't being commissioned with agendas, you know, that it makes no sense then, because them books have been out from how long, and these people have been commissioning people with their agenda for how long?
That's why I said to you. That's why I said to you, Zulu. This is why when I used to say to you is take what you need to take out of the Bible, but don't take it for its full literal senses, because I've even got books on King James himself. But I'm not going to go into it too deep.
But that's fringe though. It's not mainstream.
But no. This book, you will never get to see that book, and I'm telling you this now. Yeah, there is things that were created in that period of time, right? That would be changed. Remember, King James got 50 scholars to do what he needed to do. Yeah,
I know.
Most of the content, if you read between the lines, I'm not saying that there's something wrong. That you follow your path, but if you take it literally, it can take you to another direction.
You man, I'm gonna have to jump off, you know. Like, big up to yourselves, yeah. Big up T, big up Zulu, big up Wisdom, Nanifa. Hey Maku, I was just gonna say as well, yeah, you inspired me last night still. You inspired me, fam. You know, I went away, I made a whole you see today I was in my yard, I made a whole beat, made a whole tune. Man was dropping some tune yesterday and I just started spitting some bars over it. I don't know where it came from.
You know, I do open mic. You know, I do open mic every Thursday, 9 o'clock on Black Eyes TV.
All right, say nothing. Well, Thursday's open mic then, isn't it? Like, I'm doing Fridays though at the moment, so like, there's only so much time I can fit in because of the missus. So like, you gotta let me know early when you lot are doing these things, isn't it? What time Thursday though?
Yeah, it's 9. It starts at 9 o'clock. We should do an event and we put it online now. So
yeah.
Is that why Richie came through yesterday? No, it makes sense. You get me? I was like, rah.
Hey, Maku.
No.
You see that?
Yeah.
Hey, Maku, you see that beat you was playing yesterday, yeah? It kind of sounded a bit like an R&B kind of beat, yeah? But the beat was bad, I'm not going to lie. But you see my beat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hard. Hey, listen, when you hear the tune, you're going to laugh still.
Yeah, man. Come on. You was killing it with the bars, though.
Nah, you was sick, Jeff. I ain't gonna lie, you were hard, fam.
He was sick.
Natty
was all right.
Natty was terrible. Natty was terrible, bro. I saw
you in the crowd. I saw you in the audience. Like, oh man.
Every time he would cut you up here to jump in, I was like, in my head, I was going, oh, here we go. I was just thinking, let's and Maku.
What about the few bars I dropped, man?
Just let Maku do their thing, man. Just like me and Mike, man.
But sometimes some people gotta get tomatoes, innit? So so you gotta allow them to have their flow. You can't be biased.
He's good as King Gold. That's all I know. Good as King Gold, boy. King Gold is the same. Anytime he's rapping, I'm touching my temple because it's hurting me. It's actually physically hurting my brain.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. When Natty was rapping, I had to mute the thing for him. Wait for you guys to jump back in. on about God, Sky Daddies and and his atheist rapping.
Get out of here. We're not having that.
So Zulu, see what you have, yeah? That information, as I said, is a medical information. But but if you take it literally, then you're gonna believe what you see.
Okay, I agree with that. It's probably symbolic. Okay, so let's go that path, yeah. So let's say the story of
and remember, if you show the picture, yeah, does that look like Osiris?
I don't know. It looks like a man.
Exactly.
But this is the point. Get
a picture of what Osiris, a picture that kind of shows what he kind of looks like. and able to look at what that picture is. That's a sketch.
Okay, Terry, I agree with you. Okay, let's move forward with this. Yeah. So let's say we can agree that maybe homosexuality wasn't something that the Egyptians taught that you should do, but we don't see any laws that say you shouldn't do it, which is why there's hints in some of these stories, even if they're not literal. There's hints to just catching semen, masturbating into Niles.
What's the word for what? Even in an African word in your language, what's the word for semen?
Yeah, but it's like saying seed.
No, I'm asking you, in your language, is there a word for semen?
Yeah, I've never spoken because it's a bit inappropriate.
Does it definitely say that what it is?
It's they
just found the word to adjust to it.
There's a word for semen, but the old term wasn't semen; it was seed, like a man's seed. It's that kind of term.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Using a term to justify for it.
Yeah.
So when it's been put into English, now it's called semen.
But it's still seed and semen is the same thing. It's synonymous anyway.
What does it mean that? So if I put a picture or something saying putting the seeds into the earth.
Yeah, but it's saying putting a seed into a man.
I'm using no. I'm saying putting semen into the earth. Putting seeds into the earth.
Yeah.
And I use man as a fixation of it. So if I'm growing seeds and for people to be able to understand, I might use a picture.
Okay, but Terry, in that story, Seth is getting raped by Horus is getting raped by his uncle as a plan.
But then if you heard the full story, they never got on.
That's fine.
They never ever interacted, because as soon as Osiris's father, I mean, what I'm talking about? As soon as what do you call it? Because who are you saying that is supposed to have raped? What did he say in the comment?
Do you want me to read you the story?
Go on, read the story.
Okay, let me screen share. I'll read it again. Yeah. You
because
let me know
how it says Set. Set is not Osiris's what do you call it? Uncle.
Well, Michael, can you accept my screen share?
Because then you have to go to who's a Haru.
Okay, so I'm gonna post the link in the chat and you can see what I'm reading. Okay, screen sharing, fine, perfect. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So let me read it again.
See,
it says
Horus. See up there, it says Horus and Set. So where is Osiris getting to this?
Oh, maybe it's Horus. Maybe I worded it. I confused the two names. But let me read the story. Right, it says here. A further famous story about same-sex intercourse can be found in the Kaaun papyri, dating back to the Middle Kingdom. It contains the nearly completed preserved story of the Osiris myth and the legendary fight for the throne of Egypt between Horus and Seth. The chapter in question reports that Seth was unutterably jealous about his young nephew Horus, because Horus was very young and popular. He was quite pampered by the other gods, and Seth instead had very few companions, and he was comparatively unpopular because of his choleric and vindictive behavior. As a result, Seth tried to either chase away or even kill Horus, no matter what's the cost. When Seth constantly fails, he plans to humiliate his rival so badly that Horus will be banned from Egypt forever. Seth invites Horus to a party and convinces the teenage Horus to drink more than Horus could normally cope with. When Horus is drunk, Seth seduces him to sleep over the night in one bed together. And when lying together in one bed, Seth grabs Horus and rapes him. Well, Horus was
so that just to explain something to you. If that's the time of when Set killed his father, there was no contact because they were at war. So how would he get someone to come and drink something if they're at war?
Matthew. And remember that Set also took.
And remember, his mother protected him at that time.
Hold on, mate. Set took Haru's eye, and Haru took Set's eye as well, or genitals. Something got cut off. Anyway.
What's her name? Took got all parts of Horace's father's body together.
Phalanx. Let's not forget that. So it's all penises, isn't it?
No, that's Osiris. I remember Osiris got cut up into 24 pieces.
But do you not see the common trend, Terry? Be honest, bro, my brother. Do you not see the common trends of just talking casually?
No, but that's what I'm trying to explain to you. What you're reading here is something that has been someone has
story. Yeah, that's it. It doesn't make sense. I know the story. Yeah, I know the story. Fing knows the story. Yeah, sorry. Terry knows the story. I know the story. A few other people in this audience know the story. So that story is where we're going to have problems. Do you get it? Because none of us know that story. We know that Haru had fight with his uncle, his dad's brother.
Egyptologists.
And this is why you got the eye of Haru. The eye of Haru is only one eye because he lost his other eye.
Matthew, are you an Egyptologist?
To his uncle. Bruvs, are you dumb?
But are you an Egyptologist?
I'm telling you the story, bro.
But these guys have studied this. They've read the actual literature.
Bro, are you going to listen to me?
Go and read Anthony Fowler.
Hold on, wait. This is disingenuous because
do you know how you can prove me wrong? Do you know how you can prove me wrong?
There's so many versions of the story, and this is our point. You got this one from the late 1800s, right? A version of the story, and I'm telling you, the story is thousands of years old, which you accept, yeah? So this is only a bait version. This is when Europeans come to Africa, one second, and in the 1800s, when they come there, there's no Egyptians there. No Egyptians. Let's get it right. Yeah.
Do you know you can prove me wrong?
This place is covered in sand. And what language are they translating from? Who's this guy who's so confident that he can translate Medunetta or heretic or demotic? So
you're looking at this from emotion. That's the problem. You're not looking at this objectively, like I am. And then my question to you guys would be: can I speak? When am I going to be able to speak?
Wait. I asked you what the Kemetan word for masturbation was, and I'm still waiting.
Kemetan language, bro. That's not my point. It's not my studies. I'm not Egyptologist.
Hold on, wait. Then if someone's translating and using the word masturbation, you've got to question that, and I lie.
But I'm not surprised because their stories talk about masturbation in Kemet. I'm not surprised at that word is used.
Yeah, you're not surprised, but you can't find the word.
I don't speak Medunetta.
Bruh, there's so many things on the wall, At some point, if this was a true story, the stories of Osiris, Set, and Haru, are documented everywhere in Kemet, So I want to know, where the word masturbation,
Bro, that's not for me to worry about.
You're lying. You get what I'm saying? Homosexual.
Let me ask you the question I want to ask you, please.
You said a party, It doesn't even sound Kemetan. Man's in war, man's having party.
Cool. Maybe you don't understand the full Egypt. Maybe you don't understand it. That's your problem. He started the guy.
Mate, that sounds European.
The guy that's discovered this went to university, got a degree, studied it, went to Egypt, did all everything. You're coming around saying that he's wrong based on no evidence. But anyway, let me ask my question. Please, Matthew. Please.
Go on.
Please. My question to you and Terry is: this is the challenge to prove me wrong. This will shut me down 100%. Can you show me any law, any commandment, or anything in Kemet that states that same-sex is wrong, or even hints it? Then that downs my whole down.
The concept is not ours, so I don't know how you would put them parameters on
Can you
us.
show anything? Yes or no? Can you show anything?
No, we don't have to do that. Remember,
that's the problem.
The Kemetans to prove homosexuality. It's never been
Terry.
there.
Okay, Mike said he doesn't have to show anything. Terry, can you show me anything?
1 second. Let me finish. Don't do that. Thank you. You get it? So what I'm trying to say to you, these people, I've twisted the whole story. You get it? To their to their own devices, and it sounds very European, even when you hear it. Yeah, it sounds Greek. You know what I mean? A lot of skullduggery, people killing each other, tricking each other, and then bumming them. That's Greek.
Their excuses.
You say it's not Greek. Hold on, wait. Then you said it's not Greek. Yeah, but you're using words like Haru, Horus,
Osiris. Well, obviously, Michael, I can't see the manuscripts. Obviously, I don't know the Egyptian words.
These are not African words. The
I
man's
can't
name.
see the Egyptian words. Can I? I'm reading in English.
One second. I know for a fact. Yeah, because you're saying Set, you're Seth. Yeah, they're saying the Kemetans are saying Satuk. That's the individual's name.
But this is not.
How come this guy translated the name and it doesn't sound the same?
Let me give you an example, Maku. Why is it in the Bible we say Jacob instead of Jacob? It's because it's translated into English. That story that I read you, including the names, are translated into Latin or English. That's why it doesn't say so whatever you said. It says Seth.
From what though?
So that's a terrible response. Anyway, can I please ask Terry the question? Terry,
wait. Answer my question. From what language was it translated?
I'm not an Egyptologist. I'm showing you evidence. I don't know the language.
You've got no evidence.
I don't know the language.
If you can't prove the translation and where it came from, you're done at it.
Bro, that's not for me to prove. I've shown you the text. All you have to do is look at the manuscripts. If you can read Egyptian, if you can read Medinecha, you do the due diligence. I'm not claiming to read nothing. I'm just showing you what people are saying.
Good evidence. That's not good evidence.
So let me ask Terry, since you didn't want to prove it, yeah? So Terry, is there any law or any commandment in Kemet that specifically states same-sex or homosexuality is wrong?
First most, yeah, that conversation will not be even spoken about, even be highlighted. Full stop.
You're gonna bring Greek attitude
in forms of, even when you go home, even today, it's only because of what's coming to the forefront on TV that things have been pushed on people, that people are talking about it. But this was rife in the times of Greeks and the Romans. Are you there, Zulu?
Oh, I'm still waiting for an answer to my question, because all I hear is
as I said to you before, there would not be no form of conversation to dealing with that subject.
Can you prove that?
Huh?
Is there anything you can show to prove what you just said?
There's no texts that prove anything of homosexuality.
I just told you,
you show me. No. If you're putting a claim and you're saying that is there something, then show me, and I will show you if it's right or wrong.
But how are you judging what's right or wrong?
Because there is no such text. So if you show me a text, then we can see. But if you haven't seen a text, then you cannot prove anything.
I've shown you the name of the collection of scripts. I've shown you the name of where the story is in the cow on papyri. I told you where it's found, where it was found.
Yeah, from the Petrie Museum. That one.
No, it's not from a Petrie Museum. It's in the London. It's in some London.
Yes, the Petrie Museum. I used to work in there.
Okay.
In UCL.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can teach me. So
you are wrong. We said that. You're not wrong. You've been wrong from time, Zulu.
Let Terry. So Terry, can you explain? Can you explain?
Zulu, the reason why I'm saying this to you, if you've seen it, then I'll ask you to show me. But if you haven't seen it, and I'm saying to you, I haven't come across a text that talks about homosexuality.
Maybe you haven't read it.
Oh my!
Does that make sense?
Bro, he's telling you it's there.
A man worked in a place with that information, where that information is stored.
Michael, do they show him everything? Michael, would they show him everything? Michael, Terry, would they show you everything at that place? Huh? Did they show you everything at that place?
When I'm doing my research, right? When I did my research and I was working there, right? for a while, and I had to take Anthony Browder, yeah, who the book I was just showing you, and Ronko Rashidi to go in there. We go over the whole thing that's in the Petrie Museum. The Petrie Museum is not that big because it's a research center, yeah. But most of the things that we've gone through does not show any form of homosexuality.
You read every single text that was in that museum.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You didn't read everything there, did you? So how can you think that?
No, because if you're talking about the papyrus that you're talking about, we've gone through the whole thing.
Okay, so tell me what the other
There is
text
no
are.
such thing as homosexuality.
Well, can you explain what the papyrus?
You've got to prove to me by showing me something of homosexuality for me to able to see. But everything that I've seen so far and other scholars have seen so far hasn't got no sort of homosexuality. So you've got to prove it to me.
And you can't knock Rakono Rushdie. One second. You can't knock Rakono Rushdie, and you can't knock Anthony Browder, because these are established scholars.
I'm so disappointed right now. I thought you were way more objective than this, because you're picking sides, man.
No, because you're trying to use logic, and logic is not going to work in that perspective. Because logic is, because we have homosexuality in the community today, and people don't really come out with it, so there's the possibility that there is homosexuality. Yes, there may be a possibility, but it was not spoken. Because number one, these kind of things will be against the law. This is why they hid these things.
But where's the law then that says that? That's what I'm asking you.
What I'm trying to say to you is, within the African stuff, they do not deal with that, and they didn't speak about that. There's no text that explained any form of that degree.
So in order for something to not be accepted, it shouldn't be spoken about.
It's like a crime. It's like this. If no one talks about murders, and because there's no been murders being reported, so then how are they going to make a law on murder?
So you're saying because the homosexuality has never been reported in Kemet, therefore no one was ever gay in Kemet?
Because it's not been in the African.
You're telling me right now, Perry, no one's ever been gay.
Not been in the African region unless someone was exposed for what we know so far in its full entirety. Yeah, no one has reported, no one has written any form of homosexuality. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that if it ever happened, it must have been so secret. But no one's going to record it.
Okay, so who was the first homosexual and where did this practice start?
Huh?
Which
How
group?
am I going to know where it started?
It's black people are the first people on this planet.
Am I the homosexual slayer?
Terry, if black people are the original people, right?
It's like this. Let's go into the Bible and then no, but I'm just saying for an example.
Sodom and Gomorrah was full of black people. You know that, right?
No, I'm just gonna go to Adam and Eve. And then when Adam and Eve had their two sons, what happened after? No one knows.
No, we do know what happened after.
Oh, go on, tell me. Adam and Eve. When one died, where did the other go?
He went with his sister.
Prove his sister.
If you read in the book of Jubilees, it talks about his wife being his sister.
All right. Sorry. Zulu. Right? I got my little nephew here, yeah, and he's been dying for the last hour or two to ask questions. So yeah, go.
I was trying to ask one question. You see this source that you're reading from?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a collection of text. It's
no. What's the actual name of the website?
It's Wikipedia.
Okay, one. So anyone knows that nowadays you can add if you've got an account with Wikipedia, and anyone can go and make an account. So that's you don't even know if the information on that page is from today or from however long.
That's true. But let's not forget, when you go to the bottom of any Wikipedia source, there's references. Not only is there references, but every single thing that's on Wikipedia is constantly reviewed. You can't just type in a random thing and leave it there. Someone's gonna take that off. Like
It will
everything.
be reviewed. It will be reviewed, but not to say that it's right or wrong.
And
You
there's
see my
references
point?
at the bottom, so you can click on the references where they gain information from anyway.
I do understand that, and then it even says at the start of that Wikipedia, you missed out. It says there is no source or evidence claiming homosexuality, which opens it up for other perspectives. Whereas, listen to this: in the 1800s, take it today.
It doesn't say
You
that.
know, people, it does say it. I've read it myself.
Okay, look, let's read it again. It says, it's from the top of the page. Homosexuality in ancient Egypt. It says, homosexuality in ancient Egypt is a passionately...
Hold on. You've killed it from then. You know why you killed it from then? You've Googled up homosexuality.
But this is a Wikipedia theory. This is a Wikipedia
No
theory.
scholar, hold on. No scholar is going to go into the forms of homosexuality.
Yep.
Full stop.
It says here, listen. It says here, only a handful of direct hints still survive, and many possible indications are only vague and offer plenty of room for speculation.
So now asking that question, going back, saying we have no evidence of the translations. We have this one guy who's claimed that he's translated all of it, and he knows. Again, how can we say that's truthful?
But let's not forget my brother. That's one story.
How can we not just say he's a speculator?
That's okay. That's fine. That's possible. I'm objective enough to say that's possible. But I only read you 2 stories. There was at least 3 stories here. There was one where 2 men are being buried together, nose to nose, kissing each other. There's another one.
I've seen that, and I've actually read as well, saying that another symbol for sex or intercourse in those times were pictures of flowers and other fruitful like things.
It says a nose-to-nose touching is normally represented as a kiss.
As a kiss, yeah.
So these guys were kissing. They were lovers.
Have you ever heard of Eskimo kisses?
Yeah, it's still homo.
When was that? When did that come out? Because I don't think it came out during them times there.
This is 5th century, the 5th dynasty. This is way before. This is old.
But that is an Eskimo kiss. Do you get it?
No, it's not really an Eskimo kiss. It's not an Eskimo kiss. It's saying that the noses are touching, which represents a kiss.
Yeah, that's perspective again. That could have been the perspective of the guy who wrote this.
But why is a man nose to nose to any man? Anyway,
how can you say it's truthful? Again, back in the day, Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam Muhammad, when he used to greet people, he used to kiss them one cheek and the other cheek 3 times.
He kiss them nose to nose.
That was never seen as gay back in those times. And
kiss someone on the cheek, but nose to nose.
There's certain countries and traditions, like the Algerians, for example. That's what they do. They put nose to nose. It's never seen as gay.
It's problematic, though, no?
But all I'm trying to say is it could be the perspective of the guy who's writing it. You don't know whose perspective that is, and you can't vouch for it.
Okay,
So
I'll be honest with you.
Your point's valid. Do you
I'll
get
be
me?
honest with you. I'm not 100% on the right or on the left, but all I'm doing is showing that it's a possibility. But what annoys me is that
that's what the word theory is there for.
Let's be honest, Terry. You're not really being objective because you're saying not 100%.
Let me ask you this. You see the stone that that has created that image? Please get me the reference to that artifact. Get me the reference and it has to have a reference number. Give me that reference and the reference number to that stone.
It says 50714.
So put it in the back chat, please.
I'll put it in the back chat.
I'll check it in the I'll check it up in the archive records.
I don't think this stone is a depiction of Horus and Seth. It's just the depiction of a man getting raped.
But do you see that? So someone could have easily taken that from later time and said, "No, that was Horus and Seth."
No, but this is just a visual image or example of him getting raped, but it's not the same.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you, Zulu. Someone has compiled things together. Yeah, and whoever's done it, because as I said, when we even go into certain books, nobody talks about homosexuality. It's not a topic to talk about.
And it even says in that article, it says it's not talked about. If it was done, it is hidden as much as possible in the same article you've read out from.
It doesn't say which paragraph does it say those words?
I'll find it for you. Give me 2 seconds.
Because when I just read it now, it says that there's hints to it. Obviously, it's not saying 100%, but there's hints to it.
But you've come on here saying that it's 100%.
No. I'll be honest with you. Again, I'm not.
Back in that day with no evidence of it.
I'm not 100%.
But that's what you came on before.
No, I came on trying to balance it because Terry and Maki were saying it's never seen at all. But I'm saying, but what about this though? And what about this? And what about that? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying 100%.
Yes, it's not. As I said to you, whatever you've seen or whatever you've googled, right? I'm going on to the whole thing. You just sent me this. You just put that thing in the back chat, yeah?
Yeah, 2 of those images, yeah.
Okay. So in that image there, which one? This one.
The second one is the one where basically these 2 men were close friends and they got buried together because they loved each other. They were lovers. And the first one is the rape one.
Hold on. The 2 guys that were kissing each other.
Yeah.
Has no references.
What?
It's got files used on Wikipedia. Wikipedia. It hasn't got no references.
Okay, type in the names. The names here. Let me put the names
but this link that you just sent me has no references.
No, but it's an image. It doesn't need a reference for an image.
Yeah, yes, it does. Because then I was able to check up on the artifact itself. Every artifact in any form of museum has a number, a serial number. And I'm able to check.
Okay, maybe Wikipedia doesn't have the information, but if you look up the names.
Most of the things that are put up onto Wikipedia that are true have these references and serial numbers. This Wikipedia, look, the date, it's got 2007.
So you're saying the image is fake?
I'm not saying the image could be a man and a woman.
What?
Look at it carefully. The black hair looks long.
Bro, but there's names.
No, forget the names. The picture, look at the picture. The hair goes.
They look like men.
Okay. You know what? Maku.
Yes, sir.
Maku, share my screen, please.
No problem.
He's not seeing what I'm seeing.
No, I understand what you're saying, Terry. You're saying that there's no reference to a museum and where this image is contained. I understand that.
Look. Maku, can you see the picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So now you can see the black hair of going all the way down to the back. Yeah.
Right.
And then you see the other picture with the braid he's got short hair.
Right. How is that?
The names are attached to those individuals.
Look at this. I scroll right down. Look, It says usage files used on Wix. Come on, bruv. There's no reference.
Okay. So Terry, show me an example of what you want to see when you click on an image.
Oh my!
Show me an image
that shows the references. Let me type something in. Let me just type something in. Period. Let me just put anything in because you're able to see references. Look, let me just put anything in anyway. Right, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, Egypt.
Dude, just put anything in it. I was gonna put Egypt or anything in it, but this has not got references. This is like some book thing work.
I don't know what
that is. Man's taking me to some book files.
Anyone can sign up to Wiki.
Oh my gosh! I didn't even look at what it is. Wikimedia comments.
Oh, mate.
I didn't even look. It's not even Wikipedia. Look.
Oh mate. Oh mate. Oh mate. Oh mate. Please, don't do this, man.
So you're telling me that image doesn't exist?
Hold on. Let me just show you something. Just quickly. Let's just go to Wikipedia quickly. Yeah. Now, if I scroll down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Look, the first protocol. What hold on. Yeah, what does that say? What does that say? It says references, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then references, it will tell me whether it's in books or whether there's artifacts or whatever it is about that person.
Okay.
And it will give me links. If I don't have no references, and especially for an artifact, if there's an artifact, then it has to show me a serial number of what museum's in, where it is, and what it's about. So you got to be careful of what you're giving out. That's what it is. As I said, people don't talk about these things.
Yeah, it's not part of our remit, man. And
Just that the power was transferred from Egypt.
Chemic capacity was that. We can understand that even in like what you're saying. For me, you saw me in the video saying, "Look, when did the corruption or when did the thing
look there's
starting Kemet?" And it said, and I did say, and I said after like the third dynasty. Once the third dynasty of Kemet had gone, then other foreign invaders and all sorts. I remember I steered away from the word of foreign invaders. I said cousins, like Assyrians and all.
No, Zulu. Even with the Bible or the Quran, I guarantee you, if I put homosexuality to any book, yeah, it's gonna come up. Someone's gonna try and tarnish something. I guarantee you.
But Terry, the only difference is the Bible has a law specifically saying if a man lays with a man, they should be stoned to death. So we know that scripturally there's a law.
Does it say that, though? Where does it say a man lays with a if a man lays with a man?
In Numbers and Leviticus.
In the book of Numbers in Leviticus.
It talks about if there's a law, the Mosaic law. If a man sleeps with a man, they should be stoned.
Read that out to me, please.
Okay.
You know, you got to be careful of the fabrications.
Where was Moses from?
Egypt.
Okay, cool.
Why did he have to write that law? Because probably was going down in Egypt, didn't it? He had to let them know, don't do it.
Zulu, you know what?
I'm not anti-Kemet.
No. I'm not saying whether you're anti-Kemet or not. Yeah. What I'm saying is,
let's be truthful, bro. Let's be
truthful. Your learning's been reversed. Yeah. In the fact that you're galvanizing, you're getting information. Yeah. As I said, people interpretate things by just looking at something. Yeah, and they will make something literal. They'll make something literal try to make sense.
Okay, so let me read you the text from the Bible, right? That's what you asked for, yeah? Can you share my screen, Maki?
Yeah. No, I just want you to just read it. Don't have to share it.
And it says here, then the Lord spake to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel and say to them, I am the Lord your God. According to the doings of the land of Egypt where you dwelt, ye shall not do. And according to the doings of the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you, you shall not do. Nor shall you walk in there. Nor shall you walk. Hold on, let me finish. Nor shall you walk in.
What Bible is it?
It's going to get to the part. It's going to get. Trust me. This is the whole chapter.
But what
right?
Bible you take? What's the Bible you got the contents from?
This is the KJV.
The K what?
Ain't no M. The New King James Version.
No, it's not the New King. Is this a new one?
It says no. It's KJV. New N. You see, look. Here's the version. It says the same thing.
The New King James.
Yes. It says the same thing in every version. I can go to any American Standard. It will say the same thing.
Yeah. Go on, read it. Let me hear it.
You go to American Standard.
No, I'm just saying, stick with that one. Just stick with that one. Go on, and then we'll go to another one. Let's go to the King James, and then go to the American one.
Okay. What is it now? Okay, there we go. King James. And it says, speak, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and saying to them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt wherein ye dwelt, ye shall not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I will bring you, ye shall not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Ye shall do my judgments, and keep mine ordinances to walk therein. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother, and thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife thou shalt not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, or even the nakedness thou shalt not uncover. The nakedness of thy son's daughter, or of thy daughter's daughter, or even the nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine old nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister, she is thy father's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the naked. So you get the point, right? Let's go to the homosexual part.
Okay.
I haven't stopped. I haven't finished. Let's get to the homo part. Let's get to the homo
ask
part.
you a question though.
I want to show you the homo being stoned.
Hold on. Just one question. No, then go through it. But all I want to ask is, does it say anything about friend?
Friend?
Yeah, someone that you don't know.
You can't. So you can't have sex. Period with a man. I'm gonna.
Because of the reason why you're saying when you talk about brother and sister and father and mother, it's a form of incest. So of course not. It's prohibited. Yeah. But when it comes to someone you don't know of, then what? It doesn't mention that, does it? Because people don't talk about it.
Or even same sex. Where's the same sex?
Oh no, it does say in the Bible. It says if a man lays with a man, though she gets stoned. That's in the Bible.
So
I read the wrong one.
Was that what you was just reading though? No,
it was talking about sexual immorality in terms of incest. I read the wrong one. It's Leviticus 20. Here we go. This is the one. If a man practices homosexuality, having sex with another man as with a woman, both men. Okay, let's go to the King James version.
Yeah.
Where is it? There we go. If a man also lie with mankind as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, and they shall surely be put to death, and their blood shall be upon them. So there we go. Where's this in Kemet? If you can show me something like this in Kemet, then we know that shit wasn't accepted. But you can't show me.
No. Hold on. To break something down to you now. If King James was a homo,
there's no evidence for that.
Yes, there is.
No, that's a fringe theory. There's
no. He had a partner, and I can bring his name.
Can you show me everything for that? And
oh gosh, you know what? I'll bring up something for you.
You don't even have to present it now, Terry. Terry, you don't even have to present it now. You can just send me the evidence, and I'll look at it.
I'm gonna look for it for you. I'm just looking for you. I'm just saying to you is that not everything is gonna be in the open air, but behind the scenes within the government, society, they already seen that he had a partner. He was with a man.
Evidence, bro, you gotta show evidence for that.
I'll show you. Oh gosh.
Because King James was a black man.
Oh my gosh. Please. I'm going down. That's what I'm talking about.
Don't do what Israel done.
Okay. So Terry, was King James' mother not a Stewart?
So what?
Was she not Stewart?
Hold on. She wasn't. Wasn't he a Tudor?
She was a Tudor. Thank you.
Was she not described as black?
She was from the house of
Tudor. The reason why he became King of Scotland was because of his father.
James Stewart.
Oh my God. Really? This is too much.
You know that the Catholic Church tried to spread rumors. Terry, you know that King James was anti-Catholic Church, right? They spread rumors to go against him. You know this, right?
Hold on. Before King James, who changed the order? Who changed the order? Was it not Henry VIII?
Right.
From church to the Church of England.
Right. Man's grandfather, you know.
Yeah, but King James came.
You're trying to say
man's grandfather, whiter than white with ginger hair, and this guy's a black guy. Explain.
I'll explain the Moors.
Even if I was a Christian, I would not accept King James.
Sorry. Did the Moors put their DNA in the royal bloodline?
Oh,
not in Henry's time.
They
Yeah,
had servants. They had servants. Yeah, King James had servants that were black. Them man.
How come Charles
Hold on. In the time of Queen Elizabeth the First, she put a sanction. Look at this carefully. She put a sanction of deporting black people because it was getting overcrowded of black people. So why would she put King James if he was black?
He was not fully black. He was mixed. He was Morano.
Yeah, why would she even put any form of black person on the throne if she was
It's not about putting anything. He's the legitimate. He's the legitimate. It's not about putting. He's the legitimate.
Do you want me to show, I'm going to put in the green book and show you the Queen Elizabeth the First. How is she going to have there?
How come his father was described as being Moorish?
Auntie, you know.
How come Charles II was described as being Moorish?
Oh my gosh.
Charles II. Yeah, but Charles II is not King James, is it?
Yeah, but that's his ancestor.
Oh
my. Is his what? Is his what? Sorry?
Hold on. Let me look this up.
Yeah, you better look it up. Yeah, you better look it up because you're sounding pretty dumb right now.
I can't be saying King James like 100%. You want to say man? You have to show some evidence.
No. I'm putting you in the back for that. No. That was a complete violation. You got to stand, be a man, and stand on your square. Yeah, when it comes to this thing. Whoops.
I would not accept that guy. Never in 100 years.
Come back, Zulu, man. I only put you in the back for 2 seconds. I just wanted to say what I was saying, bro. Because it's like you don't want to listen. Come back. Right, you ran, boy. But anyway, yeah, Terry, man, bring your evidence, man. Like, you get me? You've got to bring us evidence that this guy's black. You get me? Otherwise, it's going to fall short just like his Egyptian.
You know, it's just too much.
Black King James, you know? After Terry, after you went to the museum, after you went and you looked at the picture and you brought up for us.
If in the time of Queen Elizabeth I, if they were already anti-black, they didn't like black people at that time. This is the time when they kicked out the Moors in Spain.
Right, and hold on, does slavery start in King James's time?
Of course, because they had they had the what do you call it? The Virginia Company.
Right.
And that was the first bunch of slaves that they picked up.
Right.
Oh my gosh. It's just disgusting.
Man said he's black, you know. Disrespect. You see what I'm saying? These type of lies. Sperm lettuce, Black King James. Come on, man. Come on, people. Are we supposed to take our little brother seriously? You know what I mean? You got to do better, more critical research than what he's doing, fam. You get it? Like, you can't come here. And I noticed he was getting real excited about the gay stuff. You know what I mean? I didn't want to say anything, but man was giggling and enjoying it. oh my God. And he took the, oh my God, and the sperm and the bruh. Yeah? That sounded like a gay European's fantasy. That's all it was. Yeah? Ain't got nothing to do with no Egyptians. Fuckeries. Yeah? 1800s, the other day. So that means 1700s, 1600s, 1500s, 1400s. No one knew nothing about this, but yet they knew about Egypt. They waited to the 1800s to come and find this papyrus, yeah, that's talking about the usual things, mathematics, taxes, all of that, which most of the stellars do in Kemet. They ain't telling no story of Osiris and all of that. That's on the walls. That's already there for you. You have to go to the temple at Saqqara and all of these type of places. You want to see that stuff. But ain't no sperm lettuce, ain't no none of that, man. We're not buying that. This is a Hebrew Israelite lie. You get it? It's probably a Hebrew Israelite who put that on Wikipedia comments. Swear down, because everyone keeps drawing the same thing. I got Muslim brothers who was drawing the same thing. Stacks drew the same thing. 2 men kissing. I said, all right, I brought it. I said, your search engine, though, you're looking for gay stuff in Egypt. Good luck with that. Yeah? And the most you could find was 2 men facing each other. At a distance, there's gap. Ain't no lip sync. Ain't no head to the
Look at the picture properly. That picture had had one person with long hair, one person with short hair.
Right. Yeah. And what did Ellen G. White believe? Come on, let's stop it. Yeah. You believe in Ellen G. White? That's enough. That's an FTK right there. Yeah. You said she's a prophet and all that. Like, stop it, bro. Yeah. We don't knock your team, but then I beg don't knock our team. Or knock your own self, because that's what you're actually doing. You're knocking your own self.
Look at this, right? Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, because if you're an Israelite, you kill it, man. The whole word Israel, ISIS, Ra, and El or Baal, yeah, which is the Canaanite gods, yeah. They're telling man to steer away from it.
Marco,
yeah.
Look at this, right? Let me show you the screen, right? This is just a quick Wikipedia. I don't like using Wikipedia, but you know, it's just see this. Can you see it?
Well, at least it's a proper one. At least it's
can you see what that curtain is? Can you read from was
said by an English observer that from the time he was 14 years old and no more, that it is then the Lord Stuart came into Scotland. Huh? Oh, yeah. Even then he began to, what's that? He began to clasp someone in the embrace of his great love. Huh? above all others, and that James became in such love with him as in the open sight of the people. Often he would clasp him about the neck with his arms and kiss him. Oh shit! I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, straight James, yeah? Straight James. Straight James, the black man. This is like Gokwan James. Gokwan James.
I have respect for people's religion, you understand? And for me personally, I'm not going to put that in full back because that's everyone's path. Anyone wants to take their path, that's for them, innit? I have nothing against it. And this is the reason why I explained, but I'm not going to accept a guy that's got pure evidence of what this guy is.
That's mad.
It's crazy. This guy was buried in Westminster Abbey. Yeah, his body's still there. They're going to tell me that that's a black man.
Exactly. Embrace. Man's kissing man on the neck and that.
Let me see if I can go to the archives and get the Queen Elizabeth I, the letter. Oh man, it's just.
And even she was nasty. All of them was nasty, man. Ugh.
Even she had a mad Bible. You understand?
Yeah.
Let me look. This was Queen Elizabeth's Bible. Yeah. Hold on, let me just. Yeah. Let me show. Let me just give the people show them something. This is a Bible before King James.
Right. Share your screen.
Oh, the mercy. Hold on. No, I'm going for the wrong one. Hold on, 1 minute. Let me come out of that. Stop. Let me come out of that one. Hold on, 1 minute. No, hold on. Yeah. See, this is Queen Elizabeth's Bible in 1568.
Boom.
This was way before King James. Look, you know, see how she put herself on the throne? On the front cover of the Bible?
Yeah, look at the spelling holy as well. Mad thing. Speak as well. Speak as well, I say. Speak as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Holy. It's got holes in it. It's got. There's holes in the narrative.
People, and then they make themselves oracles. And when they make themselves oracle, that they're the pathway. You have to go through the bishop to get him through them to get into God. That's fucking blasphemy or what?
Exactly, disgusting, bros. Remember, and didn't he write a book on demonology?
And look at it. It says, look, the translation of the Bible, which was produced under the authorities of the establishment of Church of England in 1568. It was established, reversed in 1572 to and the 1602 edition. Yeah, as base. Look. Proceeded as base text for the King James Bible. It's the basis.
Hold that, bro. Yeah, you got to hold that, bros. You get me? Anyone can see it. You can go and look it up, especially you, Chemo. I don't know why you're looking for fake Kemet articles. You get it? Yeah, you just asking for an ass whooping. Because if I start focusing my attention on Israelites, you're cooked. Your goose is cooked.
You know what? Chemo's my brother, man. I always respect Chemo, man. But you know, all I'm just saying,
he's trolling right now. He's trolling, but it's cool.
I know. I'm gonna say
you got to credit for Zulu, really, because you know, like we kind of share the same ideology, but you know what I mean. You know, he's taking an L. He's taking a massive L. Don't ever bring that nonsense information to Badman. You get me? We're not going to bring a fake version of the Torah and then come and chat shit to you and tell you about sperm lettuce in the Torah. Doesn't make sense. You get it? Because not in the Torah. It's in another book. You get me? Or another man's interpretation of that text. What are we supposed to do? Huh? But you want to take the story and run with it. And even repeat it is even a disrespect. And you got the whole of Greece there. If you want to know about Batimanism, go to Greece. Learn Greece. Learn what they was doing. Saturnalia and island of Lesbos and all of that. And words like pederasty. Yeah? Which means you was a pedophile and a fucking homosexual. That the two were synonymous. Like, we learned all these things because we started to read the Greek thing. So, yeah, it might not have started in Greece, but it was refined in Greece. Facts.
Taking that back to your other point earlier with the Wikipedia, and how they said, you don't think it was the Greeks who wrote that bit?
Right.
Of the homosexuality.
Yeah.
It adds up to what they were doing.
Of course. And the names being used. You talk about Horus, yeah, and Set, and Osiris and all of that. Like, bro, that's Greek. You're speaking Greek. You're not speaking Kemet. You're not speaking African languages. Yeah? Haru. Turn to Horus. From you did that, you lost from there. You're done out here. Yeah? 1800s. Are you fucking serious with me? No, Napoleon's got a stronger claim than this man here. Napoleon's got a stronger claim, and he even saying that. Yeah, Champollion has got a stronger claim than that. And I didn't hear this was Champollion's works, because that's where most of it is coming from. When we're getting examples of what they were saying and what they were doing in Kemet.
Do you know what the killer is? Right. It was in the times of Petrie. Yeah. How come Petrie didn't put that statement?
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, every scholar seems to skip that.
Because Petrie was the last UK scholar to bring in all the evidence to the UK at that time. So why didn't Petrie put homosexuality?
Come on, it would have been standard. If it was standard, it would have been standard. It would have been all over the films, all over everything you could imagine. No. But yet, you know what I mean? You Greeks who are gay, you lot are doing orgies and all sorts of things scattered out Caligula, all of that is scattered out for man's history. And then with the Romans, the same thing. Man are known to have boyfriends. Senators are known to have partners. Caesar, known to have a lover. This is gay Europe, gay Mediterranean. Nothing to do with us Africans. Yeah? So don't bring that Batty man thing to us and then ask us to explain it. Oh, where is it in the laws of my art? Are you stupid? It's a complete disrespect, fam. You get me? And you have to be a complete numpty to even think that question is valuable. Yeah? Where's the law against Battymanism? Excuse me? Excuse me? Is that what's important?
Even till today, they're against it. They call African people homophobic.
Yeah. Or nah. We're still burning people with tires and that. Yeah. It's still illegal in over 30 something African countries. Yeah. I beg you don't play with us. Yeah. The only place they're letting that run right now is South Africa, right next door to Zulu. That's why he's so fascinated with it. So if we go into South Africa, where there's more Zulus than in Zimbabwe, they have the smallest portion of Zulus. The majority of Zulus live in South Africa, where now it's a rainbow nation. Drop me out. So Battymanism is all around Zulu. And the Zulus are engaging in it. Yeah? No one don't want to bring those facts, though. Man want to leave it. Acting like Rainbow Nation is only if you live in Cape Town or if you live here and that bullshit. Yeah, nation is the word. Rainbow is the word. Who's gonna be that? Yeah, and I'm seeing all these transsexual Battyman and all that in South Africa on the TV screen, all of that. Yeah, they're doing more than sperm lettuce. Yeah, more than sperm lettuce and putting it on the show. Like, stop it, man. Yeah. But then Zulu would make the excuse, oh, it's the Europeans. Okay, it's the Europeans then, but when it's us in earlier times, yeah, it's us. Yeah. It wasn't us, they were sexing off during apartheid. Know yourself, bro. Yeah. They were sexing you, man. Yeah. Abusing you, finging you, sexing you. Stop it. You get it? You baby nation. You baby nation, you. Yeah, South Africa's a baby nation, innit? They come out of apartheid, they're still a bit shell-shocked, you know what I mean? And now they've just accepted Rainbow Nation. It's a mad thing. Yeah? Look at your uncles, look at your cousins, the Nigis, the other ones, no one's having it. You bring that to my country, it's definitely fucking illegal. Just like it was in England.
Maku. Now, let's go to this. Let me share this, right? This is the Queen Elizabeth in the archives, yeah? You see it?
See it.
It says, but with Queen Elizabeth may have enjoyed being entertained by black people in the 1590s, yeah? She issued a proclamation against them. In 1596, she wrote a Lord Mayor's and Mayor's City notifying that there were of late blackamoors brought into this realm. Yeah? Which kind of people there were already here, blah, 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 blah. Let's go. She ordered that these kind of people should be sent forth off the land. So now, if she is sending people off the land, why is she going to put a black person on the crown?
Exactly. And
if they want to see primaries, this is the documentation. This is the documentation. First primaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Let me get the primaries up.
Yeah. And he was inconsistent when he talked about what they said in the Bible about to the Israelites. They said, don't do the ways of Kemet and don't do the ways of the Canaanites. Now, which one would you have known first? The ways of Kemet or the ways of Canaanites? You were Canaanites before.
Share screen.
Yep. You were Canaanites before you were Kemet. So
Share
you were
screen.
Canaanite ways. Mm.
Share screen. Now, this is the prime document in the archives, yeah?
Right.
And remember when I said that it has to have a serial number. Things have a serial number.
Yeah.
PC 221.1 is it F.F304. Yeah, this is the letter that this Queen Elizabeth I writ.
Yeah. We know if you got the Torah, you down, you know about Batty Man stuff. Let's stop it. You know, when a man's talking about nakedness, yeah? And the first time where we get that story, huh? Is it not with Noah?
Yeah.
So man not see his father's nakedness. Yeah? Oh, I suppose you weren't Israelites then, no?
Okay. So now let me get something for them now. Let's go to King James.
King James. Yeah. Show that hook nose, man, and that mole. Get me and tell me he's black. Mad. He even looks white for the picture, you know. You know when white people draw white people and he looks more white than white.
This is a man that have black servants and slaves upon his courtyard. Boy, if you're a black man, I don't know. Boy, can we trust black people again? Yep. Can you see it?
Okay, let's go. Boom. Black Moors in Scotland. Oh, shit. Mate. That's why I said to them a long time in a couple of debates ago, I said, yeah, so how come you got moorlands in Scotland? What's going on there, mate? Huh? Trusted land, or what do you call it? What do you call it? There's a name for it, that type of land.
Yeah, and it says King James. Yeah, look, of Scotland came into the throne, came to the Scottish throne in 1488.
Right.
Yeah.
From where? From Africa?
Huh?
Did he come from Africa? Did he come from Israel? What's going on? Like, where did he come from? What's going on?
Oh.
What's going on? Yeah, these men are gonna have a crusade before, you know. With Henry starts the fuckery. You lot are on this thing, yeah. From Henry, you get your little Magna Carta, and from then on, you lot on some crusade. Richard the Lionheart. All of a sudden, you want to go to Israel. You want to go and fight black men. You get me? Moors or Saracens or whatever. We don't know. Phoenicians. All mean black. All mean black.
Look, it says it here. Look, it says James was a popular, fun-loving king.
Gay. Gay.
No. With many interests.
What's his interest? And what books did he write? What did he offer? He did write no one ain't let no Batty Man write.
Were presented at the court. Yeah. Some worked as servants or possibility slaves. So if this is a black man, he might have slave.
In Scotland. That's what I'm saying, man. In Scotland, yeah?
He might have slave. And if you want to see the documentation, we show you that one as well. It might have the name.
What you say? The Ethiopian Bible. You see, this is why you don't do research, my brother Kemal. Yeah, because you would know that there are verses in the Ethiopian Bible, and there are also verses that are missing, that are also missing in other Bibles. So how can it be authentic, more authentic? It's got fucking Paul's writings in there. Can you imagine that? The oldest Bible that we got, the Ethiopians have got, it's still got the New Testament in there. How ancient is that? Like, stop your nonsense, man.
Oh, look at this one though. It says the King James, the king requested an announcement with a black baby. What the hell is he doing with a black baby?
What?
Oh, this is too much, man. I can't give people too much info. I don't want people to catch heart attack.
You mean go move goalposts? You mentioned Bible, innit? You mentioned the Ethiopian thing, like it was the boom, yeah. But if you do research on it, you realize it's not the fucking boom. Yeah, do your research. That's it. There's no diversion or nothing. You just got to take that L, mate. If you want to jump on board with Zulu, all fine by me. I love you still the same, but you're going to take this L because you don't want to do critical research. Plain and simple.
Look at this, right? Oh my gosh, right? Ooh, this one is.
Yeah, King James is a jerk, man. We know. But once you mention Ethiopian like this, don't do that. Don't mention Septuagint or none of that. You're just going to make yourself look stupid. These are all numpties at the end of the day. They're going to transfer it from Greek into other languages in Europe, but English was prohibited. Wait, it's not even allowed. Everybody who did it was put to death.
And don't worry about Chemo. Let's not hit hard. Chemo's cool, man. Allow Chemo. Chemo.
Fall back with your King James thing, man. Like, yeah, you know.
We just playing with the King James for a bit.
That ain't authentic, man. Stop it.
What did it say?
Man, awful. Stop it.
What does it say? What does it say? This is an authorized documentation, yeah? What does it
say? These abstracts from the Lord High Treasurer accounts showed that in 1505 and 06, a payment of 28 shillings was made to the Nuris, that Bruchet of Morris. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
Morris to see be the king is what's this?
Command.
Oh, the king is yeah. The king must have known of this child to ask to see it. What child? Oh, the little black child, yeah?
Yeah.
The child may have been that of a more to I don't know what that is. To Bruno. Yeah. The black drummer at court. Treasury accounts also itemize accommodation of the wife of the to Brenner and his band. Yeah, this would suggest that the drummer was living at the palace with his family. Accounts of the Lord High Treasurer of Scotland, Volume 3, page whatever. You get me? In 1505 and 06. Transcripts. Boom.
Yeah, this is a documentation.
Yeah, I couldn't really see it properly still.
This is a documentation anyway.
Mad thing. So at the end of the day, look, what are you doing with black babies, fam? Yeah, that guy needs to fall back. Yeah, King James needs to fall back, man. He's not the best representing you. And a man out here saying he's black. Mad thing. More than one James Stewart, though. That's the also thing. Me and Ezra went through it. We had to take that L. This is why I laugh, because this is nothing new. I wish Zulu had brought something new.
Yeah, but remember, there's a few James, because remember he I think he was the fifth or sixth. He was the fifth on the Scottish, but the sixth I think on the English.
Mm.
So he had it was You know what I mean? He was the king of Scotland and the king of England. And he's the one who was the first to unify all United Kingdom nations.
Let me tell you who cares about King James Zulu. And most of you Israelites, you get it? Like most of them, most of your brothers, yeah, they accept this. They're telling it, they're running around telling people this, false information.
Yeah, it's true. Like the first time I heard that, sorry, I'm back. I was just listening to you lot for the last time. It's been very interesting. Big up the man them. The first time I heard that is when I went down the corner bedroom. And one man's trying to tell me that King James is black. I was like, what?
But nice, I just put up, yeah.
And tried to show me pictures and all sorts. I said, this is the first time I'm hearing this, brother. Go on, babe. Sorry.
No, I'm saying is that the same King James is one putting money, offering money to see a black baby.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. I've been listening and I'll be thinking like, my first question is, how come there's so many versions of a Bible? Like, how can that be the word of God when there's so many different version excursions?
Yeah, and that's what I said. And like, people don't even know. People don't even look at the Queen Elizabeth I Bible, which is the foundation of the King James. It starts
That's
from
the
that.
one that had the picture up when she's on the front.
Yeah, yeah. That's the foundation of the King James Bible. But no one wants to talk about that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't want to diss up the place, but from I found out certain things about the Bible, me and the Bible, none. And yeah, I don't know how people can still put so much stock into. Like, how can you? Like I said, you've got a book with X amount of versions, and you're still gonna profess that it's the word of God. It's crazy to me. I'm not gonna lie, man. But yeah, that's the first time I've seen that one, Teza, the one with the lady in the front.
Yeah, just look up Queen Elizabeth I Bible, and it will come up, and it will give you all the information. It was so much jargon in it that they kept it back, but they used it. And then it's the same time of William Tyndale. There's so many of them books that are there. You would have got yours if you translated it into English. You would have got hanged at that time.
No, burn at stake. Burn at stake.
William Tyndale was the most wanted man on the planet.
Thank you. Yeah, as well as John Wycliffe and Martin Luther. These were the three people commissioned by King James to write versions of the Bible, and two of the three were put to death by.
But there's remember, Maku, there was 49 people to pull in this book together. How come you need 49 people to translate from Latin to English or Greek to English? No, our people.
You
know, change, and that's where I said when you check the laws. There was an altercation with the Puritans and the Church of England, the bishop.
Right.
So he had to adjust something to apply to both of them, so that he is in charge, as him being the head of the Church of England, to both the Puritans and the Church of England.
Yeah, man. Forget that batty man. Bloody.
But you know what, Snips? Let me quickly ask you something before you go again, because in terms of the Ethiopian Bible, right? Because obviously, even myself have heard that, come up as the, you know what I'm saying to you, the proper one, etc., etc. But I heard you saying that even within that book, there, I don't want to use the word holes, but I can't think of any better word. So you're saying that there's some things missing or had been added? Was you saying?
Yeah, holes in the narrative, man. There's verses and chapters completely abrogated from the King James version, yeah, and also the same thing is in the Ethiopian version. So they have the same amount of verses. Look it up. You put them together. You say, okay, you've got this one. They've got the Torah. They've got the this. They've got that. They've got New Testament. Paul's workings. How did this end up in here? This is meant to be an old, ancient Ethiopian book. You get me? It's supposed to mainly be the Old Testament, if anything. No, it's not that old because somehow this Greco-Israelite, half Roman, half Israel or whatever, from Turkey, But that's another story, which is a Roman province at the time. That is another story. But this guy who gives you Christianity, this is where Christianity is coming from, this poor guy. How does it end up with the Ethiopians who say they got the original thing and they got the Ark of the Covenant and they got everything? But yet your Bible is still missing pages. You ain't got the book of Jasper. You ain't got the book of Enoch. You ain't got none of these books in your version of the Bible. Like, stop it.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Snips, actually.
Yeah, you ain't got the Maccabees. You ain't got none of that. Like, get out of here, man. Shut up.
But I thought Ezra said the Maccabees is in there, or maybe I missed it.
No, the Maccabees is in the 1611 King James. That he's got. And the Septuagint. He's got the Septuagint as well. Ezra's got these books. And when he read these books, remember, I had it long time. I had a proper preacher's Bible.
Hold on. Has Ezra got this? Share screen.
Go. Boom, 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 boom. What is? What is?
Tezza, you're funny, you know. Tezza's funny, you mans are on this thing, boy.
No. We're actually what we know Israelites ain't got no doctrine. They ain't got no books, ain't got no buildings.
I'm not a person to hurt people, you understand? I'm not here to do that. I want our people to come together. So, I'm not
like, what do you mean? Yeah. My sperm, my
look.
What is that? Oh, is that Amharic? What's that? Is that Amharic?
Let me give you something again from the Ethiopian, yeah?
It looks Ethiopian. I saw the writing. Oh, mate. What's that on the top there? Yeah, you can see the writing is Amharic, man. Or
interesting.
Oh, is that their Bible, yeah? Is that a Bible sheet?
These are the scrolls. These are scrolls.
From their Bible?
Before the Bible.
Okay. And what's that on? What is it on? Doesn't look like paper.
Scroll paper.
So why is it so thin like that? What's going on?
Yeah, because remember, scrolls
so do we know what it says, or is it?
Yeah, my people them have already translated it, but I said nothing.
All right, then cool. But let me just ask you one, and then
we don't know what we do off the cuff.
No problem. But does it match? Does it match in any way? No. All right, cool.
Okay. Remember, even in the Bible, right? Let me give you an example. In the Bible, they they worshipped Mary, innit? And all the other ones that didn't qualify for the Bible itself.
Right.
Even Jesus's brother. There's many scrolls on that.
Yeah, Simon Bible.
I mean, that is true. There are many scrolls that they didn't put in. That probably are far more interesting than the books that actually put in.
Yeah, because the reason being is if they put any of that information in the Bible, it makes Jesus become a man. Because
but we know in a real life he went on to have a family and all them things there, right?
Right.
But it will contradict. It will contradict what's in the contents of the Bible. They have to make him supreme.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You got someone going mad in the comments. Someone's going mad in the comments. You lot better stop, Carl.
See there?
And that's what is that from the Ethiopian one same way?
Yep. This is in Ethiopia.
Don't they need to look a bit darker?
I'll give you a dark one.
And there was a reason.
Oh, that's a bit better, thank you. Oh dear, Zulu said that. Yo, you lot. Oh, do you know what? I'm gonna mute up because I don't want these mans on my case.
What, Zulu?
Zulu saying there's the devil's working hard. JJ's questioning my headspace. So I gotta stop talk, Virgin. Come in. You lot do it, man.
This is FTK in session, man. Standard.
Boy, I tell you, it'll get heated.
Let me give them this one.
Is that Ethiopian, yeah?
No. Let's change the subject.
You can go Zulu on it. You get me?
No. Do you want me to get something for Zulu?
Oh well, gentlemen, instead of coming and refute what's being said, innit? Like, come on, man.
They ain't got their skills, man.
Don't say the devil's at work, because come and refute it, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't gonna refute what our people got, man, and done and thing. You get me? Because I've seen man running from King James. That's all. If man weren't running from King James, then you wouldn't be in this mess. Stay with your King James. Take your L. You get me? And be a good boy. No, you don't want to jump up.
Yeah, but Jay the Barber. Yeah.
You want to throw Ethiopia? You want to talk about Ethiopia?
I'm just a goddess up in this bitch, Jay the Barber. The rest I'm not too bothered with, man. Unfortunately, you know what I'm saying. I do think the Bible does start like a fairy tale, though. I'll admit to that.
Come
on. You know what this is, isn't it? Maku.
Yeah.
You know what this is?
What, that mask?
Yeah, this.
No, who's
that? That's from the Knox.
Okay, the Knox.
Jump on, Jay, man. Jump on, man. Jump on, bub. Come and get him that work, man.
We waiting.
Bless up yourself, Jay Tree. I see you in the building. Big up yourself and the family, man.
Amira, your thing is not connecting. It says device not connected. I'm waiting. I don't know what's going on.
Come on, Jay, man. Big up yourself, man.
Who want it? I tell you, come and get your feelings hurt, mate. You know what it's about. Yeah. What the hell is this? Who's doing this? Where did this come from? What's this? I don't know what this is. What is this?
It come like an Arab man.
Same. This can't be Ethiopia, man. This can't be.
No, this is an Arab man with the basket with black heads in there.
Oh mate, levels of racism, fuckery. Disrespect, bro. Yeah, these people are dangerous, bro.
Look. And then you want to say that we look at this one, right?
Is that decapitated? No head.
Yeah. Well, this is what was happening on the land.
Bro, despicable. Get me? And the drawings is crap as well. Get me? Speak and spell. You know what I mean? My first scroll.
You know, you got to draw and be on the run at the same time. This is some Yoruba bells. Some old antique Yoruba bells.
Jeez. That's nuts.
I'm telling you, you know, when you explore and you see these things, boy, them teeth enough.
You robbed us, man. You robbed us. Disrespect. Get it. We all been robbed, man. Trust me.
Oh, is this how it starts? Zulu said, I already proved that Kemet is a Batman thing. They are just salty. Oh.
Now, we already proved that South Africa is a Batman thing. So, what's your issue?
Oh, Zulu.
Where you come from is a Batman thing. It's a Rainbow Nation thing.
Nobody knows if you've ever been to New Zealand. Oh, dear.
His evidence was very poor.
Weak.
Are there any Hebrew Israelite girls in these YouTube streets? Ladies.
In the US. In the
No,
US.
here, I think Spade is one. Is it Lady Spade? Is she?
Yeah, there's a few. There is a few. There is a few over here, but it's very hard to say that they because a lot of people are going to the Hebrew because they're dropping the Church King James, isn't it? So they're going back to the Hebrew thing.
Oh, that was interesting. These are some very interesting artifacts.
Mm-hmm. You see, mother and child all the time.
Yeah, man, looking at things that are natural and whatever. We've been doing this, man. We make statues and all sorts of things. That's just part of our culture. Yeah. But all of these Batman things, because like the most Batman thing I saw was Pan. There's a Greek statue of Pan having sex with a goat. Like that's Batman stuff. But that's Greek again.
You know, for the Muslim people, they need to go here. See this place here?
Mm-hmm.
This is in Paris.
Right.
Yeah, this is the Muslim Museum. They got bare stuff in there.
Yeah, man. I don't know who's gonna put chemic masturbation in the search engine, bro. Really. Apart from you, I don't know if it's gonna sit well. With a lot of people.
Of course, when you put these things if you put these things.
Hello.
People don't realize how long people been doing research for, boy. Golden staffs from Ghana.
They've got them all over the country. You know what it is? It's basically like, is it gone quiet? No one's talking. Bombo cleats. We come back. We come back, man. We come back. Yeah, man. What's going on here? Whose good is this? What's going on? Talk to me. Anyone want to jump on, man? You can jump on, man. All right, now I'm gonna lock off soon. We've done 9 hours. You get me? We're putting some work, putting some shift, book some delays, some evidence, some jokes. Get me? Big up Zulu.
Yeah, big up yourself, Snips. Nice show, nice show.
Come on, come on, come on. Big up Brother Terry. Big up anyone who tuned in and jumped on. You get me? We'll be back tomorrow, probably with the Sunday service on Triluminati or Red Pill Trill. But yeah, man, come on, man. FTK back in session, bruvs. You get it? You know what I mean? I hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned something. You get it? You know what I mean? You might agree or you might disagree, but at the end of the day, this is why we're here. Do you get it? This is supposed to be Black History Month. Well, let's talk about it. You know? This is Black History Month. Now, man, let's debunk the lies, man, where people have put themselves in our place. And there's a bare cultural appropriation going on. Because when we start looking into things, you start finding all these figures in history and all of this are Black people. Only with the emergence of Europeans and the Mediterraneans do we start seeing fuckery, sperm lettuce and that. You get it? So, you know what I mean? We got to understand, yeah. As I said, man didn't bring me no Champollion. These are experts in Kemet. These are guys who visited their thing there, studied it, broke down the language, and wrote books. So if I'm not hearing from these official guys, then it's nonsense. You get me? I want official stuff. As Zulu said, yeah, peer review. You get it? And we didn't get one. So, you know what I mean? He set the bar as peer review and brought Wikipedia comments, mad thing. You know what I mean? As the real thing. You know what I mean? And no established scholar is going to agree with any of those findings. So, which I find pretty strange. You know what I mean? If you had one scholar to back you, I'll give you some ratings and say, all right, he's a cunt, he's lying, but we can actually deal with this individual. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of it. But unfortunately, we didn't have that. There's no source, no sources. No sources. Man. And then a man want to come in and say, man did good. No, man, stop it. We're not teaching our young brothers that because we want Zulu to be 100 times better than any of us. By the time he reaches our age, he's going to be mashing us up. Yeah, but let it be with the truth. You know what I mean? And you're not encouraging him to believe lies ain't going to help him. You get it? In his progression. That's why we're here. You get it? That's why he comes here and talks to his brothers. You know what I mean? And he comes with his own ideas that came from other people who we've already debunked. So, as I said, this is information that Ezra was already carrying, and you can go back and see in the shows, yeah, where I got rid of that rubbish already. So, sperm lettuce, he tried to bring it, man, and had to hold that L. So, I saw it go. I saw it go sometimes. So, it's funny when I hear things, and man, I'm thinking it's fresh. It's like, bro, you dug that out. Stacks brought that up. Ezra brought that up. Three losers. Three young man who, you know what I mean? Like Ezra's not young, but Ezra's older, but you know what I mean? At least with Ezra, me and him went through it. Went through the paperwork, went to see the sources and all of that. And it was fun to be forced. So, you know what I mean? It was good. It was a good try. Yeah, but you got to miss me with that bullshit. But yeah, big up my brother Zulu. Big up Kemo. Big up Yogi B. Big up everybody who tuned in, man. Come on, every time. I'm out. One.